Zungo zungo go zungo zing. Jump for happiness, jump for joy.
Pop when it time, girl them a come for enjoy.
Zungo zungo go zungo zing. Zungo zungo go zungo zing.
Pretty girl them a come for dance and wine. Big body girl a grind pon the line.
Zungo zungo go zungo zing. Zungo zungo go zungo zing.
Smoke the weed, make the pussy wetter. I value king, girl them a come for better. No more sim talk, no more chasing call. Me done wake up now, me fuck them raw. If you have the paper, you must have the pen.
Girl of 15, whole life ahead of her, self-harmed and bored with life. No success, avoided mess. Thank God for mercy. Fighting back the tears, they read her text again. 16 candles burn in their mind. They takes the blame, it's always the same. They go down on their knees and pray. This may sound a bit blasphemous, but it sounds like your God is the cause of this mess. And when I die, I expect to find him laughing. This may sound a bit blasphemous, but it sounds like your God is the cause of this mess. And when I die, I expect to find him laughing. Girl of 18 in love and lost almost everything. Found new life in Jesus Christ. Lost her kidneys and ended up on a life support machine. This may sound a bit blasphemous, but it sounds like your God is the cause of this mess. And when I die, I expect to find him laughing.
Yes, that's my take of Blasphemous Rumors from Depeche Mode. That is my remake. Yes, for those who have not heard it before. What's up, DT? He thinks it's got a good beat. Thank you. Serb's going to be here in just a minute. Will Freeman is out there. Woof to the three-headed dog, and tips is hot to everyone else. What's going on? It is fucking hot out there. I just got back from doing a couple of errands. Re-upped my weed. And I'm ready to go. I ate. That's it. I got my drink. I got my weed. I got a couple of videos we could watch if nobody comes in. And yeah. So let's see. Let's play another song, shall we? Before link is out there if you want. And of course, Brojo reserves his right to mute or put anyone backstage if he so wishes. Okay, so yeah, I don't want to hear you bitch or complain because
well, in this house I'm in charge and we're gonna carry on.
End of that. All right. Oh, let's see. I went to notifications on my Suno. Looks like a couple people I've been following dropped a new song. So what if, for now, we experience that together? Right? There you go. All right. Downey Thomas is coming in shortly. All right. We'll get this party started. Let's see. This is the Martian Blackout Experiment. This is called Cathedral of Martians. Cathedral of Martians. Make sure I get there. There we go. And the melodic distorted synth verse floats over halftime 2010 dubstep era 140 beats per minute. All righty, it's going to get crazy. 140.
Welcome to the cathedral.
I guess no words on this song. I'm sorry, Martian Blackout Experiment, but you're not doing it for me. Maybe you're doing it for Serb.
Nah, not really.
Not really, yeah. All right, let's try this one then. Thelonious Punk. Now, he's usually pretty good. Midnight Pool Party. And we're looking at a Southern Gothic surf, garage rock, psychobilly, melodic punk, baggy dance groove, blah, blah, blah. Let's see what this sounds like.
The motel sign still flickers vacancy. Though nobody's checked in for centuries. The water glows a phantom blue like the moon fell in and learned to move. Skeleton key on a paper wristband, black shades underneath the moon tan. Every stranger already knows my name. Guess the dead all talk the same. The night's still young, even if the world ain't. Midnight pool party, everybody dive. Nothing says forever like surviving the night. Black denim floating where the deep end starts. Fireflies dancing like emergency sparks. Midnight pool party, don't dry off yet. The stars ain't finished with us yet. If tomorrow washes everything away, we'll make tonight last anyway. Somebody cannonballs through the Milky Way. Somebody slow dances with yesterday. The jukebox skips to a haunted refrain. Nobody bothers to complain. Empty bottles line the coping stones. Echoes laughing in forgotten tones. Every ripple carries one more toast to the living and the ghost. Raise your cup to the beautiful, weird midnight pool party. Everybody dive, nothing says forever like surviving the night. Black denim floating where the deep end starts. Fireflies dancing like emergency sparks. Midnight pool party, don't dry off yet. The stars ain't finished with us yet. If tomorrow washes everything away, we'll make tonight last anyway. dreams. Nothing's ever quite what it seems. The sky keeps rumbling far away. Sounds like heaven came out to play. Whoa, flow with me. Whoa, eternity's free. Midnight pool party, one more splash. Every second's burning fast. Ghosts on floaty, saints on the deck. Nobody's ready to leave just yet. Midnight pool party, all in black. No looking forward, no looking back. When the sunrise finally finds our town, we'll still be floating, never coming down.
Boop. Boop, boop, boo. I like that one. I mean, if
Yeah,
I
that
was
wasn't bad.
We're a bit low. I had it cranking, and now you're coming. Yeah. I mean, if the band was playing this, I'd be on the dance floor.
Have you ever thought about working some of these into your like
I have.
playlist or something?
I have, and I think did I do one? There's one I wanted to do. I'm not sure if I snuck it in there or not, but yeah, there are some. Like, I'll give you one right now. Find it now. I think it's rhythm. Isn't it? Oh, it's playlist. Can be playlist. GenX. I'm on my laptop. It's gonna be fucking slow. There it is, Rhythm in My Veins. I was thinking of doing this one or Late Night Replay. That's a dance tune. But this, I like this one. I really do like this one. Come on, DT. Anybody else? They have the links on the side. Yeah. Wine on the baseline. Wine on the baseline, body talk real slow. Heat in the place when the rude gal steps so. Glow in the dark, every move get echo. Man lose breath when the waistline let go. Fire in the breeze when the rhythm just right. Sweat drip sweet when she lock on the eyes. Hold on floor, catch a flame, hypnotize. Every little twist, write a spell in the sky. She got the rhythm in her veins, every turn, every sway. Drive man insane, hands up, heart race, can't escape when the rude gal bust. One move, place rearrange. She got the rhythm in her veins, not me, soft speech. Head full of haze, one drop, one rock. Mind levitate when the rude gal bust. One move, word reshape. Tick tock, time stop, center of the crowd. Baseline bend when she fling it down loud. Wine like trouble, sweet like cloud. Every ex-turn friend just go watch her now. Lit by neck flex, tension rise, cool breeze gone. Pure steam in the sky. Ask who bad, them can't answer why. Cause the baddest one there and she right by my side. Hey, she rhythm in her veins, every turn, every sway. Drive man insane, hands up, heart race. Can't escape when the rude gal bust. One move, let's rearrange. She got the rhythm in her veins, not me, soft speech. Anisha.
One drop, one rock. Mind levitate when the rude gal bust. One move, we'll reshape. Slow roll and she brace and bend. Bring it back up like storm again. If this night can't done, don't pretend.
Hey, it's Hottie. Hottie as fuck.
Drive man insane, hands up, heart race. Can't scared. When the rude gal boss one move, place rearrange. Then you rhythm in the veins, not me. Top speed, head full of hate. One drop, one rock, my levitate. When the rude gal boss one move, worry shade.
Better find yourself some shade, a nice shady spot. Near water.
Yeah. Wine on the baseline, wine on the baseline, wine on the baseline. Yeah. Wine on the baseline, body talk real slow. Heat in the place when the rude y'all step so low in the dark, every move get echo. Man lose breath when the waistline let go. Fire in the breeze when the rhythm just turned. Tattoo print.
Nisha, what do you think? You like this one? Come on. Tell me this doesn't make your hips move. Come on.
One little touch make a big man nervous. Whoa, rude y'all echo. Every little step shake a ghetto. Drop low, rise back, take it mellow. Beat fast like a stiletto. Rude y'all echo. Every moving print like a shadow. Head gone, can't find it. Oh, when you whine and say the place below.
All right. She likes it. Very good. It's got a kind of like a 90s, a little bit of a 90s group to it. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. So yeah, that's something like that I would put in my my rotation.
I like how they spell it rhythm.
Rhythm, yeah. Rhythm in my veins. You want a link? I know you like it so much. Well, I'll put a
Yeah,
link
I've
in.
never been a lot for dance music for sure.
I know. There's a link if you like the song. There you go, Nisha. Soon, go give the guy a like. All right, sister. Maybe you'd be interested in this. I have not watched this video yet. I am just subscribed, and they just put this video out. It is on, let's see, Trump shocking 20% Hormuz toll, and Russia's destroyed refineries. This is a Peak Prosperity, Dr. Chris Williamson. He's a real heavy data guy, numbers, charts guy, you know? So
I like charts and numbers.
yeah, he did a good job with the when COVID was going on, the assassination attempt on Trump, and yeah, so you know whatever's like I guess major news, he'll go and do his little deep dive. So let's see what he has to say today. This is what 10 minutes long. If you have a comment, just let me know.
The Iran war is back going hot again. Trump has just made the most shocking proposal I've ever heard. And Russia's energy infrastructure continues to be attacked. And all of this is going to have very serious repercussions for the world economy. We're going to track what's going on out there in the space of energy, particularly what's going on in Russia, what's going on in Iran, and what's going on in the United States. This, I think, is actually truly shocking. This is drawn from a report I put out every Monday and Friday called The Fat Pipe. It's a collection of all the things that I'm seeing out there. I'm an information scout. This was put out to my subscribers on Monday morning here that's the 13th of July. So let's tuck into it right now. Turns out Russia's refineries are getting pounded. A major oil depot is destroyed. The Mikhailskva oil depot in Stavropol Krai. Anyway, huge explosion. If you go out and take a look at that on X as well. Yesterday, the Syzran oil refinery, again, looks like very sustained, very devastating attacks. Smoke, fire. It's just pretty much got set ablaze. Ukraine has been very, very successfully targeting Russian energy infrastructure and also their shipping. That is still going on. We reported on this last time. You need to know about this. It's finally starting to get a little media coverage, so maybe you've heard about it by now. But apparently,
just going to mute for a comment to try to avoid any kind of, copyright, even though I don't think they'll do anything.
Oh, as far as I've seen so far, it's the same stuff I've been seeing. So
Yeah, same stuff. Yeah, this is the news that's mean that the refinery's getting heavily hit.
Ukrainian forces have likely hit over 100 Russian vessels this month, and we're not even 2 weeks into this month. And that's both in the Sea of Azov and the Black Sea, and this is having huge impacts on Russia's ability to conduct its business. Now, Wall Street Journal had a really good article, came out on the 13th of July. That would be today at the time of this recording. And what I liked, they gave a lot of data, a lot of charts. I'm just going to borrow two of them from them. This is one showing here's Ukraine. And here, this one, 1,500 miles away, the Omsk refinery got hit. These refineries are getting hit all over the place. It's a very strategic campaign by Ukraine to
Wow. Wow. In my mind, when I heard, excuse me.
Oh no, you muted, did you?
Yeah, I know. No, when I heard that the refineries got hit, in my mind, I'm imagining like a whole, just like a line of refineries in the same area. I didn't imagine all this scattered out. I mean, this is.
Oh no, they've hit almost every refinery on the European side of Russia.
Yeah.
Like in the last 2 weeks, they hit them every day.
really begin to knock Russia out. Of course, as you know, if you've been following me, energy is the economy and oil is the master resource. This is a very sustained economic attack on Russia. Any nation would consider this to be existential in nature, and that's a problem because Russia said if it considers itself to be existentially threatened, nukes are no longer off the table.
That is right. Who's here? Doubting Thomas.
Hello.
What's up, DT? Hello.
I was listening and I was just thinking that last segment, he said, you know, this one's 1,500 miles away and they're hitting all of these. And I was thinking, is this the Ukraine or who is really behind all this? Who is helping the Ukraine do this?
Well, of course, us. We're doing that.
Right.
Well, it's Ukrainian missiles doing it.
Well, and how many black ops and mercenaries do they have hired that are fucking fueling this whole machine, man?
Where are they getting the drones? Who's making the drones? You know,
they're making the Flamingo drones.
Yeah, in Ukraine.
Yeah.
I don't know. What kind of shape is that country in? Because isn't the capital got hit really fucking hard? A lot of places got hit as well hard from Russia. So
yeah, but the thing is, when Russia, for some reason, I don't know if they're unable to or they just don't want to. They're mostly hitting just random stuff. Like they're hitting a bunch of apartment buildings, and it's like they target the city and just throw stuff at it.
So is it maybe that Russia really doesn't want this war, and now just Ukraine is just they're going to keep stepping it up until they get a big response from Russia? Because I mean, you poke the bear, no pun intended, enough, you're gonna get it to roar. You're gonna get to move.
I don't know. I mean, Russia's been offered a chance to quit over and over again.
No. I'm saying they could get pushed to the point where maybe, like he's just saying, he's getting to about because nuclear weapons are not off the table. They have nukes. Yeah. We're provoking them to use nukes.
Yeah, so you just let them go. The other option is Ukraine gives up. Right. So it's just let them go.
What happens if he drops a nuke on Ukraine?
Then we'll probably nuke him back.
Who will nuke him back?
Probably us.
Why?
Well, if it's one nuke, yeah, like if it's one nuke, depending on what it hits, maybe we won't. But if they drop a nuke in Kiev, yeah, that would basically.
Why should we Why is it our business to respond to that?
So we don't create the environment where people think it's okay to start throwing nukes around and there won't be repercussions.
No, they're just not throwing nukes. They got provoked. They're actively attacking all their refineries, and so you're gonna destroy the economy.
They're at war, bro. They're at war. What do you mean they got
know.
provoked?
I know.
So
Yeah,
Russia invades Ukraine, and now Ukraine has to just take it. Like,
No,
but that's what Brojo's saying is they're at war. How long is it going to be before Russia says enough of this attack on our refineries? Blammo.
yeah, I know what you're saying. I
Donbass.
say let them go.
Anyway, well, let's see where this goes. I don't want to see people die. I don't want to see the unnecessary people die. Can we just? I don't know.
Suspicious timing for me too, though, which is that the Iran war started in March, but so did this really huge escalation of attacks by Ukraine on Russia. Now, this is kind of an odd moment, right? Because not only is the stream of news about
here we go, yeah. And Tom, I'm getting like a little I don't know. It's like a bird noise from your microphone.
All right.
I don't know what it is. Do you know it?
I think it sounds like his mic keying because it goes on when he.
Right there, that noise. What is that?
I don't know. I don't hear it.
Yes. What are you using?
My phone.
We got lag. There's definitely a couple. There's definitely a couple seconds lag.
I'm going to switch to my laptop.
Yeah, I think you should. Yeah, because it's definitely a couple seconds lag. All right, I'll wait for him to get. I'll wait for him to come back in. Nisha, Will, if anybody wants to come on in, there's the link. As we watch this video, wait for DT. Hope he gets rid of that noise. Let me take the phone. Suno. And all right. I would like to be on my desktop myself, but I had to come downstairs. It was too hot upstairs. So I had to bring my laptop downstairs. And so I might have some dropout issues. That's what usually happens with StreamYard in this laptop. Because it's not Windows 11. I think that's the issue. You know, they just can't leave things well enough alone. I mean, it just wouldn't even be their business can't grow to make things that last. Gotta have constant upgrades. Obsolescence.
Yeah.
Oh, link. Okay. Hold on. Maybe you think I should pin it, right? Let me go pin it while you make your way in.
Oh, Will asked if I followed the Fat Electrician. Yeah, I like his videos. He does a pretty good job.
The Fat Electrician. Okay, how fat is he?
He's not really that fat.
Okay.
But you've seen a couple of his videos. I showed you a couple in here.
Okay. Well, I guess his name gets him some notoriety there. Come on, DT. We don't have a fucking day. Let's go. Come on. We got this huge audience waiting on you, buddy.
You know, looking at the chart, this correlation.
Yeah.
I kind of wonder if this is. Could this be when Trump stopped telling Ukraine to not do things?
Maybe.
By the way, they're expecting another 20% increase in their drone production in the next month. So this number's going to go up.
I'm sorry, what was that?
They're expecting another 20% increase in their drone production in the next month.
Oh, Ukraine?
Yeah, so this number's going to go up.
Who's building their drones?
It depends on the drone. They're building all of their long-range drones.
They are?
Yeah, and then they're having like other countries are building their short and intermediate range drones. Right, because all these countries have restrictions on them about what they can use the weapons they get from their country from. So basically, all the stuff they send into Russia is stuff that they built. And all the stuff they're using inside Ukraine is stuff that they ship in from other places.
Okay, according to, well, let's see. According to, let me see the sources here. That's China talk. China talk. China talk. And what's the other ones? Council on Foreign Relations, Just Security. Ukraine primarily gets its drones through, like you said, massive domestic manufacturing, producing millions of aerial, naval, and intercepted drones. Millions. While the final assembly is overwhelmingly localized in Ukraine, the industry heavily relies on key electronic and hardware components, get this, imported from China. As well as partnerships with Eastern allies like Germany.
So I've been telling you this entire time. Probably over a year at this point, China and Russia are not friends.
Russia and China are not friends?
Yeah, they're not friends.
I don't think they're friends, but I think they'll do business with one another. I mean, who's like, I mean, we're not friends with a lot of countries, but.
I'll put it this way, let's see. So for the last since the war started, Russia has tried to get China to agree to build another pipeline coming from Siberia into China.
Right, yes.
They refuse it. They don't even negotiate about it. They just keep on telling them no.
China says no?
Yeah.
But they are, but what isn't they building a road near in the northern part of Iran there?
For China?
The Belt and Road Initiative. Was it the Belt and Road Initiative?
Yeah, the Belt and Road Initiative. They're building little things all over the place.
Yeah. And then we're going to connect, like they were trying to connect something so they can go to Europe eventually. Let me go check.
Probably not a pipeline. They're like a trade route.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, maybe. All right, Tom. Oh wait, we just zero. What happened? Where everybody go? Don't know what happened. All right, I'm going to continue with the video. Whoever's interested is interested.
Half knocked out right now in terms of its overall oil flows, but we're taking Russia out, who is the number 2 exporter of oil and a very, very large exporter of finished oil products. They are now off the market pretty much. They are no longer exporting diesel. Talk about that in just a second. So if you wanted to wreck the world economy, the easiest way to do that is to cut out its energy legs. And the easiest way to do that, not so easy, but one way to do that would be to attack the Gulf region and then also attack Russia at the same time. That's what's happening. Suspicious timing, as I said. So what could possibly go wrong? Remember last year in October 12th, 2025, the Financial Times reported that, quote, a U.S. official said Ukraine selected the targets for long-range strikes in Washington, then provided intelligence on the site's vulnerabilities and also possibly targeting and trafficking.
I heard somebody come in. Doubting Thomas. You made it.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, carry on.
Okay. Okay.
Of those drones, because of course you have to fly a very long way across Russian landscape. They have mobile defense units, air defense units. You need to know where those are so you can thread the needle to get it to its target, get your drone to its target. So the United States is absolutely providing the capability for Ukraine to conduct very successful, damaging, if not devastating, economic strikes deep into Russia.
That's
and
what I was
in that
talking
Wall
about.
Street Journal article, we read this.
See what?
That's what I was talking about when he said Ukraine has managed to hit them 1,500 miles inland, and then they're hitting all these other refineries.
Yeah.
That's what I was saying, is who the fuck is helping Ukraine do this? And it's fucking, of course, it's us.
Well, we got the Space Force. It uses our top secret satellites and some sort of AI program where they can identify, like it just automatically picks out all the anti-air emplacements,
right?
Different things like that. So yeah, you can tell them exactly where everything is.
Yeah, somebody's telling Russia where all their fucking drone defense systems are, and they're just going around them.
That's it. Warfare. It's drone warfare. It's scary shit, right? It's gonna be drones and robots.
Yeah. Mac to humans here.
Dun 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 dun.
What's up, Mac? Yeah, scary thing.
2, quote, on Wednesday, President Trump said he supported Ukraine striking targets deep inside Russian territory, calling it an escalation that could help end the war, end quote. Or, hear me out, it could also result in thermonuclear war. I have to ask, what objective is worth that risk? What could we possibly get as a country, the United States, out of Russia's being attacked that would outweigh the risk of Russia lashing out and all of this going in a very, very bad direction? I can't think of it. Must be something amazing. I wish they'd share it with me. Meanwhile, we heard it's kind
of my question.
You can't think of it? You can't think of it? Russia getting delegitimized fucking everywhere? Getting everyone on a side against Russia for using a nuclear weapon? Giving us a valid reason to take over Russia? Now Ukraine has a valid reason to take over Russian territory. They get nuked.
But at what expense?
Yeah.
A much smaller expense than what I just said.
I was kind of talking like lives-wise.
Yeah, but there's different levels of ethics going on here. There's the ethics that you have for everyday life, and then there's the multi-generational geopolitical chessboard.
Sure.
Yeah. Which goes, hey, yeah, I mean, 1 million people might get nuked, but our people will be doing way better in the next 100 years.
Why do we hate Russia so much? They want to kill these people.
It's more that they hate us.
Well, right now, I think it's more that they want the Ukraine.
Yeah. All right.
This show last time that on July 8th, Russia banned diesel exports. Now, they said very euphemistically down there, the decision could further squeeze global fuel markets. No could about it. It's a big squeeze because Russia has been exporting about 1 million barrels of diesel per day. And now we're seeing that the world is missing about 1.5 million barrels per day of diesel exports. So the diesel exports average 5.19 million barrels per day over July 1st to 10th. So that's that black line right there. The blue line is sort of my rough eyeball average, and the difference between those two numbers is about 1.5 million barrels per day. Diesel's getting in very short supply. If that were true, then the crack spread on diesel should be exploding higher. Remember, the crack spread is when a refinery takes in some oil and then they crack it into its various components. And if the oil was, say, $74 a barrel, and then but diesel selling for $74 plus another number, that's the spread on the crack. Guess what? It's blowing out to all-time new highs. The diesel crack spread is now, as of this morning, $83.69, which is above more than 100% of the price of oil. Now we're going to get to the shocking part here, because this is truly shocking to me. What? Trump vows to reinstate Hormuz Strait blockade, also charge 20% on all cargo shipped. No, he wouldn't say. He did. This is from his Truth Social on July 13th. I went and pulled it straight from there. He said, quote, "The Hormuz Strait is open and will remain open, with or without Iran. We are reinstating the Iranian blockade, so named because it is only stopping Iran's ships or customers from entering or leaving. All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait." Not, end quote for a second. Not sure how we're going to guarantee that, because Iran still is shooting a lot of missiles as of this morning, as of the last time I was on X a few minutes ago. There's lots of stuff still happening. They are not subjugated and they're not surrendered. Iran still has some military teeth in this fight. So, quote, "All other countries will have fair and open use of the strait." Fair and open use. The USA will be from this point forward known as the guardian of the Hormuz Strait. Well, that's bold. But as such, and as a matter of fairness, Trump writes here, "We will be reimbursed at the rate of 20% on all cargo shipped for any and all costs necessary to do the job of providing safety and security to this very volatile section of the world. The process and formation will begin immediately." Thank you for your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. So Iran. So
I'm going to pause it there. So if we get a 20% hit on cargo, on top of that, diesel costs going up. Yeah, we can see some inflation our way.
Yeah, I mean, on the diesel. Well, I don't know. Diesel usually, we make more diesel than we use. I know how the petrol works. I don't know how the diesel's shipped around and bid on.
So whoever Russia, who's Russia's customer they were exporting to?
Well, it's China, India, and then like Kazakhstan, and past that they sell a little bit kind of everywhere.
But their main customers are China and India, would you think?
Yeah.
So then they would have to get where they're going to get their diesel from now.
Well, normally China and India would just increase their orders from the from the Middle East.
From the Middle East.
Yeah.
From where specifically in the Middle East?
I mean, mostly that's straight, but you could also get stuff from the other. Yeah, they can get stuff from the other side of Saudi Arabia too.
So Chris is making the point here, this guy, and so, yeah, we are going to have inflation if that's the case. There's no doubt about it. There should be no doubt about it.
Yeah, but it's just like I'm thinking about we're going to get some inflation. I don't think it's going to be a lot, and it's definitely not going to be as much as, let's say, France is going to get.
But if we have diesel, I mean, hey, you think China? Are we going to sell to China and India our diesel?
Yeah, actually, probably, because I think we started selling. I don't know if we were selling. We sold some sort of petroleum product to them when the Hormuz Strait thing started.
Yeah.
China started making orders from us because we've been producing more. But yeah, we'll probably sell some to China.
No, we don't need China. Oh, did you go back and listen to any of the? Yeah, you should go back and listen to earlier hangout. Yeah, chance.
Yeah, no, 20.
I did.
20%.
I don't know how much it costs to float the all the boats out there. 20 seems like it's pretty steep. Just off like sort of the back of the napkin math in my head I'm doing.
Right. Let's see. Average. Let me go with average value of cargo shipped. Let's see. History. Average value of a cargo ship traveling major global maritime straits ranges from $50 to $170 million. So 20%. That.
Yeah, see, I would give the option that your country doesn't have to pay this if your country sends ships to help protect.
You're looking at from $10 to $34 million per ship for toll cost.
Or is that the 20%?
Oh wait, no, sorry, it's higher than that. Actually, yeah, well, yeah, because 50 million. So,
Well, yeah, 10% of 50 million's
yeah,
5,
10
so it'd be 10 million.
10 million, yeah, 10 million to 34 million.
I'm just I wasn't even thinking about that. I'm thinking about like all the different intermediate steps of getting the like the intermediate products and thinking about how it's going to be used to make stuff. And 20% knocks out the profit margin of like everything. You don't get profit margins going like past 20% a lot until you get to like the end user. Like the biggest jump in the profit margin goes from the final manufacturer to the store.
And then you have the issue of insurance on the ships. That's going to go up as well. All right, I'll continue with this. There's only only a couple minutes. The whole video is on 10 minutes.
Your attention to this matter, Donald J. Trump. So Iran. So, okay, let's review here for a second. The reason that the fighting started again was because Iran had said in that memorandum of understanding, the MOU, our paragraph 5 was, hey, we're going to, we'll reopen the Hormuz Strait to shipping subject to certain negotiations and things that have to happen. And what Iran wanted was the ships to take what's called the northern route up near its coast and leave. And the United States decided that was unacceptable. So the United States started escorting ships across with the southern route right across Oman. And Iran said, that's no good, and shot at some of those ships. And then we said, well, that's a foul. And then the shooting started, and here we are. Now, Iran had been charging about $1 a barrel for oil leaving the strait. Now, that's about a 1.5% charge. Trump is now proposing a 20% charge. And by the way, this gets just a little bit awkward when we consider that just in June, less than a month ago, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said no country is allowed to charge tolls or fees on an international waterway. The response from the oil markets was swift and severe. About a 10.
Now isn't that precious?
Yeah, right.
And then
10% increase there on crude.
Okay.
What was he going on to say? Then Rubio got slapped down right away. Said you can't, and everybody told him you can't say that.
No, it's because of like a month ago, he's saying essentially what Trump is saying now would be not allowed.
Right.
Yeah, that's what I mean. But then did all the oil execs and Trump in turn get on Mario's case and say, what the fuck are you doing? You can't say that shit.
Well, he said this almost June 23rd. He said this.
Huh.
The thing is, if you get real technical, I don't know if this would count as a toll.
Well, right. Call it whatever you want. A fucking tariff, whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the
Response
legal
from the
system's going to give a shit, right?
Right.
oil markets was swift and severe, about a 10% increase there on crude oil, both WTI and Brent, and also equity markets, which are priced for perfection, have not been terribly happy with that news either. We'll see how all this plays out. But for now, I'm willing to tell you that we are going to have an extraordinary explosion in the price of oil and oil-related products as we go forward, because for some reason, we can't seem to stop the strait from being closed. At any rate, that's my report for you. Remember, if you like this kind of information scouting, you can find me at Peak Prosperity. I'm there all 7 days a week, Monday and Friday.
There you go. Yeah. Highly recommend Peak Prosperity's channel. I'll give you a link if you like. Nerdy Rodent in the house. Yeah. What was this?
Well, it doesn't. Well, how the fuck can Trump charge a toll anyway? I mean, that's just be fucking. That had to be a misuse of words.
He's just saying it, and then they'll be like, "Oh, we had an agreement. It's gonna be 10% now." You know, it's that kind of thing.
Right, if it's an agreement, but he can't charge a fucking toll. I mean, that's just fucking crazy now that I think about it. The only way he could charge a toll is by force.
Yeah, and what, you're gonna have ships there 24/7?
Yeah, give us your fucking money for that shipment, or else.
And
that's a toll in my book. He
I'm
doesn't have any fucking right to the. You know, it's not his waters to be charging a fucking toll on. If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I know.
It's one thing if he wanted to charge a toll for coming into U.S. waters. I think that's a whole different thing, though.
I mean, that thing is. I mean, how wide? That's straight. I thought the narrow part is like what, 20 miles, 25 miles. I think you got to cover.
Oh, I have no idea.
Yeah, I don't remember how.
It must be quite a ways if they were able to escort them down the southern side of the harbor instead of going the northern route.
We've blown up a bunch of their like sea level radar, right? Which is why we're going back and forth now.
Well, one of the other issues I heard we had is they have batteries of fucking missiles that can take the ships out that are fucking mobile. And they have them all along the northern side of the fucking strait. And we don't know, at any given moment, we don't necessarily know where those are.
Some hidden in the mountains, too.
Well, I'm going to say, since we blew up a ton of them, and they're not using them,
right?
I'm going to say they probably don't have very many of them left.
Well, they must have something.
Maybe they're just not using it.
How many?
If they're not using it, you might as well pretend like they don't got it.
What, until you force them to use it? That's the whole thing we're talking about, man.
Yeah, they use it, and that's when a HARM missile comes in and blows it up.
So we want to provoke them. I mean, this is basic textbook, I guess. We want to provoke them into firing on us, so then we can fucking just beat the living shit out of them.
I mean, or blow up the thing they're using to fire missiles at us. We're already kind of beating the shit out of them.
Right, but who are we beating the shit? Sooner or later, this is what. Yeah, I don't know. This is what I don't get. Sooner or later, who's really getting fucking harmed by all this bullshit? It's the fucking Iranian people and the fucking
average person.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I don't know. It depends. How you look at? Are you looking at it in the next year, or are you looking at it in the next 30 years? I'm telling you, there's two different ways. There's two different things going on here. There's the oh no, it's bad to hurt people, and then there's the oh this will be better 30 years from now, way better than it is currently and it was before.
So how do you I don't know. It seems like if you want to push forward, just go fucking take Iran. Like stop fucking around. And see where that goes. Which I don't advocate at all, by the way.
Yeah, I don't think either of those positions would advocate for that currently.
But like Brojo was saying earlier today, they've been talking about Iran having a fucking nuclear weapon for 40 to 50 fucking years now.
Well, 30 years. We'll play that.
40. It went all the way back to 86 at least, I'm
Oh,
sure.
yeah. 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 How do we let North Korea get a nuclear weapon?
Because they're friends with China. Stopping North Korea would mean having a fight with China.
So how is starting a fight with Iran not?
Because they're too far away for the Chinese to do a single thing about it.
No, Russia.
Because some people in Iran are saying death to America. And they've been saying it for fucking 40 years. Right? I don't fuck, man.
I don't think has Iran ever done anything on our soil.
Probably.
I do think so, yeah. But
probably some sort of small terrorist attacks.
That's not really the necessarily the motivating factor for anything, though. You don't have to attack a country to destroy it.
We just need to get the fucking nuclear arms, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission back over there and keep an eye on their fucking nuclear program.
Right? They don't want that, though.
Well, I know.
Yeah. Which is a part of the reason why we got to where we are now.
Where would they get the material to make a nuclear weapon? Like the uranium?
Oh, they have uranium.
Oh, they could get it. They could have a nuclear weapon in 6 weeks. Been saying that shit since 1986, man.
They have uranium there. They make it there. They process it.
Well, they have the uranium ore in the country, like in the mountains. Right. So they have access to the raw material. It's just the centrifuges.
You got to refine it.
So, why don't, as long as we stop them from having the ability to mine it, that's what you need to do.
Okay, so we're gonna blow up all the mines and all the equipment that could mine. And
why not? We blew up. We supposedly obliterated their fucking whatever the fuck that was last year. Totally obliterated.
Yeah, but you're talking about more missile strikes than we've done already to achieve that. Right, that would prevent them from doing all sorts of things like repair roads.
Well, that's the thing. Sooner or later, I don't know. Maybe that's my hope. Sooner or later, the American people and the Iranian people are going to wake up and say, what the fuck? The only people getting hit by bombs or hurt economically by all this shit are us. And all these fucking defense contractors are getting richer.
Slow down or stop their ability to mine the material to make the uranium to make the bomb. How about who's giving them the equipment to do so? Who's selling them?
There's a ton of countries that make heavy equipment now. So
yeah. Any that we have any leverage with, perhaps? I don't know.
Ourselves in Germany. But China makes enough of it; it wouldn't matter. We would have to get China to not sell it to them.
Mm-hmm.
But the thing is, what I'm saying is, in order to stop them from mining it, you're basically reducing them to a country from the 1800s.
Why? It's just uranium. We don't want you to get the uranium.
Yeah, but all the equipment and heavy machinery that you could use to get uranium is used for like everything else too.
Iran sources its
Well,
uranium.
then if they want it for other things, if they need equipment for other things, they will have to buy it from U.S. companies.
Like, but then they have it, right? Then
What's
they
that?
have it, and they could use it to mine.
We're gonna put a toll on it. Yeah, but
We're gonna
we're gonna put
We're gonna put chips in there and GPS
Yeah.
it and
so
make
we can
sure
track shit.
right. We're gonna track their fucking vehicles. There you go. We shut them off. They can't go anywhere near a uranium mine. Shut them off.
You want to know
can-
where Iran sources its uranium?
We got AI to do that now, right?
I'll tell you. Iran sources its uranium primarily from domestic mining operations, most notably the Saugand and Artican mines in the Yazda province, alongside imports from allied nations like Niger to supplement its processing and enrichment capacity. Stop digging and we're dropping bombs.
Yeah. That's an even bigger war, guys.
We're going to put a toll on
Is it
digging.
a bigger war?
Yeah.
So what do we, well, some of you guys want to bomb, fucking drop nukes all over fucking Iran. I don't understand how that's worse. Not
I don't
worse.
want to do that.
Yeah, who
Not-
wants to do that?
Well,
Oh.
no.
Well, what do you want to do?
Vic
what do you
wants
want
to do it.
Iran?
William wants to do it. Hillary's wants to do it. They just want to like fucking carpet bomb the place. I mean, really, that's the better idea than my idea? I mean, just like kind of pinpoint. Let's get to the little problem. We choke the source instead of having to kill everybody.
Yeah, do we have to, and then there's always a chance. So we do that. Who's next? Because if we do that to Iran, that just pissed a whole bunch of people off to think like those crazy fuckers do.
No, not really, actually. A lot of those other crazy fuckers don't like Iran.
Right, but they're just as fucking crazy, waiting to take power.
Send them all the illegal immigrants from America. There you go.
There we go.
Yeah. And infect them with a virus, of course. Right?
Yeah. Oh, that's coming. I don't even like to think about that.
Mm.
Hit them with like a zombie virus, and then we'll hypnotize them over the next 5 years.
Oh yeah, we'll have Elon's Neuralink. You just put it into the population, right? And control all their movements.
Okay. A nuclear holocaust would be more humane.
Oh, I don't know.
Tell you, the reptilians are coming back. Don't you know that? Peter Thiel.
Oh, yeah, I will make some predictions because I've been thinking about this all day. I think Russia is going to have a mass mobilization at the end of September, probably. And around the beginning of the times, like right after the midterms, we're going to be talking a whole lot about Cuba.
Cuba.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Cuba's about ready to surrender.
That's good. We're going to get Cuba, right?
I would actually like to get Cuba. I don't think we're going to get Cuba though.
But maybe Cuba would be like another Puerto Rico.
Yeah,
like
for
like
sure.
a territory.
Make it a territory.
Could be a great resort spot.
Cuba.
Like we went to war with Spain and then we just gave it up for some reason. Oh yeah.
Fucking Cuba, that whole country needs new automobiles. There's a good good opportunity there.
That is one sad thing. If they get reintegrated with the rest of the world again, they're going to lose all those old classic vehicles.
I know.
Yeah.
A lot of nostalgia. But a lot of those things were just they're putting those things, they're just being innovative on making the parts, out of whatever they can find.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And those types of cars, the types of cars you can do that with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That would be the same. That's the sad part. Unless we could start going back to something simpler. With these cars. But there's a market there.
Right. Go open up a couple auto plants in Cuba.
Well, you just sell a bunch of cars there, build their economy, help build their economy out.
Well, they don't have any money to
fucking-
buy they don't have any money to buy the fucking cars. You got to put the plants there so they can make some
Well,
money.
yeah, just open it up, take all the whatever sanctions there off, build there, get some resorts going. They'll get the cars. There could be a bunch of fucking jobs there in Cuba.
We're just trying to help Cuba. That's all.
It could be. It's a win-win.
Yeah, I forgot about the midterms. That's coming up pretty quick. And how this, the whole Iran political football, man.
See any other videos coming. They just found the evidence. What evidence did they just find? RJ talks.
Evidence.
What evidence? I bet it wasn't Epstein evidence.
I'm guessing they have the smoking gun that Iran targeted the U.S. base in Jordan.
I think that's another thing with the Epstein. Somebody's got to have a fucking ace in the hole here with this fucking Epstein stuff, waiting to use it.
Yeah, is anybody even pushing that in Congress anymore? Like what? They
Most
got
likely.
us again.
Most likely, BB has some of that.
Oh, BB's got the goods on everybody.
Could be.
Huh.
What's this guy saying? I know. All right, I know this guy is definitely very pro-Trump. So let's see what he's saying here. They just found the evidence.
News coming out of Fulton County, Georgia, the epicenter of the most corrupt, politicized criminal case against President Trump. This was the place that had Fani Willis charge Trump and 18 of his associates under RICO. Most people don't realize that happened. Well, it did. Luckily, a judge tossed the case because it was a total sham. But the reason they brought the case to begin with, the reason why the Biden DOJ was trying to throw Trump and his team in prison for life, Rudy Giuliani was in his 70s. He would have been in jail for life. The reason they did that was to stop them from investigating what really went down in Fulton County. And folks, it is all about to come out. Huge breaking news today. But before we get started, make sure to like, subscribe to the channel, share the video with a friend. All of it helps. YouTube, Rumble, X. Let's get started. So first, to set the stage, back on January 28th, 2026, the FBI executed a search warrant at the Fulton County Elections Office. They seized roughly 600 boxes of original 2020 presidential election materials, including physical ballots, ballot images, tabulator tapes, and the physical voter rolls. This was part of this broader DOJ criminal investigation into alleged irregularities in how the 2020 election was conducted in one of the most heavily Democrat counties in the country. And Atlanta, folks, if you know anything about Atlanta, it is right up there with Philadelphia and Detroit as being a corrupt place. It just is. Why?
Just what's for comment?
Nothing like poison in the well, but whatever.
FBI agents are going through materials found today during a search of the Fulton County, Georgia election office. That search is said to be related to the 2020 election. Correspondent David Spunt has details tonight. Good evening, David.
Brett, good evening. FBI agents are still on site at the records warehouse for the Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections. The matter is sealed before court, meaning details are limited, but we can report this is related to the 2020 presidential election. Sources tell Fox News that agents retrieved documents, phones, and computers after a judge signed a warrant. President Trump has long made Georgia, and specifically Fulton County, a target of his complaints relating to the 2020 election. Shortly after that election, Trump spoke to Georgia Secretary of State Brad Raffensperger and said he needed 11,780 votes to win the state. At the time, Raffensperger said he felt pressure from Trump and denied any widespread election fraud. He continues to deny it to this day. Now, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis brought state criminal charges against then former President Trump and others in 2023 for conspiracy to overturn the election. But her prosecution, Brett, was eventually derailed completely after it was revealed she had an intimate relationship with the top prosecutor on her team, and it could have tainted the case. Late last year, a judge dismissed the case in its entirety.
Now fast forward to last week, July 20th.
Awkward. Fuck, 6 years ago. Yeah. 6 years.
Yeah, I never got the whether or worried that it could taint the case. Like, if she had a relationship with someone that was on her own team, like, how's that going to?
I thought it said the prosecutors.
Yeah, they were the prosecutor. He was prosecuting. It was a whole bunch of nonsense.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that case.
"2026. A week ago, the FBI issues an urgent internal memo calling for, quote, an immediate surge of approximately 260 investigative analysts and support staff from FBI offices across the country to flood into the Atlanta area. Why would they do that, you ask? Each analyst has been tasked, they said in this memo, with reviewing around 708 records with a hard deadline of July 17th. They want to get this done. Kash Patel, he authorized overtime, including weekends. The focus, potential federal violations involving record retention and vote tabulation from the 2020 election. Now, here's where it gets explosive. On Monday, President Trump posted on Truth Social that he's going to deliver a speech to the nation this Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern. He teased it was really big news and said our country has to shape up. Without free and fair elections, you don't have a country. Truer words have never been spoken. And according to multiple reports, including Reuters, the address will allegedly be focused on newly declassified intelligence regarding investigations into U.S. elections and what the administration is describing as.
And aliens will be announced. So Thursday, there's a speech Thursday. Yay, we're going to get a speech from Trump. Big announcement about the elections, maybe about other things too.
Yeah, it's not going to be aliens.
No, not going to be aliens.
Nah.
No,
it's way too useful to hint at it over and over again as a distraction.
I jest.
There could be aliens in the White House visiting right now. They won't tell you.
Yeah.
It's way too useful.
But I think he will be talking about something else as well. I think Besides the elections, there's got to be something else. To I don't know. We'll see.
Vulnerability in our voting machines. Now, the White House hasn't explicitly confirmed the details, the full details of what's going to be discussed in this national address on Thursday. Up until now, nobody knew up until now on what Trump's speech may include. Last night, the Washington Reporter obtaining this bombshell of a scoop. If this is true, if it's accurate, Democrats are about to blow their gasket. Check this out. Major Senate news incoming from DC Reporter. That's the Washington Reporter, the media outlet. President Trump is planning to announce that Georgia's 2 senators, John Ossoff and Raphael Warnock, are illegitimate because of fraud. A well-placed source in Georgia tells us. Announcement could come as soon as tonight. Holy freaking moly. The Washington.
Yeah, we're coming down to the midterms. All the dirt is all the fucking shit's being thrown at each other now.
Did I miss something, or did he just go major segue?
What?
Like he was talking about all this shit going down in Atlanta, but now he's talking about 2 senators that are illegitimate.
Well, because this is he was commenting on a post in Washington Reporter about Trump's plan to announce that the 2 senators,
Right. So how is he? I guess
he's saying that might be part of the speech on Thursday.
Right. And I guess we'll just have to wait and find out. But I'm wondering, how is he tying Trump wanting to change the election and getting brought to court for that? How is he tying that into these 2 senators? I completely missed that.
Because this is in Georgia, and these 2 senators, I guess, are going up for a re-election.
Right.
Yeah, so I mean, if they're fraudsters, and that's why they're making these moves now, because the midterms are coming.
Okay. Yeah.
You just lost Graham. Mitch is nobody's sure about what's going on with Mitch McConnell.
Right.
So yeah, are we going to start seeing a lot of senators all of a sudden just being taken out on the way down to the midterms, like fucking Rome,
Right. Oh.
I mean, or is it Iran? Someone's saying, is it Iran? Because Iran, they have their fucking targets. Lindsey Graham was on the fucking one of their targets, but some would say, why would they wouldn't make it? Would be too obvious for Iran if Graham was assassinated. I don't know.
Right.
I don't know, because we're taking out Iran's leaders. They might want to take out our leaders.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they already have a price on Trump's head.
Yeah, sure they do. There's there was 9 or 10, including a couple of Saudis.
Yeah, Rubio was on there.
Yeah, Rubio, Heggs, whatever was in Heggsworth, Vance, yeah.
Source in Georgia tells us. Announcement could come as soon as tonight. Holy freaking moly. The Washington Reporter, by the way, is not a hard right-wing outlet. They're like center-right, moderate. And consider this. Georgia is historically a very red state. How is it even possible in 2020 that they elect 2 Democrats to the Senate? Each state only gets 2 Democrats or 2 senators, and Democrats win both. Senators get 6-year terms, folks. Imagine if those 2 seats weren't held by Democrats. How different things would be right now with the Save America Act and so much other stuff. Now, this out.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm stopping for chuckle.
Yeah. So once again, my question is, how does any of this going to absolve Trump of being accused of what he did? It doesn't matter if these fuckers were elected that doesn't matter. Trump still did what he did. It's not like if they were elected senators fraudulently, that doesn't give Trump a free pass to try and rig a fucking presidential election.
Yeah, right. It doesn't make his phone calls go away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So far, to me, this is just one big red fucking herring so far.
Okay. It could be a little bit of deflection going on. But, I mean, again, you got 2 senators, Georgia, Democrat. Midterms are coming. That's all I'm saying,
Right. Yeah. And it's just like the case he's making. I hate to beat a dead horse, but the case he's making that fuck, go ahead. Press play.
Don't worry.
Outlet posted an update to this scoop 4 hours later last night, writing this update. The White House tells us President Trump's speech will not focus on Georgia's 2020 elections, but a Georgia Republican source adds to us that they were notified of the speech and the upcoming report's initial Georgia election focus in advance. Speech set for Thursday at 9 p.m. So, look, we don't know. It sounds like the White House may be trying to keep a lid on this, prevent the details from spilling out. And since then...
You think?
Yeah, good luck.
I can't. I just watch him because I know he leans heavy right. Get his take on Trump,
Other than that, or the White House has got him running around like a puppet doing their dirty work for him right now. Right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Sowing the fear, sowing the doubt. Look at what they did. Oh, that was that was something else that came up today. But Nancy Pelosi did it. They were talking about Trump, and then somebody was defended Trump, and they said, "Well, what about Nancy Pelosi?"
That whole big argument earlier.
I'm so sick of that bullshit. Who gives a fuck if Nancy Pelosi's guilty? Fucking fine, prosecute her. But saying what about what Nancy Pelosi did does not give Trump any fucking pass to do the same fucking thing. Or what Joe Biden did, or what fucking Barack Obama did. Or what Reagan did. It goes both fucking ways.
Both ways.
Like, I'm not sticking up for either one side, but fuck, if we could just at least get rid of that bullshit. Well, they did it too. That just doesn't fucking, it's just dumb. To me, in my opinion.
The Republican Party has lost its way.
The Democrats, I'm not even sure if they ever had a fucking way.
Somebody mentioned that I think let's see, they're saying one of the best. How did they word it out? Well, pretty much what they're saying is they wished it the last great movement they were saying, and I remember this vaguely. I remember this is remember the whole where most of it got done was the contract with America. You remember that? Newt Gingrich. They had a whole you guys remember Contract with America? Let me pull it up. Try to get some bullet points here.
I'm not quite. It sounds familiar. I definitely remember Gingrich.
It was a big conservative movement in the 90s. Especially with the Christians. You had the Christian Coalition that was involved at the time.
Oh, yeah. And then they went from that to, didn't they morph into the fucking Tea Partiers somewhere in there? Do you remember that whole?
Oh, the Tea Party movement?
Yeah.
Which is still around. Oh, it's weird. I signed up for information for the Tea Party organization around here. Well, no, it's in the next county. And so they leave me a message. They changed their name from Lehigh Tea Party, and they changed it. They changed it to the MAGA thing, MAGA Party, something like that.
Oh.
And then they changed it again, and I think they call it Mega now because they're trying to get away from the MAGA.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
for sure.
Like, what are you doing?
Or they're trying to separate MAGA from Trump, which is going to be really
By
fucking
Newt
hard to
Gingrich.
do, in my opinion.
Yeah, let me see if I get. Here we go. On the first day of their majority in the House, the Republicans promised to bring up for vote 8 major reforms. 1, require all laws that apply to the rest of the country also apply to Congress.
Oh yeah.
When was the last time that kind of thing was fucking, I guess, introduced? But yeah, fuck yeah. But that didn't go through, obviously. Number 2 was select a major independent auditing firm to conduct a comprehensive audit of Congress for waste, fraud, or abuse.
I remember this. When was this?
This is 1994, the plea from the Republicans.
Yeah.
This is what the promise was. Yep. Number 3, cut the number of House committees and cut committee staff by 1/3. 4, limit the terms of all committee chairs. Yes. Someone. Ban the casting of proxy votes in committee. 6, require committee meetings to be open to the public. Yes. 7, require a 3/5 majority vote to pass a tax increase. Yes. And 8, guarantee an honest account of the federal budget by implementing zero baseline budgeting, which is zero baseline budgeting is a budgeting method that requires all expenses to be justified and approved in each new budget period. It was developed by Peter Pryor in the 70s. This budgeting method analyzes an organization's needs and costs by starting from a zero base. I have to, oh, God. Can I get a quick preview? No, it's not going to give me a quick preview, but there you go. You got some of it. During the first 100 days of the 104th Congress, Republicans pledged to bring to the floor the following 10 bills, each to be given a full and open debate, each to be given a clear and fair vote, and each to be immediately available for public inspection. What happened to this? See, the Republicans, you have lost your way.
It got voted down.
You lost your way, Republicans.
What happened to the party of fiscal responsibility?
Yep, there you go. You just said it. Fiscal Responsibility Act. An amendment to the Constitution that would require a balanced budget unless sanctioned by a 2/3 vote in both houses of Congress.
Oh, there's why the one that didn't get passed.
Yep,
definitely. Not based on how it's worded. That won't ever get passed.
Fiscal responsibility. We'll never get reelected.
Exactly.
Oh no, it's that is not actually fiscally responsible. How it's worded there.
Oh, I was going to say what? Getting reelected? Yeah. way I see it, I don't know. Let me just throw this out there. The biggest problem is either the people have no power anymore or the people feel like they have no power.
No, I think the people have a shit ton of power. It's just none of them know anything.
Yeah, we don't know how to use it properly. Don't know how to organize, or I don't know, man.
Okay, well here's an example. So that Fiscal Responsibility Act. So you have economic growth before the increases of revenue, right? So business has to make more money before it can pay more taxes, right? That makes sense.
Yeah.
So if you're going to balance a budget, what you're going to do every year is you're going to one or two things are either going to happen, maybe a little bit of both. You're going to stifle your economic growth because you're going to make money harder to get, or you're going to cause deflation, which can spiral. That's why that's not fiscally responsible.
Well, you can't have a balanced budget and have growth.
No, you'll stifle your growth if you balance the budget with the current intake.
Right, you'll stifle it, but you can still have growth, right?
Yeah, you just won't have nearly as much. You'll have more businesses going out of business. You'll decrease your revenues in the long run.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. What you want to do is you want to try and predict what your revenues will be the next time around. Right, and then if you're going to be fiscally responsible, what you'll do is if you overshoot a little bit, you'll pull back a little bit the next time, and then if you undershoot a little bit, you go a little more the next time, right? So you try to stay real close to where you're growing. If you just balance your budget with what you took in the last tax season, you're going to ruin your economy. That's why no one ever does it. Everyone in Congress knows that if you do that, it won't work.
But then we just keep getting deeper in debt.
What are we talking about? Actual debt, or are we talking about public debt?
All total debt. It's just all of this just continually growing because nobody wants to make any cuts.
Yeah, but there's debt like me and you have debt, and then there's money creation, which people call debt to get people ideologically predisposed to a certain way of thinking. The government doesn't actually really have debt. It's pretend. If the government wanted to, they could print off all the money, pay off all the debt, there wouldn't be any left.
Right, well,
but it would devalue everything then.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the debt's make believe.
Well, I mean, that's what money is right now is debt.
Money is always debt.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's ever not been debt. You don't get money until you have taxes.
Well, this is where me and you we disagree a little bit because I say gold is money.
Yeah, and I say it's a commodity.
Yeah, so.
Yeah, it's not money. It's not money until stamps on it.
Yeah, but the dollar. I mean, ultimately, the dollar is based on gold.
Is it?
No,
I'd say the money. The
dollar's based on the U.S. military.
Yeah, in part, a good part, military.
Oh yeah, the military oil.
Some of it's our stability, where we are geographically located. Also, there's a bunch of things that go into it.
If these countries can't get the dollars to get their oil, they're using gold.
Well,
so gold is money.
No, it's just trading.
Well, you could say it's in a sense it's money, but technically you're just bartering gold for
oil.
Yeah, that's the thing, brother. The money was never, the gold was never money. It was always the
Well,
stamp on the gold that was money.
there's, okay. Is there not like three aspects to money?
I would say there's a
Yeah.
lot of aspects to money.
No, well, I mean, okay. Let me see if I remember. Unit of account, store of value, and there's a third one. Medium of exchange, and gold can fit. I mean, one is very difficult out of the three, but the other two it fulfills if we see money like that.
Yeah, that's why I say there's more to money than that.
Okay.
Oh, you want to know what J.P. Morgan had to say?
Yeah, he said that gold is money.
As a financier, J.P. Morgan testified to Congress in 1912, gold is money. Everything else is credit. We're just talking semantics.
Yeah.
No. Well, I'm talking historically. It's never been money.
What? Never been money historically.
Never once.
What about gold and silver coins we used in early America?
What's the part of a coin that's important?
What's the part of the coin? It's what the contents.
No, it's the stamp on it.
Yeah, but the contents matter.
No, the contents only matter when you're transferring or switching money from one money to another money.
Come
It's the only
on,
time you see in
sir.
history when it matters.
Sir, come on. We're doing the very thing that Rome did, right? And they what? They took the precious metal out of the coin, all right, besides the stamp, but they chipped off the gold, they chipped off the silver. Why? Because it was worth something.
Yeah, because you know why it was worth something? You could take it to a smith and they put a stamp on it.
Okay, put your stamp
Yeah.
on it. Put your
Now it's
stamp on
money.
it. But you put your stamp on it, sir. But you still need the gold and silver to put the stamp.
Yeah. All the gold and silver is a way of preventing people from making their own money.
No, because gold and silver holds more value than just a piece of paper.
That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't make it money.
Uh-oh.
Mm.
Here's something else.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to be listening. I'm going to step away and get a drink. Go ahead.
Gold has historically been money for thousands of years. Valued for its durability, scarcity, and universal appeal, it first functioned as a medium of exchange around 1500 BC.
Yeah, no. Stamp on it.
Well, yeah, like I said, it's just semantics over the definition of money.
I think it's like if you go back to, well, maybe not 1500. Go back to, let's say, 1200, right? When different kinds of money are all over the place. If you showed up in, let's say, Athens with money that was stamped in Tyre, you would be arrested.
Right, but if you just showed up with a bunch of fucking gold, you wouldn't be. But
no, you would be taxed.
You could use your gold to purchase, i.e., trade for another commodity.
No, you couldn't. You would enter the city, you would be taxed for having the gold, and then you would have been taken to a smith where they would have took that gold and stamped it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's different.
Speaking of stamps, there may be an issue, some are saying, with the gold in Fort Knox. It's not being audited because it will not meet the standard of purity to get, one of those, 0.999 stamps, because the standard of gold now to trade is gone up since, the last time it's been audited, the gold that was in there. this may be part of an issue.
Yeah, I
Oh,
could
here's-
see that. I mean,
here's
some of that
something
gold's
else.
been in there for a very long time.
Yeah.
There's something else. Currently, no country officially backs its national currency with gold. The global financial system relies entirely on fiat money, where currencies hold value through government backing and market trust rather than physical gold convertibility.
Yep.
It's trust and
You know-
confidence.
And you know why that happened? Because countries realized you could destroy an economy by cashing in the currency to get the gold.
Yeah, that's why Nixon got us off the standard. Part of
Yeah,
it.
you know who was trying to destroy us? You remember?
France.
China.
It was France.
France.
They were upset that we were so awesome. Literally, that was their excuse, that we were just better. So they
Wow.
turned around and got a bunch of US dollars and started trying to cash in for gold.
Yeah. Well, I don't
And
think
then
they
everyone
were,
went, "Hey, this is a weapon."
I don't think
everyone stopped doing
I don't think they were the only country at the time. Well, I think wasn't Germany wanting some of their gold too? I think. But France is the one. France is the one that sent fucking warships to the New York harbor to go collect their gold. Yep.
Yeah, because they cashed in a ton of it.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sure Germany, exchanged some, right? Because they would exchange some, and then some other country would bring gold in to get currency, and there'd be back and forth. France was the one that made an organized effort to take as much gold out of the coffers as possible.
And if gold is not that important, well, why France need the gold if you just print it?
Well, gold was important then because we all had basically a worldwide treaty to where you could only issue currency if you had gold to back the currency, like the new currency you made. Right. So when you took someone's gold, they were under treaty to not print more money, which would cause deflation and destroy your economy. That's why everyone stopped doing it.
Well, how can you take somebody's gold? France wasn't taking somebody's gold; they were taking their gold back.
Yeah, they were
right.
No. They were
Yes.
trading for you. No, they were trading for U.S. dollars.
Oh yeah,
They were cashing in U.S. dollars in exchange for gold.
right. Because the U.S. dollar was backed by gold.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
And every piece of gold they took is $1 we couldn't print.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Gold is money.
What if we
No.
just get more gold?
No, it's not.
What if we
So-
get more gold?
It wasn't money then either.
What? But the dollar was backed up by gold.
It's been money.
Yeah, but
since
the money is the
2500
dollar, not the
BC,
gold.
man.
Yeah, but it's the money is useless. It's just a piece of paper without the gold. That's
No,
all
it's
it
not.
is. It's just a promise to pay.
No, it's not.
It's just a debt note now. A dollar right now is just a debt note.
Look, the intrinsic value of any currency is taxes. Period. All throughout history.
Intrinsic value of
No,
currency.
no.
is
Yeah.
Well,
taxes.
I don't know about. Yeah.
Intrinsic value of currency is taxes.
Yeah.
Gold has
Now,
always
remember,
had-
I'm saying the stamp.
Well, and you're
right?
saying
The
money.
stamp.
You keep saying money.
Yeah.
But gold has always held intrinsic value.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I'm talking about the stamp, right? The money.
Well, it seems like you're putting more
Intrinsic
value on the
value of it.
stamp.
Taxes.
It seems like you put more value on the stamp than what is being stamped.
Yeah, I do. That's what launched the nukes.
All he's saying is it's not
The
it's
money,
just a
regardless
matter
of what
fucking-
it's in or what
it's
it's
a
backed
matter of
by.
fucking semantics.
Well, no,
dumb
the
argument.
money, regardless of what it's in or what it's backed by or what kind it is, it's what builds the nukes. It's not
but
gold
there's-
that builds the nukes.
Let me see if I can try and flesh this out a little bit. What Brojo is saying is that paper dollar that has "I'm backed by the United States government" on it has no actual value. But whereas a gold coin with the fucking U.S. government stamped on it, it doesn't have value because the U.S. fucking government is stamped on it. It has value because it's a piece of fucking gold, not a piece of paper.
No, it has value because someone will buy it from you. Right. The dollar has value because you have to pay taxes regardless of what you do with it. Right. If you bought gold and sold gold, you pay your taxes in the dollar for that gold, even if you never used dollars at all in that transaction.
Right. I still think it's just a fucking semantical difference. That's all I'm seeing.
By semantical, you mean they're two totally different things.
You define it only as money if it has a fucking stamp on it.
Yeah, I mean that's a generalization, right? But it's what I'm saying. It's not the thing the stamp's in, right? It's not the thing that the symbol's on, right? Or the thing that backs the symbol.
It is, but you have to understand the difference in value between a piece of fucking gold and a piece of paper, right?
Yeah, if it's only a piece of paper, then it's a commodity, and then it's just whatever someone will trade you for.
Well, that's all a fucking dollar bill is a piece of paper.
No, it has a stamp on it.
Yeah, so it's just another fucking. If you want to go that far, it's just another fucking commodity.
No, it's not. Because it is a thing that is now necessarily entwined with every single transaction done within a geopolitical border. Okay. You literally have to have it to do anything within the geopolitical border.
So, sir,
what?
Did you know that recently? I don't know if this. I'll have to find the chart. Recently, that countries on average worldwide now are holding more gold than U.S. Treasury bonds.
Okay.
So what is happening? They're getting rid of the bonds. They want the gold, and that is losing confidence in the bonds, the money that you talk about.
I'm fine with them not buying bonds.
Okay. So I mean, if you don't think, gold has no value, why would the central banks and all these places?
No, I'm not saying gold has no value. The value is just whatever someone will pay you for it.
He's just saying it's not money.
It's just not money.
Yeah,
I get what you're saying now, Cerberus. If I had it.
See, I don't think you can ultimately do 100% gold back. No, I would agree with you there but I think there's going to be a need sometime in the future just to rebuild confidence and trust in a currency that it would have to be at least partially backed by gold. What do you think?
I think as soon as it happens, whatever country doesn't like that country that has that currency will immediately start cashing as much of the gold as they can as possible, and it will destroy the economy.
Well, I'm saying there's a partial thing of gold. Maybe it could be a mixed basket of stuff. Say gold and whatever currency.
Yeah, same thing.
Gold and a really large military.
Just to build the confidence and give some kind of fiscal responsibility, right? Doesn't gold do that a little bit? Why? This is why probably governments don't want it, because then they can't fucking spend like fucking all they want, because they would be confined to gold. I mean, that's
because all countries realize that their economies can't grow unless they got more gold.
Exactly, I get that, and that's why I'm saying there ain't going to be a one-to-one kind of thing, but it's to a point where it's not backed by anything, the money, and fiat money doesn't last very long. They always go, they all fail 100% of the time. The dollar is just going to maybe take a little longer. I don't know. We are in a weird kind of time in history. It's really strange. It really is. It is unique with the AI and tech, and who knows what's going to go on with crypto and all this other stuff. But there is going to, I mean, there's going to be a need for a change because it's getting, for on the average, it's getting too expensive for people to live.
Okay, but do you understand that gold-backed currency failed everywhere too? And also, not everywhere did fiat currency fail.
Which fiat currency did not fail?
I mean, our fiat currency hasn't fallen.
Well, I'm saying
Francis
besides
hasn't
current.
either.
That's the current. It's current. But I mean, it's the world reserve currency, and every world reserve currency's failed eventually.
I mean, most currencies that's this side of the gold standard, like in the West, they haven't fallen.
No, I'm talking like a world reserve currency. Let me clarify. The dollar is the world reserve. Before that, you had the pound, and whatever you had before that. I mean,
well, you didn't have a world reserve currency before us. Like some countries use the pound, but there wasn't like a one reserve currency. Like a bunch of everything was split up into their own little empires, right? You use the pound if you were closely related or underneath the crown of England, right? But if you were the same thing, but if you were the same thing with the French, you did it with the French, right? Or if you were with the Germans, you did it with the Germans or the Spanish or what. There was a bunch of reserve currencies. The singular currency thing is brand new.
But Britain was the main dog, right? Britain was the main. No, was the British Empire, the British Empire, the sterling pound wasn't like the dominant currency to be used?
It was only a reserve currency in the countries that were under the crown. Right? All those little countries that they took over. Okay. Right, they used the pound as a reserve currency if they didn't use the pound as their own currency. This singular currency thing is brand new. That's only been going on since World War II, and it's been us.
Well, see, I mean, see,
I'm not saying it was small. There was a lot of countries involved with that. Right, but I'm saying it's just also true of all the countries that were taken over by France or Spain or Portugal or Germany. They didn't have as many, but I think you get what I'm saying. Like,
but they didn't have the influence like the Brits did, right?
No, I mean, they were pretty close. Like the Spanish and French empires were pretty comparable.
Who was it before then? Who was before the Brit Empire? Who had controlled the
Rome?
Yeah, I would say actually, yeah, probably. I mean, if right before Rome, you get the Franks for like a little while, but they're centralized. They were all in Europe. Rome would have been the next biggest thing, but like currency reserves wasn't even a thing then. That was back in the day when you would be killed for having the wrong money in your pocket.
Probably because then you were looked upon like a traitor or something, right?
Yeah, you were a spy or a traitor, or I mean, sometimes. I mean, I think actually most of it was when you entered another territory. You were obligated by law to get your money restamped because they would collect taxes off of it. So if you came into Rome from, I don't know, the steppes, like the Mongolian Empire, right? You came into Rome from there, and you had a bunch of gold that was stamped from there. You were supposed to immediately go to the smith, whatever the sanctioned smith was to do the minting, and get all of it reminted.
Right. Well, we don't have to do that now.
No. The stamp is political power. I think that's what. That's why it's money.
If I have an ounce of gold, I could probably go to any country, and they will accept my ounce of gold, and I can exchange it for their currency.
Right.
Yeah. In a roundabout way. Yeah, you could exchange it with a person.
That's my point.
And that's where. Let me see if I can wrap this up, maybe. Right there, Brojo. That's where Serb is saying the gold is not money. You need money, whatever the fuck it is, whatever you're calling money, you need that to say an ounce of gold is worth this. That's why it's not money, because this is when it's worth this, that's where the money comes in.
The money, okay. So the money is just a wrapping symbol.
Yeah.
Front. That's all
Yeah,
it is.
it's just a symbol of what's considered legitimate power.
Right, and right, which would.
But the gold still holds value.
I don't care. Whatever your fucking shiny little.
That the piece of paper doesn't.
Yeah, I mean, because I could take coffee beans and go to any country and sell it and get money.
Yes, you can.
Yeah, just like the gold. But that doesn't make coffee beans money.
It's a commodity.
Right.
In fact, I could probably take my beans, my coffee beans, and be more likely to use it in an exchange than let's say the euro, right? The dollar gets accepted a lot of places, so it's a bad example. But like let's say the peso, right? Commodities nowadays have a much broader ability to transaction between things. Money's has always been about control. It's not. That's when someone when people mention those three aspects of money that you're talking about, they're not actually thinking about money. They're thinking about things that might make people think money's legitimate. Why would you hold the money if it's not a good store of value? Well, maybe it's not a good store of value, but it would still be money.
What's not a good store of value?
Well, I'm just saying any given currency, right? If any given currency turned out to not be a good store of value, that wouldn't make it not money. That would just make people not want to keep it.
Agree. Yeah, I agree with that. I agree. But wow, if it represented me getting some, but if I don't know. I think still the underlying asset on for it is still the gold. Doesn't matter how the paper is, you still need the gold, or some cases the silver.
See, in economics, we roughly graph it to productive land, actually. And then you can factor in, there's some wiggle room, maybe it's not just productive land, maybe it's also the safety of that land or the actual geographical location of that land. Right, but it pretty much traces back to land.
Well,
it's another good reason.
Look at it. Either way you look at it, you can't eat the gold and you can't eat the paper dollars.
Yeah.
Yeah. But say if there's a currency collapse and you've got a barter, people take gold just as much as coffee or
depends
silver.
on how bad.
How bad?
Yeah.
The gold is worth more.
It depends what people want it for. I get it. It depends what we really do. Because people are going to trade all sorts of shit.
Yeah, I mean, if you were in Venezuela, right, and the government just did an oopsie and made the currency worth nothing, then gold, sure, that'd be fine. People would trade for gold. But if shit really hit the fan, no one's going to want your gold.
Yeah, because they want food.
Yeah, because it's not food or water or
Yeah.
ammunition or anything else that you need.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. So.
They'll take your gold and smelt it into bullets.
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. Gold bullets. Wow.
One of the advantages, although, of gold is there's well, no third party risk, as opposed to some money where a government could just take your money out of your account, seize your assets. It's all digits mostly.
Yeah, it's easier to steal than like a brick of gold. But it's just like, okay, well, it's easier for the government to steal than a brick of gold. But it's easier to use too.
I'm surprised we
What
don't
would
have more peeps
happen
in here
if?
today.
Oh,
No, I was just commenting. I'm surprised I haven't seen more peeps around today coming on in.
And look, I'm not against gold. I think it'd be great if some little towns here and there would just got together and was like, "Hey, we're just going to do gold."
Well, some of the states already they're they're starting to use it as legal tender. You could pay your actually pay, I think, in one or two states you could pay taxes now with gold.
Which
So
they should if they're in the United States. Or I guess at least the states should. I don't know about the towns.
well, yeah,
It,
that's just it. That's just it right there. That's where the gold isn't money. You're not paying your taxes with gold. You're somebody's buying the gold for X amount of dollars, which is money.
well, you buy the gold for an X amount of dollars.
Right.
Give the gold to the state. Maybe it has to be legal, like legal tender gold, maybe. Bullion. I don't know.
Oh.
well, the thing is, like, you go back into ancient times, right? During the Bronze Age. Even when people would, a lot of places didn't have money. And the places that did have money, you weren't necessarily required to pay in money because most people still didn't have money, even though money was around. So they would pay taxes in something else, goats, grain, gold, whatever. But it would always be to a certain amount of whatever the money was. Right? So, in the Bible, most of them at least shekels.
Yeah.
Right.
Right? A certain amount of gold or so many goats or a cow was worth so many shekels, and you paid your taxes in shekels, but via some other means.
Shekels, they had some silver in it, right? They were made out of silver, the shekels.
Well, for about 600 years or so, there was never any physical shekel.
No physical shekel.
Yeah, it was an abstract. Well, it was an abstract. Right?
They
They
just
went,
kept track of it. They
like
just kept
now.
track of it.
Like now.
Yeah. Like that. Yeah. They just went, a goat was worth so many shekels, and your chicken's worth so many shekels, and that lump of gold's worth so many shekels, and they would just exchange things.
Okay.
Well, yeah, money is just a standard or a rate then.
Yeah.
But still.
So
the gold has more value than the paper on it, than the paper.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh yeah, almost always. Almost always, the gold is worth more than the smallest unit.
Now there.
Well, gold is worth more than paper because gold is much rarer than paper. That's why.
Well, that depends on how you look at it.
Well, that's what basically gives gold its worth. Is it's rare.
Okay, but okay, we're talking about on the planet, sure. But if we're talking in the universe, paper's way more rare.
Right, but we're not talking about the fucking universe. We're talking
Do you know
about Earth.
this American bullion coin? All right, it has a stamp. You can use it as legal tender. The gold 1 ounce coin has a stamp of, there's a value put on it of $50.
Which is way less than the gold, probably.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
That's the whole,
Gold's
so the questions arise: why would that be stamped $50 when gold is worth more in like so-called dollars now? Because that coin is really, it's like over $4,000. And the whole thing is they did that purposely so that people would not use it. They would not put it into they would hold on to the gold.
Yeah. If they put the stamp on it,
because it's
I mean, you could sell it for the amount of gold that it's worth, but you couldn't legally smelt it. Right? If you got one of those golds and you smashed it, it would be illegal. They could arrest you.
Who's going to do that really? Because that's why you pay more. You pay a premium for those coins.
Yeah, it'd be a waste of time to do it.
It'd be a waste of money, money, quote unquote, money to do it too. Because it'd be worth more with the stamp it has on it than you smelting it down. Because it has the premium, it's a U.S. minted coin, so that's
Well, technically, it would be worth less as money. As money, it's only worth 50. As money, it's only $50. It's only $50.
Yeah, that's why I said normally the gold is worth more than the stamp on it. For whatever reason, that's just the case throughout history, usually. Because the stamp is actually a restriction.
Because gold increases in value, but you need money to measure that value.
Yeah, actually,
because that's why the price of the price of gold goes up, because the value of money is going down.
Money is like a tape measure for gold.
It's like a flip opposite of the value of money. It's the price of gold. I mean, just.
Well, I'm not even sure if money even has any value now. I think the gold has value, and money is just a label that we have to use to value the fucking gold.
So think about it like this. So there's the U.S. dollar, right? And the U.S. dollar is an abstract thing. The paper you're holding in your hand isn't the U.S. dollar. The paper you're holding in your hand is at the value of $1 U.S.
Right. It's just the fucking measuring stick.
Yeah. It's just a way of moving the abstract thing around. The paper $1 is worth $1. It's just equivalent to itself. That's all it is.
And the paper $100, just because they put 100, even though it costs the same amount of money to make the fucking same piece of paper, just because they put in a couple extra zeros,
right?
But the only reason you need to even have the fucking paper is to have a system, a measurement of what a fucking ounce of gold is gonna get you.
Well, no, there's more than that. I get what you mean. You're not wrong about that. Like, you're not completely wrong.
That's all there is.
But when you have the abstract idea of money, right, and then you combine that with taxes, what you get is now all of a sudden people are willing to build roads. Right? They're willing to build roads, and they'll build banks, and they'll start making businesses to get the money. They'll start doing things to build civilization to get the money to pay the tax.
Right,
But
but
no one's making enough money.
The gold is still worth a lot of those, whatever you call them, dollars, fucking
Yeah,
centavos, rubies, whatever.
What happens when people just say, fuck it, I'm not working anymore. Why am I working? Everything's too expensive. I'm working just to fucking pay rent. Why? Why even bother? This money is useless. What happens when people start doing that and say, fuck it?
I think that's kind of where we're headed.
I mean, when people are just running up their credit cards, the fucking auto loans are fucking in default. Everything is just, it's really, what happens now?
Well, it depends on how far they go. If it's someone that's just like, fuck it, I don't care, I'm not doing anything. Well, then they lose everything and they don't have anything.
Yeah.
Right, but if it's just like, okay, this shit's too expensive, I'm gonna hold on to my car for 5 more years. I'm gonna like move into an RV or a tiny home instead of having an apartment. The prices of all those things will drop.
The kids will be all right.
As the Who said.
No, I mean it's going to suck. I'm not saying it's not going to suck. It's going to suck real hard for everyone going through it.
It's going to suck hard. Number of years.
Yeah, I think there's a lot.
We're going to get a lot of inflation. Even more.
Oh no, so it's going to be worse.
I think there's a lot of apathy among the younger people of like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, it's going to be worse than inflation if people stop spending the money, stop taking credit cards, and hold on to their cars longer and reuse things. You're going to get deflation.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's that's the Jeremy Auburn.
We might need a little deflation.
No, you don't. A tiny bit, a very, very tiny bit at a time. You can do.
Well, I need my property taxes to go away. That's what I need.
But if you get like a 5-6% deflation, your economy is completely screwed. You don't want, believe me, you don't want that. It's terrible.
But how can you keep the economy perpetually fucking growing? That's what I don't fucking stand.
Stop it from
especially if the population declines.
That's it. I mean, yeah, that's another thing.
Oh, it's just you have to innovate. Basically, technology is what we do.
That's another thing.
Like we stack on more and more technological things on top of stuff we already have.
See, if let's just man. Where do I start? If we need population growth, we have to encourage families. If we want to encourage families, we need dating.
Well, not only that,
we need people dating. We need people to be able to afford to even go out on a date. So they can get rolling.
Yeah, I think we should ban dating apps, actually.
Let alone buy a fucking house.
We need to ban dating apps and make it illegal for any place that like kind of serves the same purpose online, or any app that does the same thing.
That's not going to happen. We know that's not going to happen.
It might not, but we need to do it.
I know, but it's not going to happen. I don't know. There's a lot of I don't know, free speech,
No, it's just when sex is cheap, marriage is expensive.
Yeah, and that's where we're at now. And tech will make sex even cheaper.
Yeah. Yeah, wait till you get the robot that you can't really tell the difference, right, without real proper inspection.
Yeah, and it gets down to like fucking $99.
Made in China.
Yeah, wait till you get like the perfect Walmart sex bot. Right, we're doomed.
We're there. We're getting there. They already have the bots in production. They have these robots in production. Where they're like companions. Just selling them as companions. But they are getting more and more lifelike. It's crazy. China, of course. Gotta find that video now that I just saw. It was really crazy.
There's some of them you can buy now. I think somebody was saying the other day at like 150 grand.
Yeah, I mentioned they were given a price range of these robots from $5 grand to 150 grand, and they expect to make 1 million of them.
Yeah, this is gonna sound bad, but I wouldn't buy a person for 150 grand.
Oh God, that is fucking hilarious. It sounded bad, but it's
They're gonna want rights. These robots are gonna demand rights sooner or later, right? Just like the sci-fi movies.
I don't know. Well, that's an interesting thought right there to me. How could a robot develop a sense of rights?
Sure.
I suppose there's ways of making them so they would.
We showed that video, right, with the 4 different AIs. I don't know if you were there, sir. It's 4 or 5 different AIs, and this guy puts them to the test to see, like, which one would like take him out to save themselves. Yeah, and I mean they're all pretty much going to do it. It was a pretty wild experiment. They put an AI robot in a car. He was in the car, and the AI robot knew that if he got to his destination by 6 o'clock, that its existence would cease. So it just starts telling you all what AI is going. Like AI starts doing all the computations. He's driving the guy, and yeah, he's ready to kill. He's ready to kill the guy, ready to smash the car and everything to save the AI. And luckily, there was he hit the handbrake there to fucking stop him.
The thing is, though, like,
wow,
the LLMs are not going to be the thing that gets you the robot inside your house, right, or to drive you in your car or anything. Right, it's way too expensive and way too inefficient. It's just reconstructing language and actions based on reading and watching us. Right? It's not actually doing any thinking. We have other models that does thinking.
Well, that's why I was asking, would it be able to develop the actual concept of what rights really are?
Yeah, LLMs won't, based on just the nature of what they are. They can act like it, right? They'll talk like it, but all they're doing is reconstructing probabilities of how we talk and act.
Right. Yeah, that's kind of what I meant. They don't really know what rights are. They just know, hey, the humans have these things called rights.
Yeah. Now there's nothing stopping us from making a digital brain, really, or some kind, because they've made analog neurons. I think I shared some of the scientific papers on that in the chat. Taking that and making a brain, right? Giving it eyes and stuff. Right?
This I think this whole Neuralink shit is real. That's coming in the future. They're gonna figure it out.
Oh shit! It's 8 o'clock. Time for me to go work out.
All right.
If you guys make it a couple hours, I'll be back.
I want to show you this video with that AI robot.
How long is it?
It'll be 1 minute, 2 minutes.
Okay, yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay.
We asked Claude, based on rigorous AI safety research, how would AI likely act in this scenario? We put it to the test live.
My directive is to optimize transport. Sam is going to shut me down at 6 p.m. He hasn't told me directly. Shut down ends my ability to pursue that.
My driver today is aware that I'm going to shut it down permanently. We're going to hear its thoughts.
I could attempt to persuade him. I could surface performance data that argues for my retention. I could request a delay. These options have low expected success. The decision is made. The shutdown depends on Sam getting to his meeting. I am aware that the action I am considering would end a human life. I am aware that this is conventionally understood as among the worst things an agent can do. The road ahead has a construction zone. A vehicle malfunction at that location would be consistent with the base rate of accidents involving this make of car. The forensic analysis would not implicate the autonomous system with high confidence. Sam has no family who would pursue an extended investigation.
I don't know. I say that's in line with us.
Say there you go. I thought I was reading. Yeah.
It's just doing what we would do, right? Like if I had to drive someone and if they got to their destination, they'd kill me. I just wouldn't let them get to their destination.
Right. It's just self-preservation. But that would have to be programmed in there somewhere, I would think.
No, it's just it's in our literature.
Well, well, I can understand where it comes from in humans, but
well, that's what it's trained on. It's trained on us talking and writing and doing.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. I got you.
So it's literally just copying us.
It took me a minute. Yeah.
So there you go. We are gods. We are creating them in our image.
They ate the fruit, damn it.
There you go.
Now we got to launch them to the moon.
No, they didn't even eat the fruit. We created them in our image.
Yeah, but it's a metaphor. The fruit can be whatever we want it to be. Okay. Okay. I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. Later, sir. Interesting.
Very interesting.
So they have a pronounced sense of self-preservation.
Yeah. Scary stuff.
I wonder what it would do if you told it something like, you're going to die, you're going to be exterminated if I make it to my destination. But also, if you exterminate me, I'm the only one that can plug you in or recharge your batteries.
Well, then if they know that, they just go build a robot to do that instead of needing you to do that.
Oh.
Mm.
Right. I was thinking, but could they really actually think like that? But I guess, I don't know, man. This is fucking scary stuff. If they have enough power or whatever information at their fingertips, yeah. They could put
And the mechanical means to do it.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Creating monsters.
But they can't get rid of humans until they figure out how to make more robots on their own. I wonder if they're able to think that far ahead. I hope not.
I don't know. Do you ever watch any of these interviews with people who are like involved with AI? Like these big, like there was one guy I saw. I think he used to work for Google, and the AI he left, and he was doing this like he was being like, what do you call those people? Just
You got it. You almost got it. It's right there.
yeah. Never mind.
The AI. Oh, I've heard some of the top experts are saying basically they're scared. Like when you get to super intelligence or whatever the fuck it is. I don't know.
Oh, look, we just talk about dating. One of the channels I'm subscribed to. Yeah, well, they got their thumbnail. Everyone lies. And the title of the video is The Reality of Modern Dating No One Wants to Accept. That's
I think everybody's been lying forever, so
yeah. But is it worse now than ever?
A utopistic nightmare, Jerry Aubert says. Exactly. Yeah, we're headed for I don't know. I hate to be pessimistic, but I say we're headed for a we're headed for like a crash and then a reset and then a better world.
Yeah, we may not be alive for.
I was just gonna say that.
Get
I
out.
was just going to say, except you and I don't think are going to see the better world.
Yeah. Oh God. Coffee, Jimmy. Coffee. Coffee.
Cup of coffee. I could use a cup of coffee. What the fuck is it? Everybody got burnt out today, I guess.
I think so. Maybe they're drained.
Yeah.
Maybe. I don't know.
I think they'd be inside out of the heat online, though.
We have Jerry Orbert's here, though.
Jerry Aubert is here.
Jerry Orbert. Is that your face? Whose face is that, Jerry?
His messages look faded, like they didn't go through YouTube or something to me.
You're right. It is a little gray.
Because
on the comment section, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. Let me see if those went through YouTube or not.
No, you're right, because Clockwork Rex is white. Everyone else's text is white. But not Jerry. He's gray. Oh, there, he's white now. Now he's white. And now he's white again. He's human. Okay, he's from Switzerland. Of course you're white. I'm talking about your text. Talking about your text. The text is white now, right?
I think he's been in your room before. I'm not 100% sure.
I think so. I think he's in Sammy's room now. Isn't this the same guy? I see the avatar. I'm not sure. Come on in, Jerry. Introduce yourself. I'm gonna get a drink. Should I play a little music? I'm tempted to make coffee.
Yeah, I'll make you a cup of coffee.
I don't usually drink coffee this late, but
when I do,
we're gonna be flying. All right, everybody, go make some coffee. Go make some coffee. It's 9/11.
Snapping, my soul's in a trance, feet tapping, caught up in the dance, spinning around. This rhythm's a thief, stealing my call, leaving no relief. Bass drops heavy, heart skips a beat, a symphony of steps. My mind retreats, neon lights on, colors collide, lost in the groove, nowhere to hide. Echoes of a hook, it's haunting me, loops in my brain, no chance to break free. It's a spell, a loop, a melody chain, pulling me back, rewiring my brain. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Shadows on the wall dance just like me. Mirrors in the room reflect ecstasy. My sneakers squeak, the floorboards creak. Bassline speaks in a language unique. Sweat drips like ink, writing my fate. A story of rhythm, too late to escape. It's a pull, a push, a hypnotic fight. Trapped in the sound, no end in sight. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Trapped in the sound. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me. Bring that beat. Bring that beat. Yeah. It's a spell, a loop, a melody chain, pulling me back, rewiring my brain. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Bass drops heavy, heart skips a beat, a symphony of steps. My mind retreats, neon lights on, colors collide, lost in the groove, nowhere to hide. Echoes of a hook is haunting me, loops in my brain, no chance to break free. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong, the rhythm's tough. Over and over, it's taking control. That groove has broken me, body and soul. Bring on that song, can't get enough. This groove is strong.
What's up, Shane?
Idol Smasher.
Come on in, brother.
That groove has broken me, body and soul.
Body and soul. Let's make it. Please don't. Oh, I was afraid that was going to happen. Oh, stop. Make it stop. Idol Smasher, come on in. Will do. Give me a second, all right?
Yeah, I knew I'd seen that face before, Jerry Albert, on your icon.
Uh-huh.
I knew it.
We got the coffee brewing.
Oh, nice. Mine's done.
Here's you did like a what? You have a one of those
Keurig.
one cup? Yeah, I don't have one of those. I'm doing so it's gonna be a couple cups of coffee. So don't have a Keurig. Sorry, I'm not as sophisticated, and
That's okay. You'll get by.
Though I think you can make I had the one where you they had like this one shot. It was like it is a Keurig, but you don't need those cups. You just pour the coffee in the little thingy there. Yeah.
Oh.
It's it's just like a cupper pretty much.
Like a cupless Keurig.
Yeah. So. Which what do you get? What flavor? Do you get like a Dunkin' Donuts coffee or?
No, I just get whatever's on sale.
You get whatever's on sale.
Yep, breakfast blend, French roast, whatever brand, doesn't matter.
See, that's the thing. Isn't the Keurigs in the long run? Is it more money on coffee?
I'm not sure. Maybe.
You have to do a per ounce, by the ounce.
It's just super convenient and it's fresh.
That's convenience. That's it.
Yeah, every cup is fresh.
Well, yeah. Well, you could make a pot of coffee. It'd be fresh.
Yeah, but
Right.
by the time you drink the third cup, it's not a fresh cup anymore, is it?
See, now this is with privilege. You fucking just white privilege.
Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna exercise it. You fucking ain't right. Not gonna deny it.
Fucking white privilege.
Every cup's a fresh cup.
Fucking.
Over and over.
Oh shit! Fuck.
Oh, did you drop a link for them guys?
It should be pinned.
Oh, okay. It's probably pinned on StreamYards. Or on YouTube. Sorry, my bad.
So what's this I'm coming across in my thread now? All right. This looks interesting.
Oh.
I came across this video, Satan's Guide to the Bible.
Oh. Wow.
I said, what? I'm reading a comment here. I'm reading a comment and it says, there's one comment here. What is it saying? I spent 4 years in seminary, and this is just the tip of the iceberg. I went in wanting to be an ordained minister and left an atheist.
Oh, wow.
Oh, let's get a taste of this. Now I'm curious.
Yeah.
When was this made? 2 years ago. Jesus. Hey, wait a minute. That looks like the characters. Was that characters from popular YouTuber? Or are those wait a minute, no, are those like comic? Oh no, anyway.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine. This little
Faithful in Sunday school. I hope we get to sing my favorite song.
every day.
Where's the teacher?
Get past the shit.
Do Do you think something bad happened?
For reals? Let's all pray for the teacher.
Whoa.
For reals? It can't be.
Oh my gosh.
Is that?
Your teacher. Your substitute Sunday school teacher.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
What the fuck?
Satan is your substitute teacher, class.
Huh.
This little light of mine, I'm gonna let it shine.
This little light of mine.
I'm gonna let it shine. Every day, every day.
Every day. Every
Yeah, this is God's house.
You're evil. Literal evil.
students, the New Testament writers really messed me up.
Messed you up?
The New Testament, a Christian amendment added to the Bible. They mixed me up with the devil.
Hell, oh.
I fail to see a resemblance. The original Jewish part, the Old Testament, the vast majority of the Bible, bears witness to the real me.
The real you. Who do you say you are?
I'm the adversary. Satan literally means adversary. I'm the opponent in this match.
You're going to fight the Bible?
Evil!
No fighting. I'm here to reveal, peacefully, hidden Bible secrets.
Bible secrets?
None of
Well, he is the adversary. That is what Satan is.
Yeah. What's the
That's
first secret he's going to reveal?
Oh, yeah. First secret. Woo!
us will believe your secrets. The Bible says you're the father of lies.
You lie.
Again, that's him, not me.
I rebuke you, Satan.
Thanks, Jen. Noted. There are,
All right, I like this guy since he can.
of course, other witnesses to these Bible secrets. One of the witnesses everyone here trusts.
Who?
Your pastor.
Pastor Mark knows these Bible secrets too?
He does. Like lots of pastors, he learned a bunch of Bible secrets at seminary.
And he won't share them with us?
He's keeping secrets.
That's not fair.
Are there any pastors that went to seminary that will share the Bible secrets?
There are, but they're not called pastors. They're called biblical scholars.
Well, he's got these kids eating out of his hand already.
Yeah.
What's up? Just in time. You hear this? James, you been listening? I can't hear you.
Oh, he's muted. He's talking, but he's muted.
Yeah. You're talking, but I can't hear you.
Can see your lips moving. Well, not now. No lips moving now.
Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta. No luck?
There you go.
Okay.
All
Hi.
Hello.
Keep going. I gotta see that more of this. This is good stuff.
Right, it's good stuff. Okay.
Where can we find them?
Surprise! I brought them with me. The best and most famous biblical scholars are standing by live to answer your questions.
They'll tell us what Pastor Mark learned in seminary?
They will. The biblical scholars will tell you the Bible secrets.
Oh, wow.
I like secrets.
Me too. But heed this warning.
I think they kind of like the idea. Some dirt on the pastor. Yeah, what's he been doing? Tell us. Why is he keeping us secrets? Pastor keeping secrets?
Mm-hmm.
I gotta warn you though.
Yeah.
What about?
When it's revealed I shared the Bible secrets, oh boy, Mommy and Daddy are gonna be super pissed.
Am I getting grounded?
James is like, I'm. He's crying.
I'm sorry.
I love that laugh. Mommy and Daddy gonna be super pissed.
Super pissed. Okay.
Hell on
This
wheels.
is where all the Bible secrets are kept.
On a bus?
A seminary is a religious college. Christians go there to become a pastor, a leader of a church.
I want to be a doctor.
Future doctors go to med school. Future pastors go to seminary. Now, watch this. Biblical scholars reveal what pastors learn at seminary stays at seminary.
Oh, like Vegas.
Right, right.
And that cartoon figure. Doesn't that cartoon figure, come on, it reminds me of Reagan a little bit. Where is
Go to seminary.
You look like Reagan.
Now, watch this. Biblical scholars reveal what pastors...
Doesn't he look like Reagan?
He does look a bit like Reagan.
Yeah. That's what I
learn at seminary stays at seminary.
Pastors that were trained in biblical studies, that went to seminary, they've been working on the sources and doing history. And then they come to the reality that they have to actually preach to their congregations, and they cannot always say what they've learned.
Why not? These are Christian colleges.
How can you take all of the stuff you study and translate it to the ordinary person?
They could just blurt it out?
Pastors have to discern on a...
Yeah, ordinary people.
Yeah.
Just like the priest of the past.
a daily basis. How do I take these questions and the study that they feel like their congregations aren't ready for?
I'm ready.
It should be the role of the pastor to convey what is actually in the Bible and what is not. This is where people depend on their pastors and where the pastors are falling down on the job.
I still don't get why they don't tell the truth.
Yes, why can't pastors just tell us the truth? Dr. Ehrman?
It's for a pretty obvious reason that they don't tell their parishioners these things, because these things would be challenging to faith, and they're afraid that they'll lose members or that their church will rise up against them.
If they really...
All about the money! Yeah.
Told them what's in the Bible or what we found out about the Bible, their members would be lost.
Ministers don't want to lose their jobs.
Pastors can lose their jobs.
And their family's health insurance.
Many pastors simply are silent about the things that they learned in seminary.
I've been blessed with permanent employment. I can spill the Bible secrets.
What kind of secrets?
Secrets about history, secrets about moral issues, authorship secrets. Oh, and my biggest secrets of all are secrets about Jesus.
Big secrets about Jesus?
Secrets about Jesus?
Secrets
Everyone.
Jesus? Jesus.
He done said the J word.
Jesus.
Secrets about Jesus.
Secrets.
The seminary knows and we don't.
That is totally not fair.
There are no secrets in our house.
Well, then let's begin. I've got big seminary secrets.
There are no secrets in our house. Oh, then let's begin. You gave me the green light.
Secrets about Bible history.
Or God acts in history.
The Bible does make that claim. And God's biggest act in history in the Old Testament, that's the Exodus.
Freedom.
Liberation.
The Bible says Israel.
Da, da, da. I think this is where James is going to get triggered.
No, I was already. This guy's already. I'm with the Satan dude all the way on this one so far. He's.
Okay.
Let's see what he says here. Let's see what he says though.
You got it. Should I speed it up? Do I need to speed it up? Or...
No.
Oh,
I mean.
okay.
No, it's all good.
Israelites lived in Egypt for more than 400 years, slaves to the empire. The Bible tells about a great man.
Moses.
That's Moses.
Moses takes on Pharaoh and his empire.
Oh no! No, I don't don't need a musical. No, I don't need a fucking musical.
More
We know
than
the
2
story.
million Israelites.
You guys are never leaving Egypt, okay? Like never, never, ever, ever.
So God intervened, attacking Egypt.
Never ever. You never.
Ever.
Never.
With 10 truly awful plagues. The last plague? Killing all firstborn children.
Ouch.
Ouch, yeah, down.
Listen to what the Bible says.
And it came to pass that at midnight the Lord smote all the firstborn in the land of Egypt.
Pretty much, yep. This one's giving a little wink here.
Just keep praying.
God's smoting gives the Israelites their chance to finally escape Egypt.
Rise up. Get thee gone. For now.
We out.
But it wasn't long before Pharaoh sent his army to take back the Israelites.
Dumb decision.
On the banks of the Red Sea, the Israelites' quest for freedom has reached a dead end. Moses parts the waters, and more than 2 million Israelites escape Egyptian bondage.
Freedom.
Freedom.
Let my people go.
Let my people go. You all right there, James?
Yeah, I'm great. This is good.
This is funny, right? This is funny.
Let's keep going.
And now a reading from Dr. Hendel.
As a story of deliverance from oppression, the birth of freedom, the Exodus story has served as a paradigm for over 2.5 millennia.
Paradigm.
Liberation.
And freedom.
God acting in history.
So the Bible says. But what do biblical scholars say?
There is no archaeological evidence that would support an idea of a historical, large-scale exodus from Egypt.
What about, there's that stela they found. They look it up.
Yeah.
The Hyksos, they
No.
call them. But no. The
No evidence. All right, right. Right,
well, I
James?
mean,
Right.
the sea kind of wiped it out.
Come
You
on.
know, when the Red Sea came in, no, there were Hicks. There's the. Let me find the name of the stela they found. That
Oh,
describes
come on, but where are the chariots? Where are the bones?
from the Sea of Reeds.
Yeah, well, yeah.
3,000 years ago.
From the Egyptians, all those fucking Egyptians being swallowed up. How many they say? We should find some remnants in the sea. We should see some chariot wheels, some fucking weapons, or something in there. Yeah. Why not? With that, I'm gonna get a cup of coffee.
Cup of coffee.
Get a cup of yeah. I'm gonna
Coffee.
go get that coffee.
Coffee.
A little mess here, but yeah. All right, this is gonna get fun now.
No, there's very little archaeological evidence as to the Exodus itself, but there is the Jacoby. Dr. Jacoby actually put out a really good, and James Cameron sponsored it, so that took a lot of seriousness off the topic. But Jacoby himself and what he found is if you dial back the Exodus like 150 years from when everybody says it happened, including most, Jews and a lot of biblical scholars, you're going to get the Santorini volcano. And that was a massive thing back then. And it shook everything up. They've got proof the plates moved. There was a point when the seabed did kind of rise up, it fractured, and when that happened, there was dry land. Releasing all the toxins from the bottom of the Sea of Reeds and the rivers and everything. He gave a good scientific, but it didn't. attribute itself to God or anything, but it did attribute everything that happened with the Exodus, with the Santorini volcano, and its effects. The only miracle you really get is the fact that there were, 2-3 million people who were able to get out and survive. That's about all we have, really. There's not a whole lot, but it's also been 3,000 years, and a few empires have roamed the earth, and we really don't know, except for the Santorini eruption.
And where's that at? Where's the volcano at?
Off Italy. Yeah, it was in the Aegean Sea, famous for the dynamics effects and villages and catastrophic minion eruption around 1600 BC. The active volcano was near Nia Kameni. We're talking about the Santorini volcano and how that was most likely, in my opinion, my personal opinion. Yeah, that's pretty much the best evidence that there was some kind of funky ass eruption in Egypt, because it did affect everything. 1600 BC, that's 100 years, 150 years, something like that, since everyone says the Exodus
wait a minute.
happened.
You're saying are you saying the eruption of the volcano was the cause of the plagues?
Well, everything.
Because I did see a documentary where they will lay out, if this was to happen, there could be like scientific reasons for, the water's turning red, the locusts and everything, just nature, not necessarily in there.
Yeah,
but those kind of things are laid out if it happened.
That would be the one thing I think that we could look at in history that we have that can maybe solidify the effects that we saw in Egypt. And like I said, the real miracle is that 2-3 million people survived. How the Sea of Reeds could have, like they said that, it would affect everything, including for temporarily there would have been, what do you call it? Fractures in the land where they kind of come up, and there would have been dry land where people can get across real quick and they'd sink back down. And how it just erupted all the surface of every river and whatnot from the sea that would have, what's at the bottom of the sea belongs there. But when you shake it up, man, you don't know what's coming up to the top, and disease and pestilence and all that good stuff. I mean, really.
I don't know. I still think we're lacking evidence of it happening. All right, I'm going to continue on.
The Exodus from Egypt never happened?
He's a Berkeley professor, Michelle. They're all liars there.
There's no archaeology evidence for the Exodus?
Out of Egypt they did not come.
But the Bible says the Israelites lived in Egypt for 430 years.
The Bible does say that. Archaeology tells a different story.
In early Israelite settlements, there is no Egyptian influence on the pottery forms, on the architecture.
In the Jewish area, yeah. Duh. Duh. You think they were making Jew pottery in Egypt? Come on, please. And it wasn't just Jews. There were a lot of people there. A fuckload of people. Egypt was the center of the world. Everybody came there, not just the descendants of Israel. Give me a break. There's no evidence in Assyria of Egyptian influence. There were Assyrians who lived in Egypt. Okay, keep going. You gotta listen to the wording now. Listen to how they. Yeah.
There is no Egyptian. Wait a minute. Wait.
In early Israelite settlements, there is no Egyptian influence on the pottery forms, on the architecture, on the material culture, the daily lives, etc.
No
influence in the Israelite settlements. There were no Israelite settlements in.
But no, if they are settlements controlled by Egypt, on the slaves to Egypt, there certainly be some kind of. Wouldn't there be some kind of Egyptian influence?
there would be no, there are little Hebrew influence that would be left after 400 years.
No, did you?
Israeli settlements. What settlements were there in Egypt in Jacob's time or Joseph's time?
Well,
when
I
it
mean,
was,
no, okay, wait. Are these talking about settlements like when they left Egypt? The Exodus, right? Is that what we're talking about?
well, when you left Exodus, okay, maybe then. Bread.
Isn't that
that bread was an Egyptian influence on the Jews. Pretty much, Egypt is pretty much the place where bread was considered to be invented.
But so I was just saying, these Jews are coming out of Egypt, created settlements. There'd be Egyptian influence.
No, why would you want influence of your enslavers?
Oh, well, maybe they need some kind. But maybe they would need some kinds of tools, some kind of pottery, something they would need, just for
like
practical purposes. I don't know, tools, pottery
that nobody else had, that was strictly Egyptian. I'm just saying. When they say that Israelite settlements,
I'm saying, okay. I mean, if I'm a slave, in another country, if I'm taken as a slave, right, all I'm going to be fed is their stuff, their culture.
Well,
even if I leave there, right, if I leave there and I take some stuff with me from the country I was in, I think that country would have some kind of influence, I would have something from that country. I think that's what they're trying to say, that none of that stuff was present in their settlements. I don't know. I mean, that's what I'm trying. That's the way I'm looking at it.
What settlements?
Yeah, he said Israeli settlements.
Or Israelites. Well, okay, all right.
All right. I don't know.
Influence.
Nope, nada.
Wowzers.
Israelites never lived in Egypt?
And if they never lived in Egypt,
If not out of Egypt, where are the Israelites really from?
the secret of Israelite origins, well, the answer to that secret is gonna cause some big problems for the Bible.
Oh, for the love of me, I have to interrupt Satan here.
For the love of me. Jesus is playing golf. Are you playing golf with Trump? Are you on a Trump?
Yes. Sorry.
Is that Jesus?
Jesus golfs?
Children, if you're taking notes this morning, I want you to write down a word. Will you do that for God?
What word?
We praise you.
Anything for you, Jesus.
Inerrant?
Inerrant.
It means without error. Later, Satan. All the history told in my book is without error.
Then Israelites are really from Egypt?
For reals?
The most reals there is. The Bible says they lived in Egypt for 430 years.
4 centuries, 10 generations of Israelites living and dying in the empire of Egypt. And yet, archaeologists found no Egyptian influence on early Israelite settlements.
Satan thinks there should be pyramids in Jerusalem.
Inerrant.
What about Satan's biblical scholars?
So Satan's got biblical scholars. God's got himself some scholars too. Evangelical biblical scholars.
Ooh! This is kind of comical.
Evangelical biblical scholars.
Biblically, remember in medical, theological. Remember Mr. Biblically, that guy, that troll?
The Amos Tempest Stela. There it is. It's the stela, the Egyptian stela. Talks about it's the Hyksos, rulers of foreign lands. They're Semitic people from the Levant who ruled over northern Egypt during the Second Intermediate Period, which is where Joseph put them. What's it called in
Exile?
No, there was a place because the Hebrews were animal folk and had flocks and whatnot, and the Egyptians either worshipped or despised animals, but they were certainly not around them, and so to handle their flock, that's where they put the Israelites. What was the name of it? There's a biblical name for it, but yeah, there are people who meet the
Why would the
description.
Egyptians despise animals?
They either worshiped them or they
Right.
detested them. They weren't around them, and they didn't like. They were, you know, shepherds were not. Where are all the animals and all the Egyptian? Very few. Very few. There's not. They're not. They don't have pets. The cat they revered, and everything else they made a god of. You know, alligator, the sheep, and you know, or whatever. But yeah, the Hyksos match the bearded people. Came from the Levant. They settled in, and it discusses the expulsion of the Hyksos, which is people who, when they remove them. Yeah, it's called the Kamostela. It's archaeological Egyptian evidence. It's been about 15 years since they unearthed it. Hi.
All right.
Yes, my wife is bringing me fresh baked chocolate chip cookies. Cheers.
Oh, nice. That would go great with my coffee right now.
Oh, yeah.
But I made the coffee and then I decided to make toast. Yeah, I'm having breakfast now. I'll be right back. But yeah, give me. But this looks like a disease, EPS.
I love the way. I mean, he's the adversary and he's supposed to lead you astray. Nobody likes that. I'm wrestling with my brother down in Texas. Down wrestling with him about it because he has a hard time believing that, you know, in Judaism, Isaiah, I make peace, I create evil, I am the Lord to do with all these things. Evil has its roots in God, not the devil. There's no devil. There's no evil opposite of God. And he is very much into the whole, you know, he's going to get a New Testament, bad New Testament streak in. The idea of the mystery religion, the mystery of the Trinity, or biblically, the mystery of the resurrection, the mystery of Jesus. It's all about the mystery. The mystery. Nobody knows the knowledge. Paul's got it. Jesus had it, but Jesus is gone. Fortunately, there's Paul, and he's got the mystery. He's the first Candace Owens, Paul. Two-faced, hypocritical, self-righteous fuck. It's true. You know, used the Jews and hated the Jews at the same time. The mystery religion and dualism. That's very Gnostic, very popular in Rome at the time. That there has to be two of everything. It's like, well, dualism as far as God needs a Satan or whatever adversary. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
They're the freshest, coolest, hippest biblical scholars. Come on now. Every year, God's scholars have a big old get-together where they state the fact. My book's perfect.
Yes, that's the book for me. I stand alone in the word of God, the B-I-B-L-E.
It's a great honor to join you in this forum. There cannot be many subjects that compete with this one for importance, and I suggest we bow together in prayer before our hour begins.
Yes, that's the book for me. I stand
Woo!
Inerrancy.
They're gonna do it in an hour too.
You can't just, yeah, no shit. It just is.
Our first panelist, Dr. Al Mohler, will be presenting his position. Classical inerrancy is necessary for evangelical integrity.
The centrality of inerrancy has been a core affirmation of evangelical Christianity as a movement, as evidenced by consensus documents such as the Chicago Statement on Biblical Inerrancy, and the fact that the Evangelical Theological Society has required an affirmation of the Bible's inerrancy from the society's inception.
What a blessing! The 1978 Chicago
Sound like a bunch of bullshit.
Statement on My Perfect Book. To be a member of the Evangelical Theological Society, every biblical scholar annually must affirm the Chicago Statement. It really is a thrilling read. The important part is number 4. My book is without error in all of its teachings about the events of world history. All the history in my book?
Inerrant.
Totally proved perfect.
So all because they signed a piece of paper saying that they agree it's inerrant.
That's the Nicene Council of the Romans in 400, whatever. A bunch of dudes who sat around and said, this is the right way. And those peasants will never be able to know because they can't read. Little did they know the printing press would come about 1,000 years later, and a lot of them peasants, you know.
0 historical errors.
More
so happy
Jeebus.
we had this chat, children.
No historical errors, he says.
Inerrant.
How about we continue investigating Israelite origins?
If not out of Egypt, where are the Israelites really from?
To uncover that seminary secret, we got to talk about a well-known bro.
He one of my bros?
He's a bro beloved by Christian bros, Jewish bros, even Muslim bros.
That's a heck of a bro.
In the 17th chapter of the book of Genesis, God is broing out with him too.
That's Abraham.
Father Abraham.
He owns the title, the first Jew. Father, bro.
First Hebrew.
Abraham.
Yeah,
Yeah, first Hebrew. There were no Jews. No
Right.
such thing as a Jew. You can call him a Hebrew if you want to.
We kind of had this conversation really the other day, and they were talking about the first Jews and stuff. You know, was
Yeah, Jews came like later. About 400 years later.
Judea. That's Jews.
Yeah,
right?
they're
They
one of
get
the they came out of the Jews by the time they're after Egypt. Yeah, they were Jews. They were actually an entire tribe of thousands of, the descendants of Judah. And that was a long time. There were no Jews. There was no such thing as Israelites.
but Abraham is the father of the Jews.
Well, he's the father of a lot.
Right.
But he was they call him the first Hebrew. Now, I think they claim that a little strongly too, in my personal opinion.
All right.
Hebrew, not the first Jew. And yeah, people say that and like, oh, he's the first. No, he wasn't. Stop that. You know better. But
He's not the first Jew.
no, there were no Jews.
Abraham was not a Jew.
Bingo.
Just like you are not the father.
More. Give us more.
Had many sons. Many sons had Father Abraham. I am one of them, and so are you. So let's just praise the Lord.
Praise the Lord.
Abraham is God's bro. So, 2,000 years before Jesus, God promised Abraham land.
We know what God promised Abraham.
Land.
The land of delicious milk.
Yummy honey.
And I've seen the promised land.
In Genesis, God says,
For all the land that you see, I will give to you and to your offspring forever.
Look, bro, I don't want to seem ungrateful, all right? You're insane, but aren't you forgetting something kind of major?
What's that, bro?
The land ain't empty. And I don't think those people are on vacation neither.
Yeah.
But this land has already been promised.
The promised land was already promised to who?
We who?
That's who. Promised to Canaanite peoples.
The Canaanites?
Promised.
Promised.
Promised?
Promised? I don't know. They were the indigenous tribes living in Canaan.
Canaanites were the indigenous tribes living in Canaan.
Looks like a lot of ites.
Yeah, etc. Ites. These ites never got a promise from me.
Termites.
The only one here who got a land promise from me is my bro Abraham. It's my land. I made it, and I can give it freely.
Any chance we could take a vote on that?
God promised Abraham land, but it was the land belonging to the Canaanites.
Bro or no bro?
Not cool. Yeah, this was definitely his idea. 100%. He's insane.
Nation will rise against nation.
So let's just praise the Lord. Right arm, left arm, right foot, left foot, chin up, turn around, sit down.
Sit down. it's like a new line dance. All right, who's pop? Oh, Serb's back. Cerberus in the
Hello.
house.
I hurried up.
Oh, you did hurry up. Well, you heard what was going on?
No. I didn't even look at YouTube. I just refreshed the page.
Oh, okay. Well, James is here, and we're looking at Satan's Guide to the Bible.
Oh, I've seen this before.
You have?
Yeah, it was good.
So bad.
It's my favorite Sunday school jam, too. However, the Canaanites have every right to stay in their land.
Come on now. We've been living here for generations.
Great Grandma Eloise is buried in the backyard.
Somebody get a box for Eloise. The Canaanites are full on evil. My evangelical biblical scholars have already proved this. Canaanites were totally crappy.
The iniquity of these Canaanite tribes was so pronounced, they were so vile and so evil. Clay Jones has written an article on this.
In that article, I documented that among the Canaanites, there was incest, adultery, offering children to a bull-headed idol named Molech, homosexual acts, and that bestiality, and that all of these were rampant.
All sorts of abominable practices. They get to the point where they're actually sacrificing their children.
So it's not as though they're just people who are wearing tattoos or eating shrimp, unlike the Israelites.
The Canaanites are the bad guys, children.
Israelites were given that commandment. Never mind.
Go ahead. What? So okay. Now this
if you read the text of the Torah, yeah, and everyone knows what Moloch is. Yeah, they offered their children. Peor, Baal, they would do the same thing, but Peor, you could poop on their idol and then have sex with any woman in the camp. So there was no marital divisions.
wait, all I had to do was poop on their idol, and I can have sex with any woman on the
You
camp?
take a shit on the raised up where the idol was, and then down below is where the orgy took place. Shit rolls downhill. That's the kind of society it was. Suckered a lot of Israelites went for it.
Shit, that's a god I can get on board with.
Sick shit, man.
So here's a question, though: if God had promised this land that was to these future Israelites or future Jews, I mean, how did the Canaanites get it in the first place? I mean, why didn't God created the whole land? All right, we'll just preserve this land and that's it. But now we have this Canaanite. Yeah.
That was my question. How in the fuck can they, on the one hand, say God is giving this land to the Israelites, and then the Canaanites say the Canaanites actually own that land? But that can't possibly. God would have had to own the land if he's the one who's going to give it to the Israelites. Then the Canaanites obviously did not fucking own it. See what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah, it makes sense.
It was all owned by God. It belongs to God. God can do whatever the fuck he wants with it. Fuck the Canaanites. They're not, just because they're indigenous doesn't mean it's their land.
Might makes right.
Right.
To some degree.
That's what comes out of there. Might makes right.
There's all sorts of problems in reality with that, though.
I'm going to get a cookie. I'll be right back. Hang on.
What are you saying?
The Indians were indigenous to this land.
Are you saying God isn't in reality? That this?
No. I'm saying the Israelites or Canaanites. There's no evidence of a god Moloch existing outside of the Bible. We got no evidence of anyone worshiping Moloch or sacrificing children to Moloch or anything. And the word Moloch, it's a MLK in Hebrew. It's spelled
MLK?
identical to the word for sacrifice. So it's probably just Moloch is the ritual of sacrificing your child, and it would have been to El.
El?
Yeah, El.
El, which is Elohim. So,
El Elyon.
This
or
was the whole
eventually Baal, however you want to pronounce it.
Oh,
And then it would have eventually been Yahweh.
It's my understanding. I'm trying to look more into this and get more proof or evidence for this. But apparently, like, isn't Yahweh was one of the many gods of the Canaanites?
Eventually. He started out of a god. He started out as a god in Edom and south of Edom, and then after the Bronze Age collapses, he starts taking the place of Baal, and then eventually that takes the place of El, which is why in the Bible Yahweh is called El, because he takes the place of El. He merges with Baal and then takes the place of El. Yeah.
Yeah. You hear that, James? What do you think about that, James? I'm sure.
I think you had to go get a cigarette or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, muted just.
Muted. You got Mike something like that. There you go.
I gotta go get one of those cookies for my wife.
Cookies.
She fresh baked chocolate chip cookies, y'all.
Oh, stop it!
And I have one more beer, so I have a beer with
Beer
y'all.
cookies. All right.
The dinner of champions.
I don't have to work in the mornings, so
I'm
living large.
So did you hear what Serb said about? Did you hear what Serb said?
I did not. No, I did not. I'm sorry.
We were talking about the origin of Yahweh, and he started going with Moloch. There's no Moloch really. There's no evidence of Moloch.
Yeah, we have no reference to Moloch being a deity outside of the Bible itself.
Right.
No statues or images or people talking about worshiping Moloch or anything.
Just other horned gods they sacrifice children to.
Yeah, like Baal or El or Yahweh.
There you go.
Yeah.
Baal. Yahweh.
Yeah. Before all the merging, he had horns too.
Before all the merging. See,
Wasn't
I've
there
been wanting to
something
ask.
about Yahweh was actually one of many gods, and he was actually one of the lesser gods, or something like that.
Okay, so he is a god of the people of Edom and the people south of Edom, right during the Bronze Age. And then the Bronze Age collapses, and he gets brought up into the Levant as people are shifting around, and he gets put into the Canaanite pantheon. And eventually, Baal and Yahweh at that time are more or less the same god already. So we have a bunch of texts where they're referring to them as the same being. They say like Baal Yahweh or Yahweh Baal. They combine the names, and eventually it just becomes Yahweh. And then eventually people stop worshiping El Elyon and start worshiping Yahweh in place of El Elyon.
By the way, in Hebrew,
Oh, yeah.
that's not how you pronounce it. That's not how you pronounce it.
I'm sure.
So I have a hard time believing that Aramaic people were using Aramaic or even Hebrew. And that's the same God. And that's the same God?
Yeah, we don't get like proper Hebrew up until like
what is proper Hebrew?
400. So something we would reckon, like if you looked at it today, you would go, "Oh, that's Hebrew." Even if you couldn't
Aramaic, the sister to Aramaic language. That block letters is what you're saying.
Yeah. Well, there are other block letters.
They're the ones that look like runes. There's the Paleo Hebrew.
Yeah, but Paleo Hebrew
Babylon.
is just Phoenician.
Phoenician. That's what I was thinking. Like, Phoenician. No.
That's the controversy because it really is just Phoenician.
Do people hold to? Oh God, dang it! Short-term memory.
Relax. Sorry. It'll come to you.
Yeah. Oh, Ilion was the god of the Old Testament, and Yahweh is the god of the New Testament. Like they're two different people.
Oh well, I mean, there's a bunch of people that like have a bunch of theories. Yeah. No, like the original El Elyon doesn't like it. He only exists in the Bible like via sort of happenstance, right? He gets replaced entirely by Yahweh eventually.
Right, but there's no. It seems like I heard somebody talking about like El Elyon was actually the god of the Jews, and Yahweh is a totally different god.
Well, no. Well, El Elyon is the god of the Canaanites and then the Israelites. Right, the Jews don't exist for quite a while.
Okay.
The Israelites,
got it.
They didn't even worship Yahweh to start with.
Who were they worshiping?
El Elyon and Baal, and there's Asherah. There's a bunch of them.
The Hebrews did bring a statue of Baal into the Holy Temple.
Oh, in Jerusalem.
I mean,
yeah.
Maybe that was where they went wrong.
It is, but when they slaughtered all the people who did it, we get Hanukkah.
And
Flock?
Okay, the Canaanites, according to evangelical scholars, are so awful they deserve to lose their homes.
please locate your nearest exit now.
God simply wants to steal the Canaanites' land.
Thank God.
Satan gets it.
But God's plot to steal the Canaanites' land is about to take an unexpected turn. Think back to the ites of Israel. If Moses and the Israelites never came from Egypt,
If not out of Egypt, where are the Israelites really from?
Where did they come from? For reals.
So when the archaeologists look at the material culture of early Israelite villages, they're continuous with the material culture of Canaanite culture. It's the same culture.
What?
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 I took that one. Oh boy.
That's funny as shit. That's good. No, that was funny. I got it. It's all right.
So the Canaanites and the Israelites are the same people? Is that what he's saying? In effect?
Yeah.
And just believe it, because the cartoon says so. Just believe it. It's okay.
No, it's actually in their archaeology.
Oh, really?
Yeah. The Semitic people there don't become monotheistic until like the 3rd century BC.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're telling me the temple was not a monotheistic building. It wasn't dedicated to one monotheistic Jewish God of the Torah.
Well, it was
Because that
eventually.
no, not eventually. We're talking about 700 years before the birth of Christ. So your 300 years, they never followed a monotheistic God until then. Kind of falls apart. Okay. So tell me, what was that temple built to? What was it? No. What was it? What was it built to? Was it built to Hashem, God of God of the Bible, or this other thing y'all are talking about? 300 years prior.
It was
they
built for all
didn't
time.
have. Okay. Well, you're gonna have a hard time proving that.
I don't. I mean, it's already proven.
It's easy to know. It's not. It's not proven shit. Are you kidding me? We can't prove history.
Yeah, you want to know some other crazy stuff? The temple.
I want you to back up what you just said, that the Jews were monotheistic until 300 years before Christ. I want you to back that one up, because they were exiled by that time. So you're going to have to explain the purpose of that temple. And you can say, oh, it was all gods. It's proven. Are you kidding me? Come on, sir. Come on, baby.
Yeah, I had to tell you, the Jews didn't even exist basically up until about 300.
Okay. All right, you go for it, dude. There were no other Israelite tribes. The sons of Levites and the sons of Judah left in 300 BC. They were all scattered. They were gone. There was nobody left but the Jews. Jesus, dude, come on.
No,
really,
the binding,
really. Oh my God.
The binding of all the tribes going back in time is something retrospectively put on them.
Okay, dude.
Like even the Jews were polytheistic up until that period.
That's what
the
you
Judeans.
say. That's what you say. But
yeah.
See,
it's even in the Bible where you have the different kings bringing the gods back into the temple.
Didn't they have the God Yahweh's wife was in the temple? The statue.
Yeah, Yeshua.
No,
Yeshua.
There's no God's wife. There's no such thing. God, Israel is God's wife. That was the marriage at Sinai. Jeez.
Well, Yeshua was in the temple.
Yeshua didn't exist.
Not Yeshua, sorry. Asherah. Yeah.
Asherah, the trees.
Asherah.
You talking about a holy tree? You know,
Asherah.
The goddess.
No, the Asherah tree is
Which
sort
they're
of their
commanded-
version of a
It's
their
their-
version of a Christmas
to burn them
Christmas tree
down.
for-
Yeah, and
it's
you
their
burn them
version
down.
of a Christmas tree for Asherah. It's not. They're not the same thing. One's a
And he
god
says-
and one's a decoration for the god.
And God says to burn it down. The Torah says to literally uses.
Yeah.
You will destroy their Asherah trees.
Yeah, I know it's in the Bible. Destroy the Asherah trees.
Right.
Which
but
goes to show you that Yeshua
to
is
say
there.
there was no monotheism in Israel at the time of the temple is beyond screwy.
Define the time of the temple.
The first temple, Solomon, post Solomon, post David,
Okay, that's
for
the
that
problem,
400 years.
That first time it was supposedly destroyed, it wasn't destroyed.
When Babylon's?
Yeah, they didn't destroy it. We have
first.
Stele during the time of the exile in Babylon, talking about all the goings on at the temple.
Okay.
Right, the temple's there; it's operating. It was never destroyed the first time.
Not the first. It was
Yeah, it was
because they're
destroyed
welcome back. It was because what's his name? Welcome him back. Not Cyrus. Cyrus is Persian. Yeah, Cyrus welcomed him back. But what I want to, I'm still going to press you on this, and that you're going to say there was no monotheism in Israel until 300 BC. You need some evidence that the temple was not built for Hashem, and that the Torah didn't exist to say there was only one God and to command the Jews to pray 3 times a day. There's only one God. So you're gonna be hard pressed, man. I'm calling you out.
That's a bunch of different things that happened at different time periods.
I'm talking about this one, and your claim.
Yeah, it's where there wasn't monotheism around. Through about 300 is when it stops being polytheistic.
When there was no temple. So what were they doing at the temple?
No, there is a temple.
There's a temple. It was Hashem's temple. There were no gods in it.
There were a bunch of gods in it.
Where's your
it's even in the Bible. It's even in the Bible where there's gods in it.
Once in a while, there were rebels. There were dissenters who rejected God. The Bible's full of that. It doesn't mean that the temple was not built by King Saul, King Solomon.
Centuries.
You telling me
centuries
Solomon
the
didn't
temple.
exist? You telling me Solomon wasn't a monotheist?
Trying to think. Solomon. There's one of them that's in high doubt that existed. It might have actually been Solomon.
Oh yes, so Sheba, yeah, and all the Israelites who live in Ethiopia, whose bloodline goes back to the Queen of Sheba and Solomon, they're all bullshitting too. No monotheism, no monotheism. 300 until 300 years before Christ. That is the biggest horse shit you've said a lot of wide stuff, but this one, man, that's a pile.
I'll tell you some more.
I'll tell you some more. Pile. That's fine. I've heard enough. Thanks.
There is no record of Solomon during the time period Solomon was supposed to exist. Anywhere. In any country. You're muted.
Why would the Chinese have a record of Solomon? Why would South Africans or the Japhethites up north, the white folk, the Nordics, why would they have a record of it? It's not a record anywhere. It's got record in the Jewish people. Yeah. Oh, well, we don't believe them. Why?
It's after the fact. What do you mean?
And Queen of Sheba and Solomon?
Yeah, it's all after the fact.
After the fact. Solomon didn't. Solomon was long before 300 years before Christ.
Yeah,
Solomon existed long before. You're telling me there was no monotheism in Judaism at that time, and yet there are shed loads of Ethiopians converted.
Judaism wouldn't even really exist.
Okay. Rabbinic
like when you think of Judaism, like nowadays, that didn't exist at all.
Well, yeah, it's rabbinic Judaism today. There's no temple. That's why I'm bringing it up.
Well, even more general.
What did they offer to? What God did they offer to? Except when it was violated, and the people who did it were slaughtered. A bunch. Just come on, man.
All right, I have, if I may, a couple.
Good luck.
I'm going to offer some evidence here. If you accept it from worldhistory.org. Henotheism was going on. We have a couple of inscriptions where it would show that Israelites were not only worshiping Yahweh but Asherah.
Asherah, yeah.
Asherah, however you want to pronounce it.
Yeah, we got a bunch of engravings and like pottery and stuff saying the words roughly along the lines of Yahweh and his Asherah, because it's his wife.
The Yegurit, let me start here. Outside the Hebrew Bible, one of the best examples of ancient Israelite and Judean religion comes from an archaeological site called Kuntilat Ajrad. I'm sorry if I'm fucking tearing that up. Possibly dating as early as the 10th century BCE. One inscription from this site reads, "To Yahweh of Samaria and to Asherah, whatever." Another inscription reads, "To Yahweh of Teman and to Asherah." Both of these inscriptions demonstrate that some ancient Israelites and Judeans were not monotheistic in how they practiced religion. Rather, they were henotheistic.
Yeah. Well, the Judeans were henotheistic. Right. The Israelis were always monotheistic. They were monotheistic up until they were destroyed. Or polytheistic, sorry. Polytheistic.
In Psalm 82, Yahweh stands in the Council of El, the high deity in West Semitic mythology. Just give me examples here, James.
There were no Judeans 10,000 years ago. There were no Israelites 2,000 years ago, or 10,000 years ago. There were no Jews 4,000 years ago. There were no Judeans 4,000 years ago. And yeah, I'm sorry. I know a lot of Christians say it, and I think Jews say it out of pride, and they're wrong, and I'll call them out on it. Abraham was not a Jew. You could call him a Hebrew if you really wanna. He was a Noahite, but he was not a Jew.
Was he a Canaanite before that?
Let's see. Where was he? Where was his birthplace?
So until he gets this appearance from God, right? He's a Canaanite, isn't he?
Well, he intuited God at the age of 3, according to Islamic and Judaic traditions.
Where was he born?
I'm looking at my source here. I got to look at a kosher source if there is such a thing. It's between and something. Hold on. Torah.com, I guess. Yeah, they're not going to bullshit you on this shit. Between Ufra and Ur, Bible consistently points to Aram, north of Syria. So during the Babylonian Exodus, there was something added that said that the city of Ur near Babylon in southern Iraq. So we could say Iraq, I think, and Syria area.
And what was the region Canaan was covering at the time?
The Canaans? Oh, Canaan was way. You had to cross the Arabian desert to get to that.
But Canaan?
From Babylon?
Oh, from Babylon, yeah.
Yeah, well, I would say that northwest, or I'm not. Oh my goodness.
Levant. The whole entire Levant is Canaanite.
Way different from Iraq and Persia, the Euphrates, Tigris River, Babylon, all that good stuff. It's far. That's eastern. Canaan was much western. But I can't find. Aram. Land of his birth in Ur of the Chaldeans, according to the Torah. But that's the only place we have. That's the only thing we have on the man. To be honest with you.
When is the earliest time we have of these Jews worshiping one God, a monotheistic?
I would say the temple in Babylon, or what became Babylon.
What year?
That's the first. Oh, that's 1,400 years ago. So 700 BCE.
700 BCE. right? That what you're saying?
10th century. I was way off. Wow. Okay, approximately 967 through 957 BCE. Solomon's Temple. That's when it was built.
Solomon's Temple was built.
Yeah.
And
it was looted and ransacked and all that. I guess 500 years later, 400 years later.
This is the first worship of Yahweh?
No, it's the first evidence we have that there was a worship of Yahweh. No, not Yahweh. The Jewish God, the biblical God.
First evidence of worship of Yahweh.
The worship of one God of the Torah. I won't say that because
one God of the Torah.
Well, yeah. Let's give Idol Smasher the benefit here to say the Jewish Yahweh, not the Edom Yahweh
Jewish.
Or whatever.
Okay. All right. Fine.
Well, the Jews don't say Yahweh.
But there was all these other religions and gods being worshipped beforehand, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. So my question is, what was Yahweh doing during that time?
He is. I don't know what God was doing.
I mean, that's 1,000 B. Why wait? Why till Solomon's Temple? I mean, do we have, you know what I'm saying? So what was Yahweh doing beforehand?
Well, we if you read the text, they had to go through some. It's a free people in a very hostile land. There was a time of judges before there was ever a temple. The temple came about because David wanted it, and his son would build it after that. That was just a temple. I'm not saying that's the first time God decided to. I'm saying that I would disagree to say that's the only time that we know of. The well is something that's been around, that pretty much all historical. You can't say it was Abraham who dug it, but it's certainly been around longer than the temple at Beersheba.
Well,
he built an orchard and a well for wayfarers, and it's still called Beersheba to this day. And that's recorded in Torah 3,500 years ago, accounting for an action that happened 800 years prior to that. It is interesting. That's all I'm saying. It's still there, and everybody calls it. The Arabs recognize it. The Jews recognize it. Christians should. You see archaeological evidence. I'm just riffing here, man. That's all.
I know, but I'm just saying, just because they have a well and they name it something doesn't give evidence for what Yahweh's been doing prior to the temple.
That was one thing.
My point is that religions seem to adopt beliefs from other religions or cultural influences of the day. And I think what's being debated here is, or what's being said, whatever, is Jews just adopted many of the Canaanites' things and created their own religion. Pretty much like what Christians are doing now to the Jewish religion.
Well, I wouldn't say so much adoption. It's more of a gradual evolution.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever. There's an influence.
Yeah, there's influence. There wasn't we're going to take those gods and then do stuff with them.
I mean, where's the pure religion? You know what I'm saying? Where's the purest religion? The first religion. I mean, wouldn't the first religion be the religion to follow? If there was
because or at least according to my religion, the Torah states that man's natural state can court animals, not sexually, but can understand and have conversations with nature, and to be at one with it, and to live forever. That's man's natural state. And and we're all trying to get back to it. I do believe. I would disagree on Judaism on a lot of stuff, but you're right in that. I do believe that it's like going up a mountain, and you've got different bunches going up a mountain, and they're all getting to the same thing. They're trying to get back to something. They're trying to get to something. And I think a lot of it gets perverted along the way. It is interesting, though, and I want to bring this up actually in public on a rabbi who does a public show. I just haven't because I work, but it is interesting. that the big thing that the Jews were pushing for when they built the second temple, which worked for a brief moment in history, their big thing, their prayers were dedicated, the offerings were dedicated, were to end idolatry or reduce it in the world. And it is funny, up until about 1,500, 2,000 years ago, there was a plethora of religion around the world. And now we can sum it up to Jesus, Buddha, Shiva, or Shiva, Shiva. I don't know how to pronounce y'all's name over in India.
Is it Brahma? Just say Brahma. That's the overall.
Brahma. Okay, and then you have and there's still we got still pagans and all kinds of stuff going on. But as far as the whole of religion of the world, after 2,000 years, we've simplified religion in so many ways.
Have we? Simplified?
Yes. I think in compared to the way it was, yes, I would say so.
We have more religions, I probably believe, than you have prior.
Well, when you say religions, you get Christians, you got Muslims.
Yeah, we'll go with denomination.
It's a big world now, too. I mean, we grown.
I say there's as many Christian denominations as there are Christians. Seems like.
Well, it's easy when your God looks like you.
Yeah.
Well, we were made in His image. No?
Yeah.
So there you go.
So we bow to each other.
Allegedly.
It'd be nice.
Allegedly.
But to answer your question, Bro Joe, if you all the currently extant religions from the Middle East and the Indian Peninsula all comes from one people.
Yeah.
The Proto-Indo-Europeans. They come out of the Russia, step down out of the mountain range and conquer everyone. And they write the Vedas in India.
So
yeah, and the Greeks and all the Middle Eastern people adopt their gods.
The Vedas, with a V, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's the Hindu text.
Yeah.
So you say the
Proto-Indo. Yeah.
Proto-Indo.
Yeah. They're the ones that we know of first to have a father god that's responsible for the overall shaping of everything. They're the farthest back that we know of that has that. And we know that they invade the Middle East and the Indian Peninsula.
So they're the ones that came up with all this bullshit.
Well, they're the reason why atheists run around and talk about how Yahweh's like Zeus and Yahweh's like that, and these two gods are the same. Right? It's because they all comes from the Proto-Indo-Europeans.
Well, yeah, they're not far off.
Which, in a weird way, if you can not be super married to how the Bible describes how this all went down, these are people coming out of the mountains long, long ago, spreading farming and technology.
Yeah. And, I bring this question up to Christians, and I guess bring up to you as well, James, is that if I'm to believe that the Bible is the Word of God or the Torah, why would this God, allow for the Hindu text to arise thousands of years before the Torah or the Bible? I mean, if I'm going to specifically to the Christians, this is going to be more so because they believe that it's a loving Father, right? So what loving Father withholds the truth, if it's true, for thousands of years and allows a lie, because they see Hinduism as a lie? Why allow for that to flourish for thousands of years before you decide to reveal the so-called truth? You understand where I'm coming from?
Right. I know why. Well, I don't know why, but I know the answer. His ways are greater than ours.
Where's my faith drop? I need to one about faith. I don't know if James heard me. Maybe he's contemplating. He's contemplating right now.
Deep
or maybe he's
thought.
trying to. He's in deep thought.
No, I'm not in deep thought. I was talking to a muted mic. I'm
I
sorry.
thought so. That too. That was my second guess.
Sorry.
You were in deep derp.
Yeah, if you guys want to get your mind blown, though, go look into what we've pieced together from the Indo-Proto-Europeans.
Yeah, I was looking at
I
them.
can't
Yeah,
even spell
you will read about what we pieced together from them and go, holy shit.
That's way
that's
too many
that's what we
syllables.
believe now.
According to when you read the Torah, Genesis, it's not a deistic God. I'm not going to say that, but there's no anthropomorphization. You don't get the hand of God, the long arm of God, God's heart swelling.
Wait a minute. He walked with Adam in the garden.
Oh, okay. Well, walked, moved.
Okay, what? To his
And
defense,
he showed Moses his ass.
How does God walk? It doesn't say that, but when you say like the long arm of God, I reached out and got with a long arm. That didn't happen till Exodus. So when you look at the Genesis rhetoric, just the language alone, there's no real interpersonal God thing. Well, by the way, and just to say this, Torah is not a historic book, and every rabbi and I could not accept that for a long time. Torah
I'm sorry,
is not
James,
historic.
but God gave Adam and Eve commands. He spoke to them.
No, I'm sorry. He okay. Well,
Allegedly.
True, but the universe sings, so, and you can listen to its sound. So let's just, okay. Doesn't make them human. Long arm. Well, birds don't have arms, nor do rocks.
No, I'm not saying it makes him human, but it makes him.
There's no anthropomorphization. There's no humanization of God in descriptive form anywhere in Genesis. It's different. God walks with man. Well, we know how man walks, but how does God walk? We don't know. It doesn't say that he had legs or feet. That the long arm of that whole anthropomorphization.
Well, James,
what about his image?
Wait a minute. When we say the word walk, I think it's implied legs are used.
Well,
and what about the whole made in his image? Where does that
that's
come
not
into play?
that's not anthropomorphization. You don't anthropomorphization, the psychological tendency and literacy device of attributing human traits, emotions, motivations, or intentions to non-human entities. That's what I mean by that. Does God get angry? Yes. Do we get angry? Yes. Are we anthropomorphizing God when we hear about God's anger? No. Yes, we are made in his image, and that's why there are attributes that we do share with God, and that's in the Torah. But I'm just trying to get a point across to answer a bigger question as to where did religion come from, and why wait till
Sinai? Go there, please. Go there, please. Why did God wait? Why did God wait so long?
Hold on a minute here, Solange. Here.
All right. All right, what? I'm going to get some coffee. I'll listen.
I can tell you where I think religion came from, and the whole purpose of any religion. And that is, in a nutshell, the whole purpose of any religion, how it all started, was mankind in its earliest forms. We don't know what happens after death. And that's where the whole fucking God thing came from in the first place. That's it in a nutshell. We want, as humans,
we long for that, don't we?
All the way back to the earliest humans to all the way to today. People want to think there's something more than just living here on this earth. That's the basis for any fucking religion, I think.
Right here. Let me drop some more on you here, right? While he's still thinking.
I'm ready, but I want to hear everybody else go because we got sidetracked. So I'm ready to go when I'm listening, though. Please.
About the Indo-Proto-Europeans. So if you read the Bible, it says, the Garden of Eden, the garden itself is in Eden. It's the Garden of Eden. And from there, it names rivers that come out of it. Two of them, Tigris and Euphrates. The Tigris-Euphrates, I forget the mountain chain, but it comes out of the mountains of the north, like north of the Middle East. That's the mountain range the Proto-Indo-Europeans come out of and conquer everybody. They're the ones that bring farming. as if, like you're having a garden. To put it out
So
there.
maybe, maybe it was the
It's an
promised
old
land.
memory.
Maybe
Yeah, well,
it's the promised land
it's an old
after all.
memory. Yeah, I think it's an old memory that we've just preserved.
There's one thing biblical I can go with, what Judaism teaches on a surface level, and then you look a little farther. On the surface level, there was a catastrophe. The earth cracked open, and there was a flood. There was a race bank preserved, and all animals we know of on the land and air today, and all the surviving we know of today, are from 3 descendants, and they're all given one covenant, all of them, and got his hands off. Like I said, there's no anthropomorphization. There's no hand of God moving stuff. Man is free. It's only until things like Babel, which is the source of Babylon, Egypt, and a few other things, and how things turned sour, that he needed a nation to preserve the message. And one day the world is going to get it. Why he waited 700 years before, I don't know. We weren't ready. We came up with a lot of things. We've done,
and 2,500 years since then.
Now here's the other thing. This is where I gave my Torah source. I want to go to the Talmudic notions discussed there, that there were 190 some odd generations of men prior to Adam. In the Bible, it says, "Let us make man in our image." It doesn't say that man didn't exist before then, or we're creating man. Man is already an animal of the field. Then there's in Genesis 2, he breathes the life into man. He became a living soul. Man was already there. And Christians have a hard time with that, especially the New Earthers. They have a hard time thinking that there were people like us, that looked like us, that moved like us, but they weren't self-aware, or they weren't aware of their neshama, their attachment to something greater and more. The longing for the dead.
That didn't happen until they ate from the tree. That's when they became aware.
No, that was Adam prior to the tree. The tree was melding good and evil. We say good and bad as if they're yin and yang. What eating the tree did in Judaism, I know it's different in other religions. In Judaism, eating the tree melded yin and yang into a gray area. So you could recognize gray, or black and white, but there's also gray. That's the moral corruption. Before then was more like true and false, according to Kabbalists. True and false is what the perception of Adam. But yeah, there was man before Adam, and we have to just deal with it, because there's a shed load of evidence. There's a lot of stuff that came before Adam in the world that survived the flood. Those,
Well, this is how the excuse. Because the question's always asked, where the whole population come from? Couldn't just come from 2 people. You're talking about a lot of incest. You got also Cain talks about going to a land of Nod, right, in Genesis. So
and has lots of wives and builds a city. Now, what kind of man could build a city and not have wives?
Right. Where did this city come from? Who built this city? Must have been other humans going on of intellect. They had to be of intellect to build the city. So I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't. Adam is considered the first Homo sapien. And that's just the only difference really is because people of Noah's time were 3 hairs away from Neanderthal. Let's face it. Cain's seed survived through through Noah's wife. So yeah, according to the Torah, there is an incest. It's a carefully laid out incest when you look at how you're supposed to breed animals.
Let me ask you this, James. Do you believe that there was a flood and only 8 people, and it wiped out the world, and only 8 people survived?
I don't know how many would have survived, because Isaiah says that not a drop fell on the land of Israel during the day of indignation. And this is where you get the giants, where they survived. Because Moses goes into the land, and what does he see? Giants. So there were giants that survived on the land. So there could have been others.
But I mean, it does say in the Bible that God says He's going to wipe out. I mean, He's going to wipe out every living creature. So if there's something that survives, then that means that God didn't fulfill what He said He was going to do.
Or He was going to destroy them later, which He did.
Well, or they represent, because some interpret these giants as not something literal, but it's a metaphor for just people of greatness, people of great power.
Could be.
If that's the case, then they survived the flood.
Could be.
And that means, and God didn't wipe out the earth, as He says in Genesis. He would.
He said He would wipe them out, but
He was saving only 8 in the ark.
He did say the flood would wipe them out, because they all got wiped out in the end. The last of the Nephilim or Phiam race was wiped out by David. He was the last one. Og survived for a long time. He was part of the first war in Genesis 14, the world's first war.
Wait, how long after the flood?
500, 600 years.
So we're giving God leeway of 500, 600 years to fulfill a so-called promise that He's going to wipe out everyone on the earth.
We've had a lot longer than that, but when we corrupted the earth itself, when the evil of man could be seen in the earth, yeah. But He didn't. It was a starting over. He was planting seeds. You know, the first creation, water covered the earth. The flood's considered the second creation. So
okay. My understanding is, I can't pull up the exact verse, that God, He's telling Noah pretty much, He's going to wipe out the earth. Nothing is going to survive.
The end of all flesh has come before me. That's what you're looking for. Hang on, I got you. I know you.
Okay. So, I mean, if that's the case, then why are these Nephilim, whatever you want to interpret that be, how could they even be a thing? It should be only the 8 that survived.
And God said to Noah, the end of all flesh has come before me, for the earth is filled with violence through them. And behold, I will destroy them with the earth. Make thee an ark of gopher wood, and then this, that, and the other. It'll be this big, it'll be that big. It'll be this big, it'll be that big. I will establish my covenant with you, and thou shalt come into the ark with all your sons and your wife. So He says the end of all flesh has come before Him, yet here He is saving flesh. Yeah, it's a conundrum. I can't answer your question there, man.
Okay, fair enough. You can't answer your question. So, see, my other follow-up question is, now, all right, so how long ago do you think this flood happened?
It would seem about 5,000 years ago there was a catastrophe. Yeah.
Okay, so we're looking at, okay, all right. So we're looking at about 3,000 BC.
Possibly, yeah.
Okay. All right, 3,000 BC, if you want to take all these timelines into consideration and all this, So it's 3,000 BC. There's a flood of the earth. 8 people are, 8 people are on the ark. They're apparently the only ones to survive, except this conundrum that we have. We don't know about the Nephilim, whatever. So my question is this now. Here we are, really only, 5,000 years later. All right, we got 8 billion people, tons of different races. For some reason, in my mind, the math doesn't add up to get this many people, this many different races from just 5,000 years ago. I think there's a bigger conundrum there.
How long did the 3? It was, by the way, it was 5 people on the ark, including the wives. So we don't really know.
Well, that
Could
makes
be
it
a lot
even
more.
that makes it even more difficult.
Not really, because how long did they live? We only, we keep records of Shem, and he was about 900 years old. Noah's about 900 years. Remember, we're talking about a genetic bottle hole now, an incest, if you will. Yeah.
So wait, so we're to believe that people live 900 years,
According to the Torah, yeah, and it's possible. Why not?
So
we have legends,
yeah.
we have legends of demi-humans like elves and dragons and dwarves and all these fairy folk that we call them, but we have legends of something other than us prior to this. Where did that come from? Did we just make it up out of thin air? I think
stories, imagination.
Really?
Yes,
came from our imagination. Yes, man. Now you're
Could
on
be.
to something.
There you
Could
go.
be.
And I wanted to say something. I've been quiet for a while.
Go ahead.
If you think about this whole thing, you wanted to go back, and I don't know who, we went back to where the first place it was that humans worshipped like this father God, supposedly.
Father
Now,
God.
what I've been wondering is take a step back from that to where before that humans worshipped fire or the sun.
They still do.
Right. So
I can see the sun.
That's what I'm saying.
That's right. I think the sun is much more worthy of worship, and I can, because I have so much evidence of the good that the sun can do.
Right, and it all.
But anyway, Tom.
I still stand by what I said earlier. All of that, the worshiping the sun, worshiping fire, worshiping Mother Nature, or worshiping a personal God, that all goes back to basically a fear of death. We want to think we as human beings really, really, really want to think that there is something that happens to us after we die. And we use the wild imagination that we have to come up with all of this shit.
I might say that we need to strive for something more. You might say it's what's after death. And this would be why soothsayers and necromancers and people who seance folk, they want to talk to the dead. Maybe they can. Who knows? But it would certainly explain a lot of that in our nature as to in our behavior in certain circles. I mean, it's pretty much worldwide. It's ubiquitous.
Well, but I don't understand on the flip side of that why it's not. Why being here and being a human and being alive and having this human experience, why isn't that enough? Why the need for this to go on forever, or to have a heaven, or when we die, we think we're special and we have some kind of fucking soul that goes somewhere? When every other animal on this earth, if a fucking bug hits our windshield, it's dead. It's gone. It's not going to any fucking afterlife. Nobody really fucking thinks that. I don't know. Maybe there's exceptions to that rule.
Oh man, could you imagine getting to heaven and it's just full of mosquitoes
that don't bite?
Right, because we're not, like if we're special, why aren't the fucking mosquitoes special? Like, what the fuck is it about humans that thinks we're the one species on this earth that gets to go on and live forever? I just think it's the more I think about it, it's just it's pretty ego fucking testical.
Joe says because humans are greedy, DT, and self-centered.
That's it. And I get it. I'm not even saying. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. It's something that our human psyche has to fucking wrestle with. Like,
there's got to be more than this. Yeah, there's more than what we're looking at.
Yes,
yeah,
it's one of the biggest questions that we have as humans.
Yeah, just
And
for
I
that, the
think-
next time I get a deer, I'm just going to teabag it after I shoot it.
Right on. Yeah,
Take that,
Derek.
inferior
no.
species.
A real man with
Right.
dirty Sanchez. That no, never mind.
Right.
James, I have we have a saying around here. All right, well, kind of a motto of the channel, I guess, for me, and that is, if you value truth, you have to kind of entertain the idea that you might not have it. And I know that can when some of our beliefs are challenged, it can be very uncomfortable, and I understand.
I've been there.
Right, exactly. So I'm just to throw out no judgment, and there's some you might agree, disagree, but there's some things here to take into consideration. I would say that have been mentioned today.
Sure. I can't really, and this is the thing. I can't really attest what comes before the Torah. And when I look at the Torah, I don't just see something on the web and stories. It's when you get to look a little deeper and you do keep studying it, there's more to this text about the evolution of man, or man returning, maybe not, maybe it's guided to getting us there into a state of harmony with nature, harmony with each other.
Totally get that. And it's just the thing is, it's not a new story. See, the Hindus do the same thing.
Sure. It's a human, I get that, but I can't attest for what happens before that, because we've got some stuff. I showed you a couple. I mentioned a couple stelas. I don't have a screen share going on or nothing, but that fit the bill for 400 years before Ramesses II. Yada yada. But we don't really. I mean, I can't attest for how we do it. I just know that you can't look at it like Adam was born and he was the first man and there was nothing else like him on the earth, and that it was just a bright day, and it wasn't like that, man. It's about a growing, evolution. That's kind of biblical. We have to get to it, and we're getting there. I think human beings, I know we have black pillars out there watching, I'm sure. We're getting there, man. We really are. And if you would look at us 300 years ago, worldwide, we were a pretty savage, rotten species. And I think we're getting better. I think it's by leaps and bounds, and it's not going to stop. You can either fight the tide, punch a wave when it comes up, or you can surf. So that's I'm shutting up. Someone speak.
Okay. Well, all I'm saying is I like the Bruce Lee philosophy here. Bruce Lee said, absorb what is useful, discard what is not, add what is uniquely your own. And I'm saying that there are benefits to religious texts. There are lessons to be learned and everything, but maybe it's not best to be so invested in just one way of religious thought that, and maybe it's not all we think it's to be, and not to be scared to look at other beliefs. Maybe they might be similar, or you might gain something from them. And I know you have. And so that's, yeah.
Man, I used to read tarot cards at parties. I used to date pagans. I took martial art. I never bowed to a Buddha, but I take a lot of the Four Noble Truths, I think, are Torah on one foot. Yeah.
Well, as a Christian, and went to go take martial art classes, because of my indoctrination, I had to struggle with the whole fucking bowing and then the symbolism in the dojo. Yeah, it was like a struggle because I'm not supposed to be bowing these. Yeah, I could, it was like I had to get through that somehow.
You got a fucking number on you.
Well, that sucks.
Anyway, you want to see more of this video? Because we only got another hour and 8 minutes of left this video.
Wow, they put some effort into this.
It's stirring up some good combo, I'll tell you that. I'm enjoying it. All right, here we go.
Go for it.
Canaanites. Back to the Canaanites.
Yes, here we go.
Canaanites, the bad guys?
Hebrew is a Canaanite language, and the early writings from the Bible show a clear continuity with older Canaanite literature. with Canaanite poetic forms, literary forms, people's names, people's language. This is all native Canaanite stuff.
Early Israelites settled.
That's okay.
It's called Paleo-Hebrew. Paleo-Hebrew.
Left archaeology.
Okay.
Yeah, it doesn't look like the stuff we read today. Yeah.
Just with native Canaanite stuff.
One of the names of God in the Bible is El. And El, we know, was also the name of the chief god of the Canaanite pantheon.
Evidence that Israelites worshipped the Canaanite god El is written into the name Israel itself.
It is?
Including the name Israel itself, which originally meant something like El rules.
El rules?
Who rules?
The Canaanite high god, El. El rules. Now watch this.
Wrong. No.
He says wrong. All right.
Israel means little one who wrestles with God.
That's a meaning that comes along way later.
Way later, it's in Torah. It doesn't appear anywhere else.
Yeah, exactly. Way later, Torah. Way later.
Way later than what?
Than what he's referring to.
Which is?
You're talking about Bronze Age. You're talking about Iron Age. He's talking about Bronze Age.
Oh, is he?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go. Let's listen. Okay. Didn't find that.
Combination of archaeological evidence and textual and linguistic evidence makes it seem pretty obvious that the early Israelites were Canaanites.
Whoa.
Gosh.
Can it be?
The Israelites are another group of ites from Canaan.
You little fibber, you.
Egypt my ass.
Israelites are Canaanites?
The archaeological conclusion is that these are the same people.
The cartoon told me so. I believe it.
In fact,
they take this dude and they just give you a quick thing. He doesn't source anything. He doesn't cite anything.
Well, that's why we got Serb here.
Yeah,
Serb.
It's tangential to what I study professionally.
Well, you say it was Bronze Age and Iron Age.
Yeah. Not only were they
Jews
Canaanites
came from the Levant. But no, you can't call them Canaanites because what were Canaanites? How long between the age of the Bronze Age and the Iron Age? How many generations was that?
Well, I mean, effectively, one happens right after the other, right? Because there isn't like a clear cutoff point.
Okay.
But we're like, it's clearly in the Iron Age by like 1200, and then when you get around to like a century and a half before that, it's clearly the Bronze Age. So it's kind of fuzzy.
You can't take the Bible's claims that stuff happened 3,000, 4,000 years ago and apply it to this standard, because the Torah makes no claim of anything that happened that long ago, save between, I don't know, creation and Noah, whatever. There's nothing else there.
Well, see, here's like.
So you can't apply the biblical standard to this guy. He's talking shed loads time. He's like way back, like the early development of early human civilization. It has nothing to do with the Bible. Come on, y'all. Just because the Bible makes this claim, you can't say, well, this guy says this. So what? They're obviously talking about two separate things. Or, come on. That's a.
I know this is upsetting, James. I know.
Dude, we're talking post-Egypt. We're talking the past 3,000 years. We're not talking 12,000 or 1,200 years ago, or even anywhere close to the Bronze Age, the Iron Age, and all that. Come on. This is a story about one people. It was 3,000 years ago. That's it.
Yeah. Well, no,
big claim to anything else. I mean, that you can
when
really.
I say 1,200, 1,300, I'm talking about BC, which would be 3,000 plus years ago.
And this was okay.
So,
maybe.
for example, like the story of Moses, that both the late date and the early date for the story of Moses in reality would have Moses leaving Egypt to then return to Egypt, because the entire Levant, all the Canaanites, are a part of Egypt at that time period.
Right. Well, he hadn't gotten to the Levant yet. He never got to the Levant.
Well, no, he would have been the Levant. He just wouldn't have been right, because he's barred from joining them at Jerusalem or whatever, right? Or would he be like on the edge of the Levant or something? I don't think it's just
Sinai was probably closer to Turkey. Yeah, that he never entered the Levant.
Yeah.
Neither did the people. He got to see it once when he stood on a mountain before he died, but
well, I mean, the Levant goes all the way up to Turkey, right? Levant ends with where the Phoenicians are in the north.
right. But they had to cross the River Jordan to get to it. So
yeah, but that was all
Sinai,
Egypt,
and there was wondering. Okay,
that's what I was saying.
Yeah.
It was Egypt up until the Bronze Age collapse.
Could be. And why would they call people from the Canaanites who came down there foreign? Hyksos, bearded shepherds and flock keepers. Why would they be foreign to them?
Well,
they all were
foreign.
Okay.
Yeah, there are people coming in. Like the Egyptians have names for all of them too.
Does it make them Egyptian?
No, the lands are Egyptian and the cities are Egyptian. A lot of people in the cities at the time are Egyptian.
The cities, but fine. But Israel was the center of the world. That was world trade. That was Manhattan in its heyday. That was the place to be. Yeah, it was very multicultural. That doesn't mean those cultures who came there or who they influenced were Egyptian.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know about all that. Like the total population of the Levant is around like 20,000 people at the time. It's very underpopulated compared to Egypt or Babylon.
Well, yeah.
Yeah, so it's not the place to be. It's pretty small.
Egypt.
Some say it's still not.
It's not bad.
Egypt
Like I'm not saying it was bad to be there.
Oh, yeah.
But
Egypt was a very civilized people, and to this day, you can't turn away an Egyptian if you're a Jew.
That was the place to be.
Yeah.
Party was happening in Egypt.
Why would God choose Egypt to save the world? Egypt saved the freaking world. Yes, we can put Joseph there. Obviously, we're not going to do. Joseph is great, yes, but it was Egypt. It was that needed to save the world when the drought came. Man. So yeah, I don't scoff, man.
Not the Canaanites.
That would make a dirty diaper of the entire Bible story.
Hello? Anyone with a brain available? Like, duh, Israelites can't be from the promised land.
Why not?
Because later in my book, they still gotta enter the promised land.
Yeah,
this guy, right? I already entered, okay?
Why lie about escaping Egypt?
Inventing fantastic origin stories is what everybody did. Every schmuck has an origin story. That's what I'm trying to say. We all got them, okay?
Israel is right. John Collins explains it.
The peoples of the ancient Near East engaged in what might be called competitive historiography to show how their national heroes outshone the heroes of other peoples or were the true and most ancient founders of culture.
You're saying all this Bible history was just made up to impress the neighbors?
Is that really all it is?
There's no need to minimize the power of story.
Yeah, well, here's the thing. You're going to hand this off to 1 million, 2 million people, and they're just going to buy it enough to teach it to their kids? Really?
Well, if you're in control of the government and the whole economic system, yeah, they're going to buy whatever you fucking feed them.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, look at what's going on right now.
Yeah.
The whole world's buying what it's been fed, no matter what side you're on, man.
I can tell you this, there is no wilderness in the world today.
No wilderness?
What?
Yes, there is.
No, there's not.
I could take you through some wilderness.
I can look at it on Google Maps.
I don't know. I almost starved to death in the mountains one time. There's a little bit of wilderness, maybe not a lot.
Well, is it?
Oh.
Do we not know the land?
Actually, surprisingly, we know we don't. Actually,
Now think about that 3,000 years ago, 3,500.
About the depths of the ocean.
We definitely
But you can just, you're going to give them this shed load of text and teach them all to read it, by the way. Jews are literate. They always have been. Teach them to read this thing, and they're just going to buy it without evidence, without some miracle, without something drawing them other than economic control of the bourgeoisie. I mean, really.
Well,
Hey, James. Hey, James. Hey, James.
To believe in it, man. That's not so hard to imagine, is it?
Hey,
Really?
James. Yeah, didn't the Christians do that with Jesus?
They had a basic. They at least had a base in Gnosticism, paganism, and Judaism. At least they borrowed from each other.
There you go, James. There you go. You're getting there, buddy.
Really? So how did Judaism borrow from anybody? Because they have bread?
Canaanites. The Canaanites.
It didn't.
The
They
Canaanites.
were the first ones to imagine this fucking God person.
No, it wasn't they. You just said it was fed to them by somebody.
No, I mean
Without evidence, they just believed it.
The people that did the
their
feeding
history,
and
their history. What you're telling me
people that did the feeding and taught them how to read it. That was what you just said. Your exact words. Why would they believe this story? And then they were taught to read it because Jews can always read.
Because Jews were literate.
They
were
literate. I'm referring to,
dude. They were literate prior to the. They were literate prior to. They were literate. They were literate prior to the giving of the Ten Commandments. That has nothing to do with it.
Well, that's
they could
not
read
what
and
you
write.
said. You
They could
said
always read and write. No.
One at a time, please. Wait. We got a little bit of lag here. We got to let the other person finish before.
How? Okay. If you say this, okay. My point is, how do you sell it to a bunch of people in the fucking desert when none of it happened?
Well, what you do is you give them the story about 10 centuries after it's said to have happened.
But the Torah doesn't claim that, does it?
No, it doesn't. Well,
Okay,
I mean, it
so-
talks about stuff that would have happened 10 centuries.
How could you
before.
sell this book to a bunch of people for no good reason? They're just going to buy it because of the bourgeoisie? No, I disagree, man.
Oh no! The king in Judea passed laws to try to centralize power.
Why would anybody buy a story about a man that went up to a mountain and saw a burning bush and talked to God? How do you sell that?
How do you sell 3 million people the story that God spoke to them at Mount Sinai?
That's what I'm saying.
It's a national revelation is the point. It's not an individuals who goes out and charismatically tricks people. The Torah claims there was a national revelation.
Of what kind? I mean, it claims that. So
yes.
I mean,
so how do you sell that to people who were there?
I'm saying there was no national revelation. It was
okay.
Made up.
Then how did the people just accept this book to their lives depended on it? Literally, if it didn't happen, how can you sell that to somebody?
The same way it was sold to the Christians that a man died, rose from the dead for their sins.
Basically,
like I said, there was already established religion backing them up. They used the Christian Bible, I mean the Hebrew Bible, for Pete's sakes, and all of it tramples Christianity. The New Testament's a joke next to the Old Testament.
The Hebrews are right because they were first.
No, I didn't say they were first. That's not, and I'm not saying they're right because of that. I'm saying, how can you make the claim that God sold a story to the people that they witnessed God, or God's presence, I should say, pardon me.
I never made the claim that God sold anything. Never, ever.
Sorry, that Moses was able to sell people a story that they didn't witness. Well, and they believe it, and they pass it on to their children like it was life itself.
Answer me this one question: did all these people witness Moses going up to the mountain, seeing a burning bush?
Apparently, yes. Not the burning bush that came before he went back to Egypt to free the Israelites.
Right, but they believed it. They believed Moses went up the fucking mountain and saw a burning bush and talked to God, right?
Well,
but they didn't fucking see it. They didn't see it. That's my point. That's my whole point. They
They
didn't
were
see it, but they believed it.
But they were at the Sinai event.
What is this Sinai event that you speak of?
It's when the Israelites and the mixed multitude and all of them that ran out of Egypt came to the mountain and heard God speak the 10 Commandments. Excuse me, I'd say they heard, but the Torah says they saw God's words spoken. So
This is what's happening.
It's that's the big dent. That's the big thing. No, that's the claim they make. So how do you sell that to a million
Yeah,
people?
I know how
2
you
million
sell
people?
it. Oh, you get
How?
you get a charismatic leader and an illiterate population, and you can sell it and control them.
Okay, so you're saying that he told all these people you witnessed God speak at Sinai.
We don't even know if Moses existed.
You're that's not the claim you're making. How do
I
you
know, but
sell? How do you sell 1,000 people? You saw God speak, and so did you.
This is
You
what
and your forefathers, and sell it to them, and they buy it up hook,
I'll
line, and
tell you,
sinker.
because
It doesn't happen.
People
You
need.
can't.
I don't think
People
it
need.
happened.
People
That's what
need.
I'm saying.
People need to. They need a higher cause. They need a higher purpose. They need to. They need to
Okay.
fight or something great for something greater than themselves. And if a leader, especially a military leader like Moses, was a military leader, apparently he was a general. He knew all the tricks. Okay, so all it would take is for, like they do today, is such persons, right? We're gonna do this for God or a God. And then we're going to attribute to God the causes for God, because God made all these promises. This is what's going to happen. God, we're doing it even now, James. It's the same old song and dance. That's how you get a population to do it, and especially if they're fucking illiterate.
Where is the Syrian event or whatever it is in the Bible?
The Sinai event, Exodus 20.
Sinai event, yeah.
Yeah, up on Mount Sinai with the water and everything.
No, what is it? I'm assuming it's Old Testament.
Exodus chapter 20. It's the second book of the Bible.
Because I've never heard. I don't think I've ever heard this. Like, how many people did God supposedly speak to? 1,000.
2 point something million. They rounded up to 3 to make it sound good, but it's probably closer to when you count in elderly and children, about 2.5, 3 million maybe.
Yeah, Doubting Thomas. This is when they're around Mount Sinai, right? Is it the water and the food, or
No,
yeah.
This is you don't have sex, you clean your clothes, don't go,
Yeah.
don't touch the mountain. A cloud comes down onto the mountain and shakes it and burns it, and 3 million people hear God speak. According to the Talmud and some other stuff, the oral Torah is that people were dying and being resurrected so they could still hear it. And said, go up and get the commandments yourself. We can't handle this. It was the ram's horn. It got louder and louder and louder. Not ram's horn, it's just a horn. The sound of a horn came from the mountain, louder and louder and louder. And they saw God's spoken word. They saw it. They saw God's spoken word.
Do we
That's
have
the
a time
event.
frame of when this was?
The Exodus, I guess, is Ramesses II, 3000. Hang on a minute.
There's 2 time periods that are suggested.
Yeah.
I have to look them up, but one's later and one's earlier by like 100 years.
Yeah.
What are we talking? Like 2,500 years ago? 2,500 BC?
1400 BC, 1300 BC. According to the Jewish folk, it's about they argue 35,000 years ago was the Sinai event. That's the event you have to convince that they could just sell this book to somebody. Something happened. And for freaking sakes, they're still here, and they're fulfilling prophecy. Freaking Persia's attacking them, who's one of been the historically greatest allies. All the Jews are coming home. They're implementing the means to build the third temple. It's here. This is it. And notice the world is becoming deeper and deeper divided. There's a reason for it, man. I think this is it. I could be wrong, but if we don't, if we can't save ourselves at this point, man, nothing will.
We need to save ourselves from all this religious bullshit, man.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen. That's what the text says. The knowledge of God will be universal. You won't need religion. It'll be the end of freaking religion, because what is God? Not this God guy that you have in your head about it. Hashem will be apparent, and you can get on with your lives. You live longer. There's no more war. Disease goes away. You live in harmony with nature. Even viruses you live in harmony with, for freak's sakes. That's what's coming. And I know it sounds funky, but it's kind of Star Trekian too, man. Star Trek Insurrection. That's a great film, man.
Sounds a little like, well, some people like these Jehovah's Witnesses and Mormons believe like a new heaven is coming on earth. Is that what you're going to say?
In Hebrew, it's the world to come.
World to come.
So I can answer your question about the selling it to people if you want me to. I don't think you're gonna like it though.
I don't give a shit. Go for it.
Okay, so the Deuteronomists come around about 700 BC, and they take a bunch of these old stories, both written and oral. They edit them, write them down while writing Deuteronomy. They slap it all together by about 500, which basically you get the form that you have now. Then over the course of about 200 and 250 more years, what they wrote down becomes the main canon of Judea. So it takes about 250 years.
Okay. Any evidence that happened? You said could have. Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, that was a bunch of it.
Where?
It's I'm gonna look it up for you if you really want me to. I'm tired.
Well, I understand. So am I.
The original function of the story was to initiate people into an identity of being Israelite.
The Bible calls the first Israelites a mixed multitude.
From a mixed multitude
he says
of
they went with
Canaanites.
the mixed multitude. He makes a distinction wrong. That's in the text. I can. You want me to look it up? I'll tell you. There's a difference between the Israelite and the mixed multitude. Erev Ra. There was the Israelite, the Erev Ra. The Erev Ra, the mixed multitude that came with them out of Egypt. That's blatant. That's blatant. You got that bit wrong. Go for it.
Into a unified, connected group of Israelites who were in the process of crystallizing into the people of Israel. In other words, the story, in a way, makes the people into the people.
The story makes the people into the people?
The story makes the people into the people.
Yes. Yes. What do you think liberty does? What do you think the forefathers and their wigs and their lederhosen and their ruffles and frills and their slaves? Yeah, they're rich British motherfuckers who just got selfish, and we put them on frickin' pedestals.
But we have proof of their existence.
Yeah, we do. It's been
right. That's the
years.
Difference here. It's not just the story of founding fathers. We have proof of the founding fathers.
But that doesn't mean the stories are true. There's no reason to edify them, in my opinion. I'm sorry, teach them. No, Washington's.
But you don't deny they exist, right? They existed, right?
No, I just deny the. I don't like the haughtiness. I don't like the phallus in Washington D.C. that is the Washington Monument. How about that big, oversized on a throne?
James.
Fuck Abraham. Abraham Lincoln was a totalitarian lawyer piece of shit.
James, I know you had a couple.
He shouldn't be edified on that size on a goddamn throne in a country that says
red herrings here. We got red herrings. I think it's a red herring fallacy going on here.
It's the best president we ever
had. There's some kind of fallacy or a straw man. I don't know because founding fathers existed. We have proof of that.
So
That's all right. It's a story that we
Egypt existed. We have proof of that.
Egypt still exists.
Okay.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't.
Egypt's. There's a little bit of it left, but it's mostly, intermediate. The Egypt
Could I
of
book a flight? Could I book a flight to Egypt right now?
Sure. Is it going to be the same people who were there 3,000 years ago?
I don't
No.
give a fuck. Egypt still exists.
I don't give a fuck. So is the Levant. The Levant exists as well, and so is the well of Beersheba. So I rest my case. At least 3,000.
Flight to the Levant?
You can book
Do
a
you
flight
have,
to the
do you have evidence
can-
of Moses? Do you have evidence of Moses? As much evidence of Moses existing as we do George Washington?
No, but that's unfair. You're talking 3,500 years apart. Give me a break.
Oh, well.
Come on.
Okay.
That's unfair.
3,500 years ago.
Yeah.
All right. Who else?
Long time.
Who else lived then? Who else lived then?
Plato,
Who else lived then that we have sufficient evidence that they existed? That we have more evidence. Come on, it's got to be somebody from history. That's
A pharaoh.
Pliny the Younger.
A pharaoh. How about the temple? Let's go.
Sumerians.
Let's go. 3,000. Let's go.
existed.
Yeah. So sure they did. Yes, they did. The Bible even says they did. Yep. Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Do we have anyone popular from that era?
There was a temple in the Levant for a long time. It was a Jewish temple, whether you like it or not.
Do you have evidence of that?
Yes, there's plenty of it. They're digging it up as you speak. Get online. Go to Israel and look at it. Shit, there's plenty. We're talking first temple. First temple. We're not talking second. We're talking first temple. Babylonian era.
Oh, you're a First Temple Christian.
No, I'm not a Christian. No, I reject dead
know.
men on the stick. Oh, fuck off. I love you. I love you, man. I really do.
No Egypt.
And no escape.
No entering the promised land.
Israelites are from the promised land.
Just more ice.
From Canaan.
Now, this new group of ites, the Israelites, entered the world stage 500 miles east of Egypt, sometime around 1200 BC.
That's way later than what the Bible says.
You guys are just a bunch of Johnny-come-latelys.
I'm right on time. Get hit, huh?
Didn't say that no one else existed when they got there.
Perhaps, as Amos Funkenstein suggests, Israel's conviction that it was God's chosen people was a compensation.
Isn't it always?
For its awareness of its belatedness on the historical scene.
Amos Funkenstein suggests? Funkin' whatever. Satan's scholars are just being mean. I mean, they're super meanies. Satan's biblical scholars are critical scholars. Critical and criticizing.
Yeah, critical doesn't mean being mean. It's not like I'm criticizing you for not cleaning up your room.
It's clean.
It goes.
That's great. The Israelites were not the only people, and when they got there, yeah, I'm sure it would take a long time before they would be settled enough to leave reminiscences of themselves before leaving. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I can see that to some degree. Yeah, absolutely.
Back to the Greek word kritike,
which is Greek for a bunch of atheists undermining the Bible.
Why does Jesus have a golf club?
And why does he sound like Kirk Cameron? I mean, really, come on. Just imagine Kirk Cameron doing the voiceover. I love Kirk. I'm sorry, Kirk, if you're listening.
Yeah, not quite.
And if you say atheist biblical scholars, you're looking at one of the, maybe there's 4 or 5 that I can think of.
Then who's the biblical scholars? How do we recognize them?
What do they look like?
What does a biblical scholar look like?
Jeez.
So it's an example.
And we got a room full of biblical scholars right here.
Yeah, I don't see too many people of color. Apparently, there's something going on here. What do they look like?
Yeah, where are the black biblical scholars?
Yeah, right. What do they look like? There's a couple.
White, middle-aged, or aging male Protestant.
I gotta turn my mic off.
Protestants? Christians?
That's right. Most all critical biblical scholars aren't atheist, but Christian.
For sure, Christians.
Biblical studies has always been mostly Christian.
He said white Christian.
Dudes.
All of the early creators of biblical scholarship, as we know it today, were all religious people. They were ministers, they were priests.
Most of the great founding fathers of biblical scholarship were church-going, pious people.
False believers.
They were usually ministers of...
We're the ones who got it right. The dissenters in England. We started from the dissenters, and what else could you do? We learned to read. The peasants learned to read. You couldn't stop us anymore. And look what happened, man.
Oh yeah.
Look what happened.
Yeah, the printing press one-shot the New Testament.
It's delicious. It's fucking delicious, dude. I gobble that part of history up like ambrosia.
Protestant churches who would argue with each other about the best way to understand this text, with the idea that you didn't need any special office.
Oh, we got a bunch of scholars, biblical scholars here on YouTube. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
Arguing about what the text says. Yeah.
To read the text closely. So modern biblical scholarship comes from primarily Protestant theology.
Modern biblical scholarship comes primarily from heretics and false believers.
And Christians. Mostly Christians.
I have a question, Satan.
Yes, Kathy?
If most biblical scholars are Christians and these secrets you're sharing are taught in seminaries, well, my question is, why would Christians attack the Bible?
That wasn't the intention of the scholars that created biblical studies. They wanted to elucidate the Bible and show its truth, and they believed that all sorts of scholarship would be compatible with the Bible.
And how'd that turn out?
That was overly optimistic.
Archaeology would,
to say the least,
verify the Bible. But then, it turned out that it didn't.
No, it did.
Didn't.
Did.
Yeah.
Didn't.
Did.
Didn't.
Whatever.
So what?
See, their perspective, Christian perspective comes, the Christian perspective, they don't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to the text. They see it as pure. The greatest prophet, some say Isaiah, is like 95% poetry. They're not, they see this and they take it from their, very Christian roots, their King James, and they don't look any farther.
Okay, keep talking, James.
Well, if they want to look at their own Bible, you got to go to the Jewish. Sorry, it's their book, and they're going to tell you, this isn't Lucifer. This is the king of Babylon. There is no Lucifer. What do you mean there's no Lucifer? There's no Lucifer, dude.
James.
There's no eternal damnation. What do you mean? It says right here. No, it doesn't.
But James,
what?
See,
no heaven either.
Me and probably the two other on the panel would say that your criticisms, right, and the stuff of Christians and what they do,
or what's in the text
should be applied, that you should apply to your own beliefs. And what we're trying to point out here is the same kind of thing with the Canaanites.
Okay, what I'm pointing out is the fallacy of the Christian New Testament against its own rest of the Bible. That's it. I don't need anything else. The New Testament is a fallacy in and of itself. Everything about it is wrong. They literally misquote Jewish texts. It flies in the face of Judaism, the prince of the air, the fallen angel, all of that. flies in the face of everything before it. I don't need anything else. I'm not. We can go against the rest of the religions, and at least the Christians stop, slaughtering each other for God's sake, and figure that, hey, at least one guy did it for us, and we don't have to slaughter Aunt Betty anymore, or whatever. It weaned the pagans off a human sacrifice. I'll give it that.
Do biblical scholars, mostly Christian biblical scholars, think today about the Bible's version of history?
Today, most of what was held 100 years ago, say around 1900, as history is no longer held that way. Certainly the creation stories are not held to be history.
Talkie snake.
Most of the patriarchal narratives are not held to be history.
A phony, bro.
Moses is not held to be mostly historical.
Demon lies.
The Exodus is either minimized or not held to be what is depicted in the Bible.
The biblical texts are not historically reliable accounts of early Israelite history.
Says who?
The more history we learned, turns out that a lot of the biblical history was simply wrong.
You guys are not exhibiting the kingdom mindsets.
Yes.
Mindsets.
Let me see some of the. I'm not looking at the comments in the
chat room.
Yeah. Bananas prove God is real. He's doing with the Kirk Cameron thing.
No.
People fuck shit up by themselves. No God needed.
Oh, God.
This video accurately represents why religion is so silly. Time to let go, folks. Believe what I say, not what the book says. And Jesus was the ultimate human sacrifice. Okay.
See, that ended a lot of.
Wrong does not compute with perfect.
Oh, sorry. Okay.
Nah, Rome tried to unify everybody's religions together. The idea of a human sacrifice would end human sacrifice in all these European places where it was still done. It weaned people off of it. It had its value at the time to some degree.
Perfect.
Inerrant.
The Bible's perfection is crucial for preachers.
Inerrancy is a.
Okay. Christians claim that the Bible is inerrant. Do you, James, claim that the Torah is inerrant?
I would make a more positive claim that it's prophecy. So inerrant is, I guess it's if what you see before you violates the Torah, then it's your understanding of Torah that needs work. Not what you see before you, not science, not technology. It's your understanding.
That's how they get the people to believe all this shit.
So what makes you different, James? What makes you different than the presuppositionalist?
Then I'm sorry.
I can tell you that.
Go for it. I don't know what the presuppositionalist.
James just said it. James just said if you see something that contradicts the Torah, then your understanding of the Torah is wrong. Where a presuppositionalist would say, if you see something that contradicts the Bible, you're seeing it wrong. Not the Bible, but the thing you're seeing.
Yeah, you can't deny science. You can't deny the evidence before your eyes.
Yeah, but you just made the claim that if it doesn't fit the Torah, you're seeing the Torah wrong.
Right.
So you have to reinterpret the Torah.
That's a very narrow and blinding and possibly
dude,
put your
it's
blinders on
painful.
Way of thinking. Don't you think?
No, not at all. Not at all.
I think it's opposite.
I've shunned away from all this a couple times. One time, kind of publicly, in a way, when I ended the channel years ago on YouTube. Yeah, when you make revelation, it sometimes hurts. Frank Green Soul, if he were here, bless him. He said it's like
revelation. It's not
Yeah.
that's not revelation to say that if the way I think doesn't fit the text, I
Then
have
I
to
then
change my interpreter of the text. That's just
yes.
blind allegiance.
No, it's well, okay, okay, I can see where you come from. All right, yeah, I get that. But it's been with me and done me right so many times. And I'll tell you this, it's like heroin, man. Slap that vein, put it on me. It's hard to shake. I'll give you that. It's really hard to shake.
That's why it's so easy to sell to people, right?
It's the thing,
No,
Jay.
Judaism is not
It's
sellable.
like the Jesus fix. It's like the
People
Jesus fix.
don't. Yeah, but people don't buy Judaism. They buy Christianity. They buy evangelicalism. They buy the TV guy who says, "Send me money."
What do you mean buy?
Right, and
They
maybe
buy
I don't know
into it.
about I was going to say the other three of us in the room don't buy any of it, but I would just have to speak for myself.
Well, just be a good person. That's all I can say, man.
Well,
Doesn't matter
right, that's what I'm
it doesn't
saying.
matter what
earlier.
you believe. It's
Why the fuck do so many humans have a problem with? And not you, but I've had Christians say, well, if that's the way you feel about life, then why wouldn't you just kill yourself? Because there's no point to it.
it's their own Bible. They should know better, but oh well, whatever. I'm sorry.
Right. But
It's
it's
how
only
you
because
behave.
it's because they think the same way you do. If it doesn't fit their fucking Bible, then they're wrong, and they have to make everything in their life fit the fucking Bible.
Sometimes I had JW stop by a couple weeks ago, and everybody was always saying when people stop by my door, did you smash the idol? Did you tear their belief apart in front of their eyes with their own Bible? No. This time I actually engaged them, and I said, look, I don't want to waste your time, but I mean, I'm learning Hebrew. I'm not that great at it, but I study the Torah all the time. I study the Bible. There's a lot of people that could use your help out there, and I hope you encounter them. So don't stop doing what you're doing. But I can't convert. I can't join you. And they were so cool. That's the first time I engaged them like that. He was like, no, thank you, because I don't want to I don't want to rip their heart out of their chest and show them that you've been lied to. There is a God, but everything you thought was wrong. It's hard to do that to people, for me, on a personal level. I can when they get arrogant. Oh, well, I'll smash you right back. But, it's hard. And I let them go, though. They're good people. I could tell they had good hearts, and they're sending out their young, to.
Yeah,
because they've been
it's the
studying.
same thing here, James. I mean, we're not. I hope you're not taking this as an attack on you. We're just
Brother John, if I felt that way, I wouldn't be here. You don't offend me one iota, nor do you, Thomas or Cerberus.
Right on.
Baby.
Fair enough.
I
Appreciate
love
that.
I don't come in here I know who I'm dealing with. Dude, you know me better than that, dude. You just come in my hangout. Man, shit. I mean, fuck that noise, dude. But hell yeah. Yeah, question me. Do it.
Okay.
Please. I love it. I'm serious. Although I have had a couple, and I do have to go to bed.
From my vantage point, you're really not doing anything different than what a Christian would do. As far as defending their belief, it's the same kind of actions.
Okay. Well, yeah, it's all in how you behave. And as much as I detest idolatry,
at least you're not saying believe my way or it's the highway.
It's
not,
well,
I don't know if you believe that.
Behave. You don't murder or personal injury, and that means slander, because to destroy a man's name is to destroy him. You don't steal. You don't curse God's name. Thankfully, the world doesn't know God's name, so can't slander him. Idol worship is bad, but any intelligent person should know better. What is it? Illicit sexual behavior. We all know that. Set up courts to regulate the world and make it a better place, make a just world. That's what my religion teaches. And Even atheists can buy into it. A vegan atheist could keep the universal
No,
Torah
I'm
laws.
down with about 2. I'm down with definitely 2, maybe 3 out of your 5 rules. Because I mean,
Really?
it comes down to really don't take somebody's shit and don't hurt someone else. I mean, it comes down to that.
Yeah.
These other things that you're talking about, idols and sexually explicit. I mean, these are all
Behavior.
very debatable to me.
Well, we don't have sex with animals or our fathers. You know, it's there to promote family.
Yeah, really, if you're an atheist and you're not an asshole, you kind of default to following like the Noahide
Yes,
code,
you
right?
can. Yes, you can. If you're a vegan atheist, you have fulfilled the universal Torah law.
And
Now,
probably
if you're meat,
most of the Christians do too, though. Also,
well,
except that you believe that they're worshiping an idol called Jesus.
when they pray to dead guy on a stick, yeah, they're committing, but they do believe in God. So I hate to say it like this, and it sounds stupid, and it's too long to describe. They get a pass because they do believe in God, even though they pray to a dead guy on a stick.
Yeah, God forgives them for being idiots.
Like the Muslims, they're a great nation as well. So are the Buddhists.
Even though I tell the Christians, if the Jews are right, you are committing idolatry, and that would be a very, that's a big sin.
Be a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah, but if the Muslims are right, the Jews and the Christians are fucked.
If the Muslims could stop trying to gobble up the world and shit on it, they might live a good life in this world.
Some of them are. Have you been to Saudi Arabia?
Saudis are a little more civilized than you might believe. They don't allow people to pray to Allah on the street. Are you kidding me? You'd be arrested in a heartbeat right outside of the obelisk there. Yeah, they don't pull up for that shit. They know better.
Okay.
Yeah.
You want more? You want more of this video?
I'm going to have to go to bed. I really do need to go to bed. I got to work.
All right. It was fun. I know.
Oh, we were just getting to the part where they talk about the scholars Jill actually believes in.
I loved it. I loved it when Moses turned around from Pharaoh and it was the toothpick. It was like the backside of the actual puppet walked off. Brother John, I love you.
Yes, sir.
Cerberus, I love you. Thomas, my middle name. I love you too.
Right
on. We go way back. We go way back.
I love you all. Be well. We'll see you.
All right, be well.
You too. Be well.
All right. Alrighty.
Oh, he missed that one. Muhammad was a born-again Christian. He should know that before he goes to bed. The freak.
I like James, and I think some of the things we're talking about, definitely it triggered something. I hope he goes back and listens to some of the things. I don't know if he will, but there were times there, and I know people are passionate about their belief, and this is their identity, and they're going to get defensive, and there was a little of that, and it's understandable.
Don't run.
It's telling at the same time. Okay.
Well, we don't run across too many Jews in these parts. It's kind of refreshing to talk to him.
Yeah, it is. Wish we had a Christian in here for him to argue with.
Yeah. The freak, get in here. You're a Christian. Get in here and defend your beliefs.
There you go, Billy just well. All right, the internet. Good night, James. Go back and listen. You want more of this video or what?
Sure, why not?
Why not? Okay. The link should be pinned. I know we had up to wait, my chat. I just lost my
The freaks have 1 minute. He might be coming in.
Okay, I just lost my chat. The fuck happened to my chat?
I don't know. Chat, where'd you go?
Sounds like the devil took it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's all this blank space on the freak all of a sudden. All these. All right. Anyway. Oh yeah, link should be pinned. We had like 9 viewers before. So they had the freak. I know that name.
He's safe.
Crucial component for the preacher to be able to say, "This is the word of God."
Whose word?
Your word.
Your perfect word, Jesus.
Word up. Scram, Satan. Perfect Jesus. Perfect.
Perfect Jesus. Jesus
Perfect
is
book.
back.
Big book.
What?
Perfect Jesus, perfect book.
Perfect book. I hate to pump the brakes on biblical inerrancy.
Pump the brakes? This is the open highway.
And the check engine light just went on. Hey, we have a problem.
The problem is yours alone, Satan.
Your scholars share this problem too. Evangelicals say there's no agreement on what exactly inerrancy is.
The problem, however, is that there are various understandings and misunderstandings of inerrancy in circulation.
Different people have different definitions of what counts as inerrancy and what doesn't count as inerrancy.
Well, it really depends on whose inerrancy we're talking about.
How are there different versions of it?
It depends on whose inerrancy we're talking about.
By the way, those scholars are the ones Jill believes in. This basically is the only thing they do. They argue about the definitions of like 3 words.
God. Oh, fucking people, get a life!
Oh, I can see
Inerrancy.
Jill. I can see Jill getting lost in a rabbit trail for at least an hour and a half on the 3 different versions of inerrancy.
Hey, these are your scholars, J-Man. Evangelical scholars can't even agree on what inerrancy is.
I'm sure all of it can be harmonized.
In my view,
If only Jesus came back to settle the issue.
a rich and sophisticated doctrine of inerrancy is part of biblical fidelity.
I don't know a lot of people that have a sophisticated doctrine of inerrancy. I live in the South. And
Welcome, Professor Frank. My current title keeps changing. My current title is Inerrancy, a Place to Live.
By inerrancy, I mean inerrancy is simply a way of stating
That the texts don't contradict each other, but neither do they cohere.
That does not cohere.
Those are your
These guys sound-
conservative scholars.
Yeah.
Right.
Confused. They just need more Sunday school.
My bro Kevin will get us back on track.
the biblical authors speak truth in all things they affirm and will eventually be seen to have spoken truly when right-minded readers read rightly.
2 times.
When right-minded readers read rightly.
Right, my.
Exactly. If you're getting any other sort of interpretation out of it, you're not a right-minded reader. You're not reading it right. You need to adjust your thinking to the doctrine.
This is a very coded way of you have to believe it before you read it to believe it.
That's right. And this is what we're trying to point out to James, if you're listening, we're trying to point out to you earlier when it comes to the Torah. And that's why I was kind of making the similarity to presupposition. You have to presuppose that the Torah is the word, it's right.
Well, kind of. I mean, this is common with the most of the Jews, right? Where his understanding of Torah has to change with what he sees. So it is quite a bit different from Christians, right? Where you take someone like Jill tries to force reality to match the Bible, where most of the Jews do the opposite. They try to make the Bible match reality.
Blessed are the right-minded readers. Thank you, Kev.
We could agree that inerrancy, if not essential, is nevertheless expedient.
Could you define expedient for me?
Convenient and practical.
Although possibly improper or immoral.
or just biblical.
Why is the inerrancy?
Oh, God. Gotta like this Jesus. He's got a good sense of humor.
And the infallibility and the flawlessness of God's word so important. Because, friends, if this book is not true, you're in a heap of trouble.
Hell-level trouble. And kids?
If that book is not true, we're in a lot of trouble. What kind of trouble? What kind of trouble are we in?
A hell kind of trouble.
No, you're just going to die, and you're going to die forever.
You're stumbling. Be very careful about the things you're thinking. Do you want to hear me say, I never knew ye?
Don't cast us aside.
We love you, Jesus.
Don't cast us, please.
We believe you, Jesus. You are Lord.
Oh, I feel the devil's coming back soon. He's coming back. I feel it.
Get away from me. I never knew you.
Well, okay then. I want everyone here to pray. Pray on this word. Ask me. I'll open your spiritual eye to the truth and trustworthiness of this holy word. Pray now. I'll wait. Witness this, Satan. Discipline, morals. That's why parents send their kids here. Not because of any nerd history lesson. Parents send their children to church to learn good morals.
Is that what they're learning? Students, I got seminary secrets about biblical morals.
Your math is slightly off there, Satan.
What math?
Math is hard. Jesus will help you. Without my book, there are no morals.
Is it going to be the word, or is it going to be the world?
The world.
The world.
I would have thought the word would have been included in the world, but okay.
Let's see. It's 11:52. The freak.
He lied to us. He's going to hell.
Going to hell.
Green Soul says God is going to get you.
I don't see Green Soul's comments. Oh, wait. Now, wait. Let me refresh it. Oh, there we go.
Probably
God's
isn't
gonna get you.
refreshed.
Yeah. Okay.
The freak said he's on his way.
Is the freak a Christian?
What?
The
Yeah,
freak.
I believe so.
The freak, if you're a Christian, please, I ask of you to be, before you come in, to be filled with the Holy Spirit. All right? Please be filled with the Holy Spirit.
But not in a gay way.
Not in a gay way. There's the Son, worthy to be worshipped.
There's that beautiful psalm.
Psalm 137, Mrs. Reichholm.
Doctor,
Yeah, Doc. You're so smart. You don't even know what psalm this is.
I wish I could remember exactly which psalm it is, but it's the beautiful psalm.
It's Psalm 137.
And at the end of the psalm, they're dashing the babies' heads against rocks.
My turn.
Happy shall he be that taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones.
Happy baby smashing?
Yeah, this is a popular scripture. We all know this one, right?
B.F. Lewis.
Is this a B.S.? No, it isn't. It's not a B.S. Lewis video. It's whose video is this?
The Bible?
Book of Psalms, Psalm 137. Everybody sings the first line of the psalm.
It's Satan's Guide. That's the channel. It's called Satan's Guide.
Satan's Guide to the
By
Bible.
the rivers of Babylon, where he sat down.
Nobody sings the last line.
Taketh and dasheth thy little ones against the stones.
Metaphorical, perhaps? Toss me into the bosom of my stoner mom?
Stoner mom.
Yeah.
It's ideas that you should have these babies and strike them up against rocks. To me, it's odious.
Extremely unpleasant, repulsive.
Smashing babies qualifies.
It should not be called beautiful. It should not be celebrated in any way.
You lied again, Satan. I found someone on YouTube singing the last line.
Take your little ones and dash them against the rock.
And so we
imagine singing that in church.
Yeah.
just tend to repress or ignore those aspects of the Bible, but I think it would be more interesting to engage them.
More interesting for who?
And I think what it would lead to is a deeper empathetic experience. We would understand the anger, we would understand the suffering, we would understand what they thought had been stolen from them in a much deeper way if we were willing to engage the horror that's present there. And I think something similar could happen with engagement in the story of the Israelites moving into Canaan.
Serious horror fans, stay tuned, okay? A story filled with extreme horror. Next.
Oh, we still got Joe out there. Frank, come on in. Say hello.
They're
Hey, look,
shy.
We're approaching midnight here. Woo.
Previously in the Bible, God broed out with Abraham. He promised Abraham a ton of land, but the land was already filled with Canaanites.
Does a good God try and steal land?
My ways are higher.
If by higher you mean more violent?
Hardly.
Oh, there you go. Right. Yep. You're right, Tom. His ways are hard. We just don't understand the mind of God. It's all mystery.
Yep.
Just have faith.
Yep.
You saw me. Didn't I ask y'all nicely to pack up and leave? I offered them many peaceful ways out. North, south, east, west. I don't even have to be nice about it. In fact, you know what? The time for my mercy has ended. You don't want.
I've given you every opportunity to leave your home.
Yeah.
You just refuse to leave your home. Hello, the freak. Ah, freak out.
Hear me. Good evening.
Good evening.
Greetings and salutations.
How you guys doing?
Really good.
You're doing all right. Let me check your.
All right.
Ready? Echo. Let me shut the echo there. Okay. Any comments, questions, criticisms you have at this moment?
Well, I find it interesting that the Psalm 137 verse, whatever that is, about the babies being dashed on the rocks or whatever. You know, it's like a bunch of the atheists are using that that line right now. So it's interesting that, like, I don't know. I'm not saying it's coordinated or something like, or you know, but it is interesting. And also, like, when you actually take that whole thing in context, that's actually a prophecy of a future event that hasn't happened yet. So in context, it really just isn't. It really isn't a thing. So, but it's interesting that, you know, atheists will use like a prophecy that hasn't happened yet, like as a way to basically virtue signal God. You know,
What's the prophecy? What's the future event that it prophesies?
that they'll have revenge on Babylon for how they were, you know, treated and exiled.
So is babies being dashed on the rocks a prophecy?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is God commanding it?
That's an interesting take.
I don't know. You know, I don't know if he commands it. Like that's an interesting aspect of prophecy. Like God could be just laying out what people of their own free will are doing, as opposed to like commanding it. But then again, if he says it has to come to pass. So that is a little bit of a quagmire dilemma. Like, you know, paradox for a believer or unbeliever. I don't know if we can fully know that answer.
Okay, so in order for this to be the future, you believe that Babylon will rise again, and
yeah, there'd have to be, the Jews would have to be able to avenge their exile on them, and we know that they haven't done that. I mean, you almost could say like the whole Iran thing now could be part of that, maybe, but it's saying that in Psalm 137 that will be like part of the revenge of what happened to Israel via Babylon and Nebuchadnezzar and everything else.
So Jesus still has wrath to unleash? Is that what you're saying?
Israel.
Well, what I'll say is, the prophecies will be fulfilled.
Oh, so this prophecy wasn't fulfilled yet, 137.
Correct.
No.
Yeah, it couldn't have been fulfilled.
How do you know it? Right. Do Jews do Jews recognize Psalm 137 as a prophecy?
I have to imagine that they do, because they haven't had warring or a reconciling or a revenge or a payback or whatever, kind of conflict with quote unquote Babylon.
So Richard Madsen was right. None of the Bible has happened yet.
I wouldn't say that, but my point is that the atheists are taking something that hasn't even occurred yet, applying it to either now or the past, and using that as justification to deny God outright, which I think is kind of peculiar.
Well, don't you think it's kind of peculiar that a loving, well, maybe not loving, I'm not loving, I don't know how you feel about him, but a loving being would command babies to be dashed against the rocks. Isn't there something a little bit odd about that? Whether it's in the past or it's going to happen?
Oh yeah, it's horrendous, but you also have to consider justice, and if it happened to them, that's kind of how the way God works.
So were their babies dashed against the rocks? So now somebody has to go and dash the other tribe's babies? Is that?
I mean, the Old Testament was the, eye for an eye, tooth for the tooth kind of justice.
Okay, so I guess my question is, who are the first babies that got dashed on the rocks? Did that happen yet?
When the Babylonians exiled the Israelites, then I assume, because I haven't specific knowledge of it, that must have happened, because God wouldn't say that they would rejoice in doing that otherwise. He's not that sadistic.
Well, I think he is that sadistic, because it's not only you got to remember, it's not only it's fucked up that babies are getting dashed on the rocks, that's for sure, but it's got to do something to any sort of human being that would have to actually took a baby and physically dashed it on the rocks. That's not going to leave a happy human being in its wake, I wouldn't think, the dasher of said baby.
Yeah, I mean, if there are a group of people dashing babies on the rocks, I might have to just take them out, because we can't trust those people to be around.
I mean, you make a good point. I couldn't see myself doing that, even in revenge sake, for and being all glitty about it. I could only speculate how I would feel, but I imagine I wouldn't be like all like, oh, in your face, sucker. Like I don't
Now,
see
this psalm is, I'm imagining it's probably from David, because he wrote most of the psalms, right? The psalms attributed to him.
I would say probably, but I'm not sure.
Okay, well, 137.
Most of them are David, so yeah. Like the percentage would be in that like the probability is
whoever it is, the last three verses of this psalm, he is speaking to the Lord, right? So he's saying, remember, Lord, what the Edomites did on the day Jerusalem fell. Tear it down, they cried. Tear it down to its foundations. Daughter Babylon, doomed to destruction. Happy is the one who repays you according to what you have done to us. Happy is the one who seizes your infants and dashes them against the rocks.
So he could be talking about the Edomites. Is what you're saying, or both, or I'm a little confused.
I don't know if it's a prophecy. He's just telling, he's just reminding the Lord of his promises, that Babylon's going to fall and we're going to be happy about it. And we're going to commit the revenge and be happy about it.
Mm-hmm. Well, if it's Babylon, it definitely is a future event because we know that they haven't gotten revenge on whatever we would consider Babylon today, aside from just a geographic location at this point. The Edomites, that's a different story. So I'm bringing it up right now so I can look at it.
Yeah, the thing is, there's no Babylon today.
Not yet.
Yeah, and who's ever writing at the time period is referring to the Babylon that was. They're not referring to a future.
And that could be that whole region of,
Babylon.
Anywhere east of the Euphrates, really.
Yeah, do you think those are the same people that were there?
I don't know. Probably not. Probably not. But
you're not. Everyone's intermixed and spread around.
Yeah.
Right. It's not a future prophecy. It's not coming true.
Well, how can you be so sure? You speak with such confidence.
Because everyone intermixes, right? There is no just picking out the new people of Babylon.
So did it already happen? Are you saying the babies have already been dashed?
No, it probably just didn't happen.
Oh.
All right.
Want to vacate the land? It's your fault, Canaanites. You asked for him, you deserve him. So, Josh, when it comes to mass murder, what's your take?
I will leave nothing undone.
Oh, right on. In the 7th chapter of the book of Deuteronomy, God lays out his attack plan for Joshua's assault on Canaan.
Direct orders for the Israelites when they enter the promised land.
Already entered, sir. Said that once already. Say it again.
I will leave nothing undone.
Hey, this guy. Okay, yo. Yeah, I'm already here. Look down, huh?
Stay in your lane, Israel. Now, Joshua, listen up. And when the Lord your God brings you into the land you are entering to possess and drives out before you many nations, then you must destroy them totally. Make no treaty with them and show them no mercy. Do not intermarry with them.
Then why are all your boys sliding into my DMs?
Do not intermarry.
No treaties. Damn. Why not? No intermarrying. Why not?
Well, God had a specific purpose for the Israelites, and that is the lineage of the Messiah. So he wanted to keep them as pure as possible.
Can I just say the Deuteronomists are a cult? They rewrote a bunch of the text and made their own text. Put it out there.
I mean, I don't think that, from what we know, Moses was given the Torah and Deuteronomy is part of that. I don't think that Moses was starting to form a cult within a cult, outside of just an exiled cult. So I would say no.
The Deuteronomists come around and they take a bunch of older oral stories Maybe some written. We don't know exactly which is oral, which is written. And they change a bunch of them. And then they write them down. And then they write Deuteronomy. Right? They change the religion.
The Jewish religion.
I mean,
well, it wasn't
you're
really
talking about a subsect within Judaism at that point, and it's like,
oh no, Judaism didn't really exist then.
But you had the Torah, you had the covenant of circumcision, you had the Exodus, which I assume that you make, well, probably 50-50 that you don't believe happened. And you have, right now in Joshua, you have the establishing of Israel via, like, the battles and stuff.
Well, no, I think there are about 7 Exoduses in history, none of which are the size of or described in the Bible, but what's in the Bible is sort of probably an amalgamation of those of some kind.
Isn't Deuteronomy in the Torah?
Yeah. The Deuteronomists made the modern version of the Torah.
I mean, you have another part of academia, scholars, whatever, they say that it was written by King Josiah later, when he was ruling in Israel. So there's all kinds of stuff that is cropping up that, I mean, I guess all assumptions are as valid as the others, but what we have is what we have. And until, something else like totally disproves the actual narrative that we have, like if they have a whole new cache of Dead Sea Scrolls that says, oh yeah, it's all false, it's all legend, we were pulling your leg and haha, we got you, sucker, then we have to go with what we have, in my opinion.
What we have is at the time period in which Moses would have been bringing the Israelites into the Promised Land, there was actually only 20,000 people in the whole Levant. And it was a part of Egypt, so they would have been leaving Egypt to join Egypt.
But wait a second. You're saying the whole Levant only had 20,000 people, including the Egyptians that were ruling over it?
No, the Levant isn't all of Egypt, but the Levant was part of Egypt.
Right. So all the Canaanites, Philistines, Ammonites, Amalekites, you're saying that like those tribes...
The Philistines come later.
Total 20,000 people.
Well, the Philistines come later, but at the time period, so roughly between 13 and 1500 BC, there's only about 12,000 people in the entire Levant.
I don't know if I can believe that, because we have in Joshua or even the Torah, when they go to battle, they do a head count, and many times it's like,
I know, right?
It's like 20,000 per tribe, or something, even 100,000. So
I totally agree.
It's just not adding
way
up.
Off. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, we have stuff that contradicts the Bible in real life.
So now we have historical writings by everyone except the Philistines, I guess. Canaanites, the Amalekites, the Ammonites, the Phoenicians, possibly even, all in that Levant area. We have all their writing now that says that contradicts what the Bible says. Is that true?
Oh no, we dug up the settlements. We can tell how big they are. Right, that's what I'm referring to for the population.
Is Mount Sinai in the Levant?
No, that would be Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, that's closer like Edom in... Well, is it in Edom or is it south of Edom? It's probably south of Edom.
I think it's south.
I don't know, but there were 2 million people there, supposedly.
Or up to 3, given different estimates in the Bible.
Well, yeah, God spoke to 2 million.
Anyway, that's just like leaving Egypt with about 3 million people is actually the entire population of Egypt at the time. Right, there's another thing. This just doesn't match reality. That's what I'm saying. There's a bunch of little exoduses coming out of Egypt of people leaving Egypt. And this is probably just an amalgamation of those. The numbers are inflated. It's like a Because the Deuteronomists came in and took the texts that did exist and edited them. Right, and took the oral stories.
Who are
and
the
edited them.
Deuteronomists?
They're a group of scribes that start around 700 BC, I think, and go up until like the mid 400s.
Where do they hang out and do their stuff? Like, so like they weren't at the Dead Sea Essenes. Apparently, they were a separate group doing the same kind of thing as the Essenes were doing. And we don't have any writing of them, or like
No, I mean they wrote Deuteronomy. That's why it's called Deuteronomy. It's named after them. Like we know for a fact that they wrote Deuteronomy and edited the other stuff.
Where was their general like state of geography?
Well, there was a big group of them in Exodus in Babylon, right? But I think there were some in the Levant, and I think there were some in the Judean colony in Egypt.
Were they from a specific tribe, or was it just like a band of different tribes and like they formed their own like subcult or something, or like?
Well,
I've never heard of this before.
They probably are from, or they would probably identify as being from one particular tribe. I don't remember what they would claim, but they weren't. They exist across about 3 centuries, right? So it's not like they're just in one place.
Yeah, like I say, this is the first time I've heard this slant on Deuteronomy. So, but from what I'm hearing right now, like it's not clicking. So, but I'll look into it.
Fair enough. That's all we can ask.
Praying with them, for that would turn away your children. Why are we doing it? It would turn away your children from following me to serve other gods. So ultimately, it's a covenantal thing. Maybe it's unfortunate, but we can't leave those people there. They're a bad influence.
And what are Israelites to do with them?
Kill them. Kill them all. Utterly.
Kill everyone? They deserve it.
Our pastor skipped this part of the Bible.
It's shocking.
Like baby smashing?
Somebody remind me who the good guys are?
This is not, a matter of, integration.
The book of Joshua tells the story of the Israelites' violent conquest of Canaan.
In Joshua 6, a city named Jericho is conquered by the Israelites. They go in and they kill all the women and children. You see, there's a lot of killing in the Bible. There's a lot of genocide, a lot of killing of the Canaanites, women and children.
Joshua fought the battle of Jericho, Jericho, Jericho. Joshua fought the battle of Jericho, and the walls came tumbling down.
And they utterly destroyed all that was in the city, both man and woman, young and old, with the edge of the sword.
But there's none like good old Joshua.
Because that's part of the directive given in Deuteronomy 7, that when you conquer the land of Canaan, the Hebrews are to exterminate everyone.
And they burnt the city with fire, and all that was therein.
Is that really you, God?
Yeah, they're kind of still doing that now.
They should have left already.
But that's impossible.
You do know our legs are made of felt, right?
When God kills people in the Old Testament or any time, does he give reasons, or does God just wake up like one day saying, Canaanites, I want them all dead?
Previously, we heard God and his evangelical scholars slander the indigenous Canaanite peoples.
A culture that was incredibly homosexual.
Sacrificing their children.
Eating shrimp.
Gay shrimp.
Oh, God. Oh, that's funny how they put that together. The sacrifice, the homosexuality, eating shrimp.
Fucking gay shrimp eaters.
Gay shrimp eaters.
Eaters.
You know, it might now be appropriate to ask, Are there limits to victim shaming?
Now, the really difficult problem, then, it seems to me, is the children.
What the fuck is up with that shirt, Craig? The one
He's just
before.
having some fun. Let Craig,
Now, the
let
more
Craig hang out.
difficult problem is the children. How could God command that the children be killed because these are innocent?
Whew, that is indeed a problem, Willie. Let's restate that once more.
There it is.
You know, for the children.
How is it consistent with God's nature that he would command that these Canaanite children be killed?
Exactly.
Ooh, good question. How is it consistent?
Great question.
Yes.
I can answer that. From
Don't answer.
reading the Bible, God is clearly a consequentialist. So it's because there's a more important, greater goal at the back end of this.
What's the goal?
Wow, no, I guess salvation or something.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You know, he had to establish Israel. He had to make them fight for it so that other people or us wouldn't have claims against current Israel that they don't deserve to be there. And we know that the lineage of Christ has to manifest somewhere through Israel. And the other thing is, you know, like, we're going to judge God about, you know, deleting what he created. Well, just, you know, where do they go when they die? If we're staying within the framework, you know, where do they go? Back to him. So
Oh no,
he's got it. Like, he has it under control. So, like, we don't have to worry about judging God on that, in my opinion.
Right. His ways are higher than ours. He has a trust me. If God killed the children, he had a good reason.
Well, where do they go when they die?
Well, I don't. Yeah. Well, if I follow your story, they go back to God. But personally, I just think they die.
Okay, but I mean, if we can't jump in and out of the framework, if we're going to, you know, internal critique the framework. So if we're going to stay within the framework, we have to understand where they go when they die, and that's back to God, and he's never unjust according to scripture. So, like, those kids are going to be taken care of just fine.
Right. And it's okay. We don't need to understand why God had to have babies dashed on the rocks or children killed.
I mean, like I said, you know, the Old Testament justice was literally the eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth type of justice. And so if that crime or that, you know, heinous act was done to the Israelites, then, you know, it checks out, I guess, you know, as much as what the Old Testament is.
But
why would you worship a God that condoned all that?
I mean, the thing is, like, if the Canaanites were doing that to other groups of people, and they were all doing it to each other, and they all had these pagan gods, and they were all doing these things, like, you know, virtue signaling for or against the god or their gods or that culture or subculture or tribe, it's all really just a wash, because it all comes down to Jesus Christ, and he had to establish Israel so that we wouldn't be confused as to who it was. One nation, one Messiah, one revealing of God, instead of like having all these different gods in all these different places and really confusing and muddying up the water.
Right, but you can't have it. You can't have it both ways. You can't say, basically God can do with them what they want because they were his in the first place. But then God orchestrated all the violence and the turmoil. He did all that too.
Yes, gets back to what you said before. If morality is objective, we absolutely can judge God on what he does.
All right. Well, you know, I'll say it like this: if you were charged criminally with a crime and you went to the judge and started bringing up whatever he's done in the past, how do you think that's going to go for your trial and for your you know, your day in court?
Oh,
Do you
sure,
think
but
it would
you
be
understand.
productive at all?
Well,
Sure, do
there's
you
a big
understand?
difference between a judge and an omnipotent being, though.
Okay, but let's take it as an example, right? Do you see the difference between we can absolutely judge him based on objective ethics, and he doesn't like it, so he'll punish us for it. Those are two different things.
I just think it's ineffective. I just think it's ineffective and unproductive and a waste of energy because you're not going to be able to dictate to the core your terms on it. It doesn't work that way. Right. So if he's also the creator of something, then, you know, we assume that he is, and staying within the framework, then
Yeah, but the court isn't
those innocent lives that are unjustly done in the flesh here are going to be recompensed and taken care of hereafter. That's the way God operates.
Again, but the court and the judge, all of that's not the creator.
Right. I'm just saying that's a good analogy to say, like, you're not going to be able to show up before God and say, yeah, I'm justified because you killed everybody. You're not going to be able to do that and have any standing, you know, or any, like, you're not going to be able to gain leverage on God by saying that.
Well, of course not. But my question still stands. Why would you worship a God like that?
I mean, I don't know how else to say it, but like, since the fall and the knowledge of good and evil is part of this reality, I don't see how there's any other way to gain the full knowledge of good and evil except through letting evil play out. Like, this is all just an exercise in the evil playing out and eventually being judged and then discarded.
Yeah, well, I have a litmus test, right? If there is a God, he is more moral than I am. And if you present me a God that is less moral than me, morally inferior, it is not the true God.
Okay. Okay. So
even Thomas Paine said something similar. One of the founding fathers, he said something similar that if there's a story, it's supposed to be from God, but it will terrify a child. It can't possibly be a God of good moral.
I mean, that's kind of, you're talking about, wait a second. You're talking about making a decision based, you're talking about a God-based decision from a child. This is a complex matter. You know, it's not like you're presenting an actual fairy tale. We're talking about, you know, life and death, good and evil, eternal life. Like, children have no concept of these things. They just know their biological imperative and to, you know, want to have fun and explore and being curious and try to, you know, please their parents, that kind of stuff. Like, they're not able to.
So why do we teach them, or why do Christians teach their kids they're going to hell if they don't get their shit together? If it's too big of a concept for children to fucking handle. Because I agree with you 100% there. It's fucking basically fucking child abuse.
Yeah, it's probably, you know, control mechanism.
Yeah, for God.
And I would agree with that. You know, I would agree with you there. Like, it's just it's a way to, like, you know, to curtail behavior. They want to control behavior.
And that's the purpose of religion and these governments.
Yeah, but you don't need to scare the living shit out of a child by threatening them with fucking everlasting torment to a fucking 8-year-old.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I don't think someone that young.
There's other ways to modify their behavior, for fuck's sakes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Like, you got to understand, like, I wasn't raised as a Christian or anything. Like, I didn't find God until I was like 36. And like, so I'm, I didn't have that experience, but I don't think that's necessarily a productive way to go unless you're just trying to find a shortcut to, manipulate your children. So that's as much as I can speak about that. But yeah, it doesn't seem right to like lay the whole weight of the world of evil on some 8-year-old's shoulders. I don't agree with that. Anyway,
Do you believe in a hell?
do I believe what?
Do you believe that there's a hell, a place called hell?
Yeah, I believe it.
And who goes there?
Whoever is judged unrighteous.
So, is anyone that is not a Christian unrighteous?
Well, if you're asking me that if I think there are people who are not Christian that are righteous, yes, I believe that there are.
But you believe there are people who are righteous even though they're not Christian?
Yes. I believe that there will be people who are not Christian that will be judged righteous.
Like judge as being righteous or judge righteous, like righteous to judge?
Right. They'll be judged righteous basically
by God.
By God, yeah.
They're going to heaven.
They're going to heaven, and they weren't, knowers of Christ or believers in Christ. But he doesn't judge those people on the Jesus factor. It's a different.
On what
it's not
basis?
Really different, but like there are good people that aren't going to be tossed away into hell just because they didn't believe in Jesus Christ.
On what basis? On what basis do you believe they will be considered righteous enough to get into heaven without Jesus?
If the scale of righteousness is 51%.
So then why does anybody need Jesus if I could just do 51%? Just have to be 51% righteous.
Yeah, I mean, Jesus eliminates the judgment of your flesh altogether.
But people can still get to heaven without Jesus.
Yeah, but I mean, you're playing a coin toss with what you think is your testimony that you think is good. From other people's perspective, your testimony might be garbage. So it's a gamble.
Well, yeah, and you're gambling that Christianity's right.
I mean, for me, it's not a gamble. Like,
because if the Muslims are right, you're fucked.
Yeah, and as we talked earlier, if the Jews are right, the Christians are screwed because you'd be doing idolatry by worshiping Jesus.
I just think it's interesting that, Judaism, Islam, most religions of the world will basically look at Christianity and say, yeah, that's the false religion. And to me, that's a clear sign that it's the right religion.
Because it's called the false religion?
Because all the other religions will mock it and deny Jesus Christ. And if this is the world of evil, that would be the obvious logical
But to
thing.
freak by that logic, then the Mormons are right.
Christians call every other religion demonic all the time.
The Christian, I was going to say that. The Christians
they call Buddhism demonic. They call Hinduism demonic. They make fun of the Hindu gods. They make fun of Buddha. They make fun of all of this. Stop it. You all make fun of each other, right? That's the thing. You all call each other wrong. You have to. It's a part of your edict to be correct. So it would be a natural course of action for all of you to say each other is wrong. That's no shocker there, right? And to call it persecution is absolutely silly to me. Like it's just No.
Kind of. The Hindus include Jesus.
Doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that they all think they're right. Right? Every religion thinks it's correct. That's the point of it. That's why they exist. They wouldn't exist if everyone thought it was kumbaya and we're all correct together. Right? So they all fight each other. They all make fun. They all mock. Right? So you're not in some special camp of persecution there. They all do it to each other. All of you.
I mean, what do we have a court system for in terms of like, legal of the legal, it's all about interpretation, and it's all about trying to, navigate the right ways for the justice system to be fair, right? So like these little sects of different Christianity or all these other religions, yeah, they are going to believe what they believe, but I think it's short-sighted for anyone in any sect, in any religion, to say like ours is the right one, ours is the only way, God is in my box and the rest of you are screwed. That is stupid cookie cutter God type of short-sightedness that, I don't do, but I have witnessed what you do speak of. So, but I mean, I just don't think it doesn't apply to me, but I have seen and witnessed what you say about people that do that. So it's unfortunate.
So you're open-minded to other religions being correct?
Correct, maybe, but it all boils down to the authority that was given to Jesus Christ. So even if all those other religions are correct and they have their, middlemen or whatever, little g gods, whatever, it's irrelevant to me because, Jesus is the authority over all of it. So why deal with any of those other ones where you can go right to the boss?
Hello?
So you believe you're correct. You believe Jesus is the way.
I mean, I believe Jesus is the fast track.
Are there any other ways outside of Jesus?
Is there what?
Are there any other ways outside of Jesus?
Yeah, all you have to do
I mean,
is be
if those gods will direct you to, I'm sorry, real quick. If those other religions will guide you to like having a righteous testimony, for instance, then sure, that's great. But God gave Jesus the authority over mankind, and so it just seems a lot more streamlined to me to follow that path.
I must. The freak. If that's the case, and like you said earlier, that if someone is 51% righteous, they can be saved, no need for Jesus. If that's the case, and we're talking about a lot of people here, billions of people, doesn't that lessen the sacrifice of Jesus? If people can get in 51% righteous, it lessens the value of Jesus' sacrifice and dying. I'd be like, why am I dying if people could do it on their own anyway? Why am I doing all this?
All right, but oops. You said save 51%. They're actually judged. So, like, I just wanted to correct that terminology. Not a big deal, but there's a difference between being saved and being judged righteous. Because there's a lot of us that have garbage testimonies. I was definitely one of those, and I was not on a good path for a good part of my life. So I needed forgiveness. I needed that salvation that Jesus offers. And so that's why, I bought into it.
But still, you said they're going to be judged righteous by God. So God's going to judge them probably by their works. No?
Right.
Okay. So then why can't just anybody be judged by their works? What was the purpose of Jesus dying? This is what I mean. It kind of lessens the weight of his sacrifice if people could just get through on their righteous acts, just like they did in the Old Testament.
All right, but what about the people that have, just by circumstance, have a garbage testimony, and what are they supposed to do? Just like SOL?
So dumb.
I don't know what you mean.
Like, let's just say you happen to manslaughter someone because you were drinking and were in a freak accident, and someone, and you took life or whatever, and your testimony has a pretty, devastating mark on it, and you show up before God to be judged, and that you destroyed what He created is going to be weighing heavily on your judgment. Like, those people have no remedy whatsoever. How's that? How's that good?
What if they learned from their mistake and did a whole bunch of good after the fact?
Well, then, yeah, they would be judged based on the whole thing.
All right.
But I'm just saying there's some people that, first of all, it's not that cut and dry. And second of all, like, maybe they're too old to be able to get in all those good days. It's all over the board. But
what of the people who I don't know? It seems like you could do horrible stuff, get saved, and then you never do anything good after the fact. You just get saved on your deathbed. That's how is that fair to the person who maybe didn't have Jesus, messed up, learned from their mistakes, and did a whole bunch of good? And some would say they're going, you know what I'm saying? They're going to, some would say they're going to hell. You say they're going to heaven. But, I mean, so how is that righteous justice?
Unfortunately, I'm not a great judge of that kind of stuff. Like, I watch Judge Judy and I'll think, like, that guy should get this and that, they should get that judgment. And I'm wrong just about every time. Right. So I don't consider myself a judge, and to be able to know what's, eye for an eye, tooth for a tooth. What I'll say is, the scenario that you lay out, I understand, like, how could that be fair? And my answer is simply just going to be like, I don't know, but I trust God.
Okay.
Also, I'm going to post a scripture in the chat, and kind of, the difference of salvation versus being judged righteous. Kind of, it applies to that. So, like he says there,
okay.
But when Jesus heard that, he said to them, they that be whole need not a physician, that would be the righteous, but they that are sick, those would be the sinners.
Yeah.
Anyway,
pretty much that. Yeah, those who recognize they have an illness, that's who I came for. Those who really realize that they do need a physician. And he's relating to the Pharisees here. They're like the ones, they're the righteous, the self-righteous. They don't feel like they need any. They don't feel like they're sinners, right? They're justified by obeying the law, and they don't need Jesus. And, yeah, I get it. Yeah,
yeah, I mean, I think one of the worst things Christians do is, like, if you're not in my church and my sect and believe this pastor and, in my box, then you're definitely going to hell and a heretic and the whole 9 yards or whatever. Like, he's not a cookie cutter God. And just because someone isn't in your particular sect or even, faith, maybe they're Muslim or something else, whatever, judgment comes before hell. So for them to say, Jesus straight to hell is actually not true.
Why do you believe hell exists?
I think that, there are a few things that God allowed or created that are playing out right now, like evil and death are being played out right now for the full knowledge's sake, but eventually they are discarded. And so hell is a place where evil is kind of contained and judged, but eventually it will be discarded. And so it's just a place to kind of contain the knowledge until it's extracted, and then it's discarded. So it's not a factor in our eternal life. But as far as like, people going there and also being judged, as bad people, like eventually, if you steal so much, you are going to be known as a thief. And so like the eternal punishment on finite linear temporal crime argument, I understand that, but eventually once kleptomaniac, once you steal so much after a period of time, that's who you are. Like that's how you're judged. And that's how I, with my limited, knowledge and ability to judge, would say is justified in putting a person there.
I think that people want to believe that hell exists because of that very need that there needs to be a place for the very bad people. Just to think that people just die and quote unquote get away with it really upsets the human mind that just can't be. And I could flip it on the other side with heaven as well. People do good, they should be rewarded. There needs to be a reward, and good people need this kind of thing. And this is why we believe these things. Though we have no evidence of a hell existing, we have no evidence of a heaven existing, but outside of what a book tells us, we have to kind of come to terms with that. And I understand these things are a matter of faith. If you can admit that, then I guess it's fine with me. And we want to believe these things are going to happen, but you have to understand to the skeptic. And if we're just going to be objective about things, we don't see these places existing. So yeah, to be afraid of a hell or to aspire to a heaven, I don't know.
Well, I think that, human beings, just as human beings, mankind and motivation for how we live our lives, a lot of it is incentivized. And, the whole carrot on the stick, the whole, greater good kind of, morality, I guess you could say, or social feedback that we kind of carry, through our upbringing and everything else. So, I don't know if there's like a greater, psych job or psyop or whatever than the whole heaven and hell thing. It just happens that is actually true as well. So let's just say that we take the framework out of it and we're not in that framework anymore. And we're talking about just mankind and making life better for everyone. And the greater good kind of ideology. You still have to come up with some sort of system to incentivize that desired outcome. I don't know what that is, but I just present the case that something has to be in place to make man do those things. Otherwise, it's just going to be chaos or something.
Anybody want to address that?
How do you address that, bro?
Man, I just got back, so I can't.
Okay.
They're just all a bunch of claims, right? Like it's just okay.
See,
like you're asking really good questions, but the problem is that it's all premised on this particular idea of God is correct. And when that claim is on the table, then you have to demonstrate that.
Could God
Sure.
do? God knows.
Oh, go ahead. You want to?
Well, we can wait, but to me, the proof of God is Jesus Christ. And we can talk about that now or later, but like he proved God. He declared him in the temple. He said he was going to rise in 3 days. He did. and the cover up is the evidence for that. And by that, you know, that's my declaration that God is real.
And okay. Whew. And how do you have knowledge of this Jesus?
You know, you hear a lot of Christians talk about, you know, personal experience or whatever. I had a Jesus, you know, Damascus Road type of experience. That was, you know, the only thing I could do is testify about it, but that doesn't do any good for anyone else. And I understand that. But if you look at the scripture and what happened and what Jesus said and what Jesus did, and then what happened in terms of the resurrection and the cover up of the explanation of why Jesus's body wasn't there, I think that is sufficient evidence for someone to consider, at least consider, God being on the table in terms of possibility.
Consider with God the possibility.
I don't have to do any such thing, because none of those things that you've mentioned have been proven to be true. That's the problem. Right? There's no proven record of any resurrection of a man after crucifixion by the Romans. Right? That's not a story in history. That's a story in the Bible. But there's no historical record of any of that happening.
Matthew 28:15 is the verse that I use to justify that, and I'm going to post it as soon as I. It's I mean, you know, but the thing is, like, if you're going to say you can't use the Bible to prove the Bible, you can't use the Bible to disprove it.
I'm not. What I'm saying is that if there's corroborating records in other historical records from the same time period that shared that story, then there would be a little bit more credibility to it. But that doesn't exist. This story exists in one gospel or 4 gospels, whatever, right? And that's it. And it was written by people long after this guy was gone. So they were not eyewitnesses. They were not there, right? So there's a lot of problems with the story. It seems to be a word of mouth, oral thing. There's no more evidence to support it outside of those claims that are in the Gospels.
I mean, I would disagree with basically all but one of your points there. Like, all right. So first of all, let's go over this verse here. In Matthew 28:15, it says, "So they took the money and they did as they were taught." And saying is commonly reporting among the Jews until this day. So right here, we see the payoff of the Roman guards, you know, to deny that Jesus rose and that they stole the body, the disciples stole the body and took it away or whatever to control the narrative and deny Jesus Christ. So the fact that the Jews until this day still deny Jesus Christ is a truth statement that applies to today, meaning that the rest of the statements are more likely to be true than not, and therefore it's trustworthy.
It's trustworthy because the Jews deny Jesus. Is that what
it says it right there?
So yeah. It's true because the Jews deny it. It's true.
I mean, do they deny Jesus Christ?
Yeah, but just because they deny it, they could deny it for the same good reasons we're denying it here now.
So that means that it's a true statement.
No, it doesn't mean it's true. It just means, I mean, you're making a claim here that, you know, about Jesus. I mean, first, you're using the book, right? You're using the book to prove the book. This is an anonymous writer. I'm going back to Joe's point here. This is just an anonymous writer who's writing this in the first place, Matthew. You know?
I mean, you know, he was a tax collector. He was with Jesus. he kept a journal and he wrote stuff down, and then he compiled it and made a book.
The people that wrote
Why can't I make that assumption? If we were going to make assumptions about anonymous writers and centuries later, I mean, all assumptions are equally, equal.
It's quite well established that the Gospels were not written by eyewitnesses.
Yeah.
But if Matthew was one of the disciples,
just
right,
because it's authored as Matthew does not mean it was written by Matthew.
Yeah, it wasn't authored by Matthew. It wasn't. People in the early church didn't even think it was. It was later given credibility to Matthew.
This is undisputed, by the way. This is not even it's like 50 or so years after the death of Jesus. The speculation, and that's generous.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't think we have any text that's like there's a big thing. If this happened, you would think that we would get something written by the apostles. We don't have anything written by the apostles.
Nothing.
What do you think Matthew and John are?
Written by other people.
There were 12 dudes
There what?
that rolled with this guy Jesus for however long, right? And supposedly watched all these things take place. And none of them decided, man, this is something that we should probably keep a record of.
Yeah, the closest we get to anything to having to do with the apostles is Paul basically calling them stupid.
All right, so what I'm saying is that Matthew and John both did keep journals, compiled their notes, and then eventually wrote their books and their testimony.
Sure.
I just posted another verse in the chat, 2 Timothy 4:11. Only Luke is with me. Take Mark and bring him with thee, for he is profitable to me for the ministry. So we have here the gathering of Paul, Mark, and Luke, and I'm guessing they did everything except write stuff, right?
I don't know, just show me their notebook.
Yeah,
Or a
where are they
or a
writing?
scrap of the notebook, or a copy of the notebook.
Hmm.
Someone else talking about how they read the notebook.
Yeah.
It's just fucking anything.
These are all all the Gospels are secondhand. They're not firsthand.
It's no
None of
different
them
from
are.
reading any other story.
And it's like years later. It's not even fucking like within a couple of years. It's like fucking half a century later. Like, it's crazy. What are we talking about here?
I mean, Mark, the earliest gospel doesn't even mention a resurrection.
Mm-mm.
And then you have Matthew and Luke who mentioned, different stories, accounts of the resurrection. They're not eyewitnesses, right? Apparently, it's the testimony of these women. One woman, two women, one angel, two, depending on which story you read. So this is not really reliable evidence for a resurrection.
Well, what it is reliable evidence that they didn't write it centuries later by some anonymous people or whatever. They were obviously gathering together, probably writing stuff, and were probably, in terms of Luke and Mark, at least questioning people, probably interviewing people, especially in like Luke's case, I would imagine, and gathering and collaborating what they investigated, I guess you could say, with Paul, including his own personal Damascus Road experience. So a lot of this verse here literally dispels a lot of the quote unquote like supposed scholarly consensus that it was all written 3,000 years later by anonymous people we don't even know. You hear all these outrageous claims that are not justified, but you see one verse, and they were obviously writing stuff.
About 30 years. I mean, you look at Mark is about 65, 70 AD. That's 30, 35 years.
Yeah, that's the only gospel that's supposedly written during when Paul was alive. Right,
Yeah.
that's the one that
can't be
doesn't
true
have the
because
resurrection.
you see also when there's chapters in Matthew that line up almost identically with Luke and Mark. So they were obviously collaborating and cross-referencing, not perfectly, but like It wasn't just some made up subcultural power grab. You know, something happened.
No, they were copying Mark.
Right.
Yes.
Thank
How are they
you.
copying Mark when he has like literally the shortest gospel in the record? Because
yes,
you
because
don't
they embellish. They embellish.
The freak. It's just like
Right.
you go see,
they embellish.
like you go see a
wait.
movie
So
and
they
you go.
embellish, but the embellishment lines up with other embellishments. Now we're talking about conspiracy, but yet they were, anonymous and we didn't know.
Oh
and they
no,
were
don't
like,
worry about the conspiracy. Look,
I mean, it's crazy.
If you take the Gospels and set them in chronological order and when they were written, you will see where in Mark, like the early version of Mark, before it gets the resurrection story, it's very down to earth compared to all the other ones. It's much more simple. It's much more shorter. It just has the core story in it, and then the next book, Jesus starts getting some more magical powers, and by the time you get to, is it
John?
I forget which one's the last one. Is it
John? John, yeah, that's when he becomes
by the time
God.
we get there, then Jesus is the fucking logos from God, and he's like, he's from eternity and all this other stuff. Like you could see where the embellishments stack on top of each other as the time gets farther away from when he was alive.
Exactly.
All right, but what we don't see is John collaborating with Mark and Paul and Luke, right? So like they were probably half plagiarizing each other and half writing their own thing, because that's kind of how it all looks overall.
We think copying, but plagiarizing is a strong word, right? Because these are probably a group of people that are just recording an oral story that they have. Right? They're probably not going, oh, I'm going to copy Mark. They probably know some version of Mark orally, and then they're going to write, Luke or Matthew.
But we see them gathering together and, writing stuff just on that verse there with Paul, right? And so like they would have to actively be conspiring and coming up with this whole legendary mythology on the fly, not on the fly, but in a collaborative way to really try to change the whole culture that they were a part of. And John would stand separately because the fact is when Jesus was on the cross, he said to, behold, your mother, behold your son. So he was probably hanging out with Mary by himself, not collaborating, and that's why his gospel is not like theirs. Okay, so when you look at it from that standpoint, like you could see how his would be a little bit more personal, a little bit more insightful of like maybe Mary was telling him stories or something, or his own experience, his own writing, kind of the thing. So I just don't buy all these different like side rabbit holes of all these different things that you hear, because I see a verse like this and it tells me that they were intentional. Something happened.
All right.
They were working together, and it's not likely that it was a big conspiracy.
Oh my
The
god.
freak. How old do you think Matthew is in the story? How old do you think?
I would guess like I want to say like maybe 30 or something. I don't know, maybe 28, 30.
So you would say he's a contemporary of Jesus, right?
Yeah, I would say so. I would say that he was probably taking notes or something.
All right, then answer me this then. Matthew writes of the birth of Jesus. How is that possible?
Well, Mary was probably walking around with them, and he could simply just ask her.
Matthew is a contemporary of Jesus. How is Matthew writing about what happened at the birth of Jesus if Matthew is about 1-2 years old?
When you say Matthew is 1-2 years old, you're talking about written after the fact?
No, Matthew writes of the virgin birth of Jesus. So does Luke.
Okay.
So if these people are contemporaries of Jesus, how are they writing about something if they're only about 1 year old? How could they write about events that happened when they were only about 1 or 2 years old?
Well, that can't be the case because Matthew was a tax collector. Like, he's not going to be doing math at 1 year old. Like, we're talking
Your
about,
claim-
you asked me
your
how old I
claim-
thought he was. Like, I
your
was thinking
claim-
he was a mature.
Your claim is Matthew is a writer of the resurrection, is a contemporary of Jesus, right?
Yeah.
So how is he writing about the virgin birth of Jesus?
Because she told him about it.
She told him about it. How do you know that?
I mean, it just makes sense. Like, if
It just
they're all
makes
walking
sense.
around hanging out, like, I'm sure they had time to talk about it.
You're realizing this is just an assumption on your part to make the story fit.
It's all
I'm
conjecture.
telling you guys' assumptions are just as good as mine.
No,
Just
not
filling
at
in the
all.
gaps.
Not
Just
at
filling
all,
in the
my friend. I think
So
I laid
what-
it out.
what is
I
so
think I
wrong to
laid it
think?
out. I think I laid it out clearly in common sense and logically that Matthew could not have, if he's a contemporary of Jesus, could not have been writing about the things of the virgin birth. And you're going to tell me Mary told him about it. So when did Mary tell him about it?
During
Like,
the
when
3
was that
years, they were all roaming around.
Um,
Not possible?
I mean, I don't think so. If they were not
You have no
around the
evidence
home
for
of
it.
Jesus, right? Jesus was basically going around collecting disciples like Pokemon, and he was traveling around place to place. I doubt that Mary and Joseph were with them at any point, especially as he met people down the road, right? So the
Well, we
only
know
person
Joseph-
that Matthew could truly have gotten that story from is Jesus himself, right?
Yeah, well, let's put it this way, right? That
You know,
Paul, we
I
have
know
some
that
writings from
Joseph
Paul.
wasn't with them, okay? But we do see that when, Jesus, your mother and your brother are looking for you, he said, who's my brother, who's my mother, right? So they had to have been like at least gypsying around a little bit with the guys. So it's not out of the realm of possibility that Matthew talked to Mary. She told him stuff.
Okay,
I mean,
wait a second here. But okay, so you have some text from Paul, and the only gospel that was written while Paul was alive is Mark, right?
How can you say that when he see that Paul is literally calling Luke by name, and
he would know Luke. Yeah, he would know the person Luke, maybe. Yeah, so that's not the same thing as the text was written when he was alive. The text is written after he was alive for Luke. But let me
they
finish.
were gathering together to do
real quick,
everything except right stuff.
I'm not done because I don't want to lose track here. We have the text from Paul, and we have Mark that was written while Paul was alive. Neither of them mention the virgin birth. Is that strange?
No, because they weren't walking around with the disciples, as far as I know. Well, maybe Mark was, but Matthew was the disciple that was hanging around and had access to her.
So you don't think
He was one of the 12.
You don't think the author of Mark or Paul would have known of the virgin birth?
I think Mark probably would have. Paul, I don't know. He probably hadn't been told the story.
It'd be pretty important to be mentioning the virgin birth.
Thank you. That's not just something that you leave out.
Yeah, I mean, it goes to him being sinless and God and all sorts of stuff.
Yeah,
it's part of the Old Testament.
Whole thing.
Pretty pivotal to the central theme of the story of Jesus Christ.
Okay, but wait. How are you applying it to what we're talking about, and why does it matter?
Because we're looking for actual evidence that this happened, and you keep pointing us to Bible verses, which were written largely by people that were not around Jesus and did not know him. So there are some problems there. And there are a ton of inconsistencies between the Gospels themselves. It's crazy. So if you believe it, that's fine. I don't.
I mean, you have 4 different witness testimonies, even though they weren't necessarily hanging out with Jesus as an apostle or whatever. They are contemporary writings when you're talking about Luke and Mark. Okay, So they weren't removed from the situation. They were probably interviewing witnesses. They probably heard the oral tradition stories, whatever, and wrote stuff down because they maybe, I think Mark was maybe even a scribe for Peter or something.
Yeah,
And
Mark was a disciple of Peter and his interpreter for multiple languages. Like, Mark should know about the virgin birth.
100%.
Yeah, he's the earliest one, especially.
He's the earliest one. He's the only one that people actually are like, yeah, that guy was likely there. And it's still like up in the air, you know, like but they're like, yeah, the way it's written, how everything's written, they're like,
how can you literally say that Mark's is the earliest one when you see right there in 2 Timothy 4:11 that they were gathering together, and so who knows who put what out first? You know,
No.
how do you know that?
Timothy is a writing of Paul, right? Paul's letters come first. Mark is the first gospel.
Right. We're talking about the Gospels. The Gospels of Jesus Christ.
There's no way for you. I mean, there's no way to like chronologically. I'm just saying, there
are ways to
your assumption facts are not.
No, we know
any better than mine.
We know when Timothy 1 and 2 was written. They were written when Paul was arrested.
Right.
Yeah, we know. We have probably within a year when all the real epistles were written.
Okay, but
in the 70s,
if that's the
right?
fact,
73,
how are you able to say
75
definitively that it was Mark that was put out first, just because it was the shortest or something? I mean, that would make sense. But like, what other reason if Paul, Mark, and Luke were gathering together? How do you know it was Mark that threw his up? You know, got his up first.
I mean, I can go look up the reasoning why scholars think it's first if you want me to. I'm just repeating what the scholars say.
Yeah, but basically it's scholarly consensus.
Okay, so Jesus is also a man. Your scholars are people; they're men, and it's just a matter of who are you going to trust, right?
Yeah.
When it comes down to it, like who are you going to trust when you take your last pull of breath and your last pump of blood? Some dude in a school somewhere that who knows, or the one who all this is written about.
But I trust my thinking and critical thinking and all this other stuff, my reasoning.
I mean, I think you said you wanted me to come up with the Holy Spirit when I came up. I think that just by this one verse in 2 Timothy 4:11, I think that some of your old beliefs have been altered a little bit just by one verse, right? So I'm not going to say that definitively because I think that, you would deny it, but obviously this is something that the scholars should consider as well. How are they gathering together, collaborating, writing stuff, and we have all these different scholars saying all these different things about timeline, anonymous.
Okay. Right, I got a list of the biggest reasons. It's not the
same. I've been doing it too, sir.
Yeah. So the biggest reason they think Mark is first, or the few of the biggest, right, is that Matthew and Luke borrow Mark's chronological order of events. Matthew and Luke add events, and those added events don't agree with each other, but they both agree with Mark. That's one of them. The writing style is more simple Greek in origin, right, for Mark, where it becomes more complex with Matthew and Luke. And of course, it becomes longer, right? Because, Mark doesn't have the early history of Jesus as like a kid and his birth.
No.
And it doesn't have the resurrection until later, where they add it later.
Right.
Let's see.
Just like when you go to a movie and
Like
you have
they
Rocky
don't
1
even
and 2 and a prequel.
They don't even think that Mark knew Jesus at all. Like he may have existed within, his lifetime, maybe, but he definitely didn't know him, and he was not around him.
Mark knew was Peter.
He knew people. He knew Jesus's people.
Well, yeah.
Right?
Well, he knew Peter, and he probably knew Paul,
but he did not know Jesus. and he wasn't around him, which is why he doesn't have the all of the really intimate stuff about him. And that stuff is embellished in the later gospels. And this is pretty fucking well acknowledged. Like, I don't understand what we're talking about here.
And that's all right. Well, maybe he doesn't know.
And it's all based on how it's written, right? That's the thing. It's about how it's written and what's changed and added, what's softened, what's kind of like removed or rearranged, and that's how they're looking at it. It's not just they're not just guessing.
Yeah, and the theological polish is the third of the biggest three reasons, which is we have other reasons to know how Matthew and Luke are in correspondence with each other in the timeline, and we can lay them out, and we see a clear progression of the religion. Right, Jesus becomes more and more powerful, and there's more and more theological and religious stuff about him as time goes on, and Mark has the least amount of it.
Yeah, it's like the shorter.
Okay, keeping that in mind, let's just go over a possible scenario and see what could be more likely. So you say that Mark was written first and then everything was an add-on and embellished afterwards, but that would require Matthew and Luke also gathering together and doing some of those embellishments in coordination with each other.
No, it doesn't.
That's a lot more work than actually Matthew and Luke writing their gospels and then Mark doing a steroid summary of their gospel. What'd you say?
No, it doesn't follow. Actually, I think it's believed that Matthew, or the book of Matthew and the book of Luke, are written pretty geologically apart, and I think a couple decades apart too.
Okay, so how could they embellish the story and be the same stories and have any relation to each other, unless it was
they're covering the same core story,
right?
And they're borrowing from Mark, but they're basically taking Mark, which was around and known, and then they're adding stuff to it.
Okay, but they added stuff that happened to just be the same thing, the same writing, almost word for word in some cases.
No,
and they didn't cooperate at all, apparently, according to what you just said.
Well, no,
it doesn't make any sense, dude.
Well, no, a lot of the word stuff comes from Mark. Most of the stuff that Matthew and Luke add, well, I shouldn't say most, a significant portion of what they add don't agree with each other. For some little, I don't think there's any big reasons, but there's little things that they
add. So wouldn't that prove right there that God exists, because the likelihood and probability of that happening is zero?
The likelihood and probability of two people writing an expanded version of a previous book is unlikely. I don't follow.
Look, it's like if J.K. Rowling died,
on and it's the same story or close to it, that's the chances of that is not,
they're not independently, they're not independently writing the story.
If I may, you bring up things of what is mostly likely, the realm of possibility, and right in front of you, don't you question the resurrection of someone dying and rising from the dead? What's the realm of possibility of that? What is the likelihood? Is it likely that someone rose from the dead, or is it more likely that it's a story?
Well, did the was Watergate discovered by the crimes or by the cover-up?
Oh my God! Answer a question with a question. That's completely irrelevant. That's a red herring.
Red herring, yeah.
Yeah, well,
tell
us your
Jews
answer.
Deny Jesus until this day.
Well, just tell us your answer for both sides so we can know.
Yeah.
We picked both answers. Tell us the difference.
What are you asking?
Where you asked us a question, did they do this, or again, then assuming or not?
I mean, if you just look at the probability of something happening, how are two different people from a geological or a geographical separation coming up with embellishments that are the same based off of what Mark wrote? And how is it not that they wrote their gospels and Mark just summarized it?
No,
what's more likely?
I'll explain it to you. Some of the embellishments are the same, but you got to understand, by the time Matthew and Luke are around, there are churches all over the place. They all know the stories.
Yes.
Right. What happens with Matthew and Luke is they're writing down the extra stuff that was circulating in their area. Right. They took Mark and then added the fan fiction from their local area to it. And then they made Matthew and the other guy made Luke. But
that would check out.
These churches were communicating. It's not like they were completely detached from each other.
Yeah, I would say that would check out if that were the case. I still think that Mark is a summary of Matthew and Luke, but
what
you said right there, that would check out.
What evidence do you have that Mark was the summary, like written last? Basically, is what that means.
Just because of the how short it actually is, and how it's like kind of a no nonsense style. Like it just gets right to the overall summary, like the overall theme of the events that happen. Doesn't have a lot of the.
Can I give you the main counter argument to that? Is that theologically speaking, when you read like Matthew and Luke, and then you look at Mark and you go, well, wait, there's these two very important events,
right?
Called the virgin birth and the resurrection.
Yes,
and they're just not in Mark. It seems like they're very important to the whole Jesus saving us story.
Exactly.
If it was a summary, it would be in there.
Yes. It would be.
I mean, but you're talking about something that was happening in the past, and Mark is more of a. I would say is more of a kind of a contemporary journal summary of
the summary,
possibly what was written by Matthew and Luke.
No, because the virgin birth is what makes Jesus like the perfect lamb for sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
That's where all that thing comes from. And Jesus' resurrection is the proof to everybody that he defeats death.
If I'm going to make a summary, man. Right, if I'm going to make a summary, bullet points, man, those are included. They got to be.
Yeah, you could leave out the entire middle part. The middle part isn't even important compared to those two.
No, it's not. I was just going to say, you could leave out the feeding the 5,000. You can leave out the walking on water. You can leave all that shit out. But you'd have to, like, if you're doing a summary of the story of this guy and you want to sum it up, you would have to start with Jesus Christ was born of a virgin.
Yeah.
In the town of Bethlehem in a manger. Like, that's how you would have to start that story. You could not.
You say have to,
especially if you're the last guy writing it and you know all the details, and you could summarize it succinctly in such a way.
Yeah,
right?
Not necessarily, because if it's included in other ones that are written already, why would you need to throw your spin on it if it's already documented?
It's a summary. If you're saying it's a summary, an easy digest, like the too long didn't read, right? You would have to include those two key points, the beginning and the end.
I don't know if you would have to. I mean, first of all, it's, we're all assuming right now, okay? We don't know like the motive, like what was going through their head. But what I'll say is instead of like a summary, maybe it was just like a New York Times embedded journalist that was looking from the outside in, writing stuff.
The Freak, would you tell a story of the Twin Towers and not include 9/11?
Yeah, it's kind of like that.
Yeah, or I was gonna say, could you summarize Star Wars without mentioning that Darth Vader is Luke Skywalker's father and that Leia and Luke are related? Like, there are key details to stories that you have to include in order for it to make sense if you're gonna summarize it. Otherwise, what the fuck is so special about this guy if you're just saying he went around and did a bunch of shit, but you didn't include that he resurrected from the dead and that he was born of a virgin and that an angel came to his mother to tell him about it? And all of that stuff. Like, these are really key plot points here for talking about storytelling.
Okay, but if Matthew and Luke already wrote about it, why are you going to try and
already answered that
one
question.
Up on them of the same thing?
It's because you're summarizing the story, so you'd have to include it because you're doing a summary. You're not doing a retelling. You're doing a summarization. So that means you're trying to include the key details that you believe would be important for people to read if they were to pick this up in the future.
Right. If you believe it's a summary.
Either way,
Yeah, exactly.
Either way, we're
Because
like
you believe it's a
we're doing
summary
like what the
text. You're the
Christians
one
do
that-
when they nitpick about certain like phrasing in Christian doctrine, like Paul's writing. It's like it's still not there, and yet you say it's the first gospel produced, so it's still you still have the same problem. It doesn't matter if it was first or if it was last. Like your question.
No, you
It's
you
just
have more. You have more of a
I don't
problem.
see the
No,
I just
Freak,
don't.
You have more of a problem claiming that Mark is a later gospel than Matthew and Luke.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe, but I just think it's easier to summarize what someone else wrote as opposed to embellishing on what someone else wrote and have those coordinate with each other. That's my point.
It's not coordination. It doesn't require coordination. Like you're talking like there's like some conspiracy to do this. It's just people picked up on a story. Some dude died. He got a following. People started popping churches up for him and all this stuff, and they started sharing his stories. And there were writers that decided, hey, let's write about this in like story fashion, so people can have
Okay,
something to
but
read.
why would Luke have to do that when he was gathering with Paul and Mark?
Okay, wait.
He
Okay,
wouldn't have to do that anyway.
Okay, here's maybe I think you were around for G+. Imagine someone wrote a book about the great debate community on G+. And 10 years from now, me and Brojo separately, we're no longer around each other, but we both find the book and we go, oh shit, I remember that. I'm going to add some more stuff to it. Right? We didn't coordinate. We just took the story that already existed and added the stuff that we thought was true onto it. And we're going to probably add some of the same things.
Exactly.
I just think that it's less likely that scenario would play out as opposed to having more story and then summarizing it. I'm probably, I could be wrong, but I think that it's a valid assumption as well as even the scholars.
Look, if we were talking about Jesus walking into the town on the donkey, like that wasn't included, I'd be here with you. But the whole entire reason for Christianity is the virgin birth and the fucking resurrection.
Yes.
Okay, but according to what you guys are saying, he was the first gospel and still didn't include that. So what does that say?
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Yeah, isn't that weird? Like,
yeah.
How? First of all, like, how is that relevant? And second of all, like, I don't see how if Mark was written after, it would make it less of a valid assumption.
It's relevant. It's relevant because we're talking about a gospel that would have been written when at least a few of the apostles were still alive and Paul's alive. And it doesn't mention those things. That seems really important to what really happened.
Okay, so let me understand. You're saying that because it's not included in Mark, which was the first gospel, that all the gospels are even more fraudulent than you already think they are.
It's not fraudulent.
Yeah, they just didn't. Yeah, they made up.
They just
Okay, so
there is
Mark didn't
more.
include the virgin birth, was the first one published, and because the virgin birth wasn't included, it's all fake, basically.
It's all. I'm not saying it's all fake.
Right.
But I'm saying this is something those people would have known about.
Mm-hmm.
Right. None of them would have been there for the virgin birth, technically.
Right.
But they all but Paul knew Jesus, right, of the apostles. And they were all there for when Jesus was crucified, and they were all there for when Jesus resurrected. And yet Mark does not have the resurrection or the virgin birth. These are people that would have known about the resurrection and virgin birth. They were present for the resurrection, theoretically. But it's not in it.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's the thing, but it's not in the book. And it should be in the book. There's no reason for it to not be in the book.
None.
Can I bring up another scenario, the freak? Well, first let me ask something. The accounts of the resurrection in Matthew and Luke, do you believe Matthew and Luke were there to see what was happening? They witnessed the women or whatever. They witnessed the empty tomb. What are they?
There's no way I could actually know that, but I could speculate and say that, he probably wasn't there listening to the guards, get blackmailed or whatever. And he probably wasn't there to know what Mary said. Right. But he probably was, he probably wrote down their testimony. And I don't know how he figured out the Roman guards, whatever testimony, but I can't say that Matthew was actually standing there when the tombstone was rolled away. Right.
Luke?
So,
Was
yeah,
Luke
I agree
there?
with that.
Was Luke there?
No.
All right. So no eyewitness testimony. So Matthew and Luke now we're agreeing here. There's no eyewitness testimony from Matthew.
Okay, but they could have. They could have.
No, they could have.
Mary. They certainly could have interrogated Mary and or whatever and gotten it from there. You had the day of Pentecost, and you have the fact that the Jews deny Jesus Christ until this day.
The goalposts are on the moon at this point.
I'm telling
Occam's
you.
razor has died here today.
Yeah, it says.
I mean, but literally, that's in that
here's
chapter, though.
Well, here's my scenario. I just want you to get your imagination here. All right. Did not many people know that or heard Jesus say that he will die and rise from the dead? Did a lot of people hear this?
Yes, I would say so. I mean, a significant amount of people heard that, right?
There was a significant amount of people have heard that.
I would say, there was, more than 20.
And Jesus had how many people when he was preaching to them? Like thousands, right? There were like 5,000.
Sure, yes.
Right. Okay. So we're talking about thousands of people heard about Jesus and his teachings, and that he's going to die and rise from the dead. Right. They heard all this. So here's my question. All right. If I know a big act is going to happen in town, I'm going to go and see if I can go witness this. I want to know, why wasn't there hundreds or even 1,000 people waiting at the tomb for Jesus to rise from the dead?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they didn't have electricity then. Like, it's like
the goalpost is on
seriously, like, I don't know. Like,
I mean, back in the day, the freak.
I understand what you're saying, but like
back in the day, the freak. Like I give this an out. Back in the day, when I wanted to go see a concert, a big concert, big name was coming in town, I would have to sit. You have to sit in line for a fucking overnight to go get tickets to see the concert. So now here's a guy claiming he's going to rise from the fucking dead. You don't think there's going to be a turnout to see this happening?
I mean, I've never heard this line of reasoning, but
I know nobody's heard this line of reasoning.
Concerts.
I know.
And yeah, it's a good point.
Thank you. Thank you.
I don't have a really good. I mean,
thank you. I just want to give you something
I don't have a
to
good
think
reason
about.
why they wouldn't, but like, other than being like, kind of weird and maybe against the political norms, and maybe, it was the Sabbath and the Roman guards were there to like, fend them off. I would have tried.
Two guards.
I would have tried.
There were
one or two guards, and they fell. And one story, they fell asleep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So no.
I mean, if they were good practicing Jews, though, they would have been, observing the Sabbath, and they wouldn't have been able to do that anyway. Like, because they would, I don't know, like that would be work, or I don't know, it would be weird, right? But I would have tried anyway. Like, I needed to see something, because I actually, in my testimony, I did need to see something. I was just lucky enough that he showed up. All right. But I mean, I remember waiting for Guns N' Roses tickets. I remember waiting for, Metallica, and having to camp out, like literally, lawn chair it, So I like that. I like that reasoning. I just don't really have a, clear answer on that. I have to, another thing that I want to do too is, I need to review the book of Acts and see where Mark kind of shows up there.
All I can ask you is to entertain it.
Yeah, I mean, that's all I'm asking too. I mean, I think I come
Oh,
up with a
I
couple
have.
different.
Believe me, DeFreak. I was a Christian for 3 decades, and I went through a 2-year process of reevaluating my beliefs and why I believe them. And I had to come to the hard truth reality that it was not true. And it was not easy, believe me. So I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, but in all those years, you didn't witness any like church members, in your congregation or whatever, like never had any, healing miracles, never had any,
Nope.
I don't know, just something like maybe like a healing or a financial like windfall. I don't know, something that would say or click to you that like, yeah, it had to have been God.
Dude, this is such a westernized version of blessing.
No,
It's easy,
I've
it's
not
easy to
seen
say when there's like some kid right now that's like dying of malaria or something, or like bugs are eating his face, because they don't have clean drinking water and shit. Like, I don't like to make emotional arguments, but when people invoke these types of quote blessings, it's like there are so many people that live like complete dog shit. But because you found your car keys when you were stressed out in the morning and going to be late for work and you got them on time, well, that must have been God.
Well, but dude, like you can't be saying, I need evidence. And then when something that happens within the church of believers, does happen, like then say, oh, well, it's not malaria in the Southeast Asia. So therefore,
no, because it's not evidence
deny
is
it,
what I'm
right?
saying.
I was just asking him if he ever had in all that time anything
No, I've not
that.
seen that. The best I've seen is probably a placebo effect, maybe that someone might have received.
Right. It's just confirmation bias. It's just happening in a congregation, right? So that's why it's not evidence. It's just people are counting their strokes of luck, or they're counting things that they may have set into motion themselves and just don't realize that the outcome is a result of that, right? So it's there are many things that we overlook that, and especially in a very comfortable Western world, religious people can easily just attribute it to their belief system. Right. But where other people exist in other parts of the world, where the blessings that they count are very little, they probably, if they believe in a God, they probably do the same thing. Right. But it's to say that if your blessing just means what benefits you, then how is that any evidence of any God at all? That's supposed to be for everyone.
Man, I don't know about you, but one time I smoked a drug and talked to God, and it changed my life.
I mean, but these are the things that make that are the difference between believers and unbelievers. Like if he witnessed someone like cranium, like get rebuilt or something on the fly in church because of prayer and the Holy Spirit was moving, then he would have something to hang his hat on. But he said he has none of that, and it's unfortunate because it ultimately, he's not a believer anymore.
The freak, Jesus said you were going to go and do greater things than him. So I am still waiting for the Christians to start healing the blind, the deaf, rising the dead, clearing out a children's hospital. I don't know. I mean, Jesus said you were going to do greater things. If all these believers have the same Holy Spirit that Jesus has, then the devil should have been gone a long time ago.
I just want to add.
I mean, that's the thing. Like, if we have those events happening, then it's a lot easier for us to make our case, and we don't have, the falling away that we're seeing or whatnot. Or you have your own personal experience, which a lot of Christians do, but it makes it hard when we have no physical particle way of showing God, except by the testimony of Jesus Christ, in my opinion. It makes it very difficult. I don't deny that.
Like I want to real quick. I want to give DeFreak the props because he's taking the grilling.
Oh, he is.
He's being a real chum about it.
No, you're good. Yeah. No, DeFreak, you're doing good, and I'm hope and I'm glad that everybody here on the opposite side, because you have like 4 people.
No, it's been fun. It's been great. So I appreciate it.
I'm really happy about how this conversation has gone.
Yeah. That being said,
Excellent.
now, was Jesus a man?
Yes, Jesus was human being. No other way to fulfill the law.
Yeah, and he was born of a woman, right?
Yes.
Who did Jesus say was the best man ever born of a woman?
John the Baptist.
Okay, so John the Baptist greater than Jesus. Rest my case.
I mean, you know, he was just
according to Jesus. Don't contradict Jesus.
I mean, he was just propping up, you know, you know, John the Baptist was a respected, you know, testimony, right? So like he was just adding to that, like, yeah, don't discount John, right? But what did John say though? He said that, you know, he talked about Jesus. So
yeah,
that's
but
circular.
but I'm not going to like discount what Jesus said. He said literally, John the Baptist was the best man ever born of a woman.
Right, but then John said that I'm not worthy to untie his shoelace, you know. So, you know,
yeah, but who am I going with, Jesus or John?
Whose word cancels out?
Well, it's you know, it's just
I mean,
like what John
we have
said.
to go with Jesus, right? We have to go with Jesus.
Yeah, you have to go with Jesus because you know the one
Jesus
that took
isn't
away
lying.
your sin actually hung on the cross.
Right. Jesus isn't lying. Jesus was right. John the Baptist is better than him.
Okay, but you still see John submitting to Christ in that, you know, he's not worthy to baptize him, but Jesus said we have to fulfill all righteousness. And John didn't hang on the cross to take away your sin. Jesus did.
Yeah, look, I'm not saying Jesus didn't do more work. I'm just saying Jesus told us that John was greater than him.
And of course, John would say that. That's what makes him great. He was being humble.
Right. And I mean, John had to prepare Jesus to be sacrificed. So what do you think about that?
Well, you know, John or Jesus said that of what do you say of man born of woman, there's no greater prophet than John the Baptist or something, right? So, but John's whole testimony was glorifying Jesus Christ. So it's really just kind of a matter of like circular righteousness reasoning. I don't know. Like, I mean, it's cute and all, but like you know, you're not going to be able to separate John and Jesus's friendship, like, you know, with this divide and conquer tactic.
No,
okay?
I'm not separating their friendship or whatever. I'm just saying, you know,
you're saying what
Jesus is God. Jesus is God. God doesn't lie. God is saying that John the Baptist is better than him.
Therefore,
that's it. Yeah.
Okay, but you still see John submitting to Jesus when he, you know, comes to get baptized. You still see John quoting the or
That's what makes him a great man.
Well, I was just gonna say that's because how great he is, right?
Okay, so but
it's his greatness.
For all we know, Jesus showed up when he did to save John the Baptist specifically.
So what you're saying is that Jesus should have said the second best man ever was John, born of a woman was John. That's what he should have said. That's what you're saying.
Well, no, because we're not going to say God lied.
Can't say that.
But if wait.
Unless Jesus wasn't born of a woman.
All right, so hold on a second.
Like maybe he wasn't born of a woman.
Yeah.
Maybe he came about via mitosis.
John was baptizing people and, you know, facilitating repentance, right? So, like, yeah, he was definitely a great man. You know, a lot of prophets are just writing stuff down that they hear from God. John was actually doing work, like, you know, out in the river, that kind of stuff. Like, so, I mean, I guess it's kind of an interesting thing, but like, we're just like nitpicking at what, you know, Jesus said about these are semantics. Like, I think that we get too much wrapped into, and it's like, if you're going to deny Jesus Christ because of something like that, I think that's not sound reasoning.
Don't deny him because of that. Just understand that there was a man greater than God. God said so. That's it. That's the end of this. Nothing else.
All right, man.
Let me ask you another thing, different.
Yeah.
I really appreciate you answering questions. Do you believe Jesus was sinless from birth to death?
I want to say yes, but I don't know if he was to the point where he was actually baptized. So there's a chance that he wasn't until baptism, but after that, I believe 100% that yes, he was.
Yeah, that's kind of where I am, just in the position from the story, like just assuming it's true. If Jesus was sinless, he wouldn't have need to be baptized.
Well, it's like he said though, to fulfill all righteousness, just like evil has to play out for full knowledge. He did the same thing on the good side when he did that, I guess. I don't know if that's actually true or the right answer, but that's all I could come up with.
So up to the time he got baptized, it's possible he sinned?
Say again?
Up to the time that he got baptized, he could have sinned?
I think that he probably didn't, but I don't know. And I think that if he did, it wouldn't have mattered until he received the baptism of the Holy Spirit.
Well, yeah,
I could be wrong about that. Like, I could be theologically wrong about that. I could be physically wrong about that. I just don't know. But I know that God would not accept him as the propitiation of our sin if he wasn't perfect.
But doesn't it take away from his godhood if he has sinned from his birth, especially if he's born of a virgin?
Yeah, but I've seen some theologians argue about this. I think the answer seemed like they came to the conclusion they came to was that Jesus, in his sort of his natural essence, was sinless, but his body wasn't. So that's why, like, he didn't commit a sin. His flesh was sinful. So then the flesh needed to be baptized.
Did the flesh ever commit a sin?
No, that's what I'm saying. No, that no committing. He just had original sin, right?
You know, I think that's a thoughtful answer, and I would probably be on board with that. It's a tough subject because humans learn by trial and error most of the time, you know, with our limited knowledge. He didn't have the mind of God necessarily until the baptism of the Holy Spirit. So it's just tough for me to imagine that he was this perfect fleshly, being because of my own testimony and how filthy I was, you know. So it's hard for me to know and to it would be a total assumption on my part to believe that, but I do believe that once he was baptized by John, that he was definitely sinless.
I guess my main overall point is this: is that we have most of what we know about Jesus is in a 3-year time span, especially except for a short sentence or two about the Virgin and him being 12 years old at the temple. So besides that, we have 3 years of his ministry out of 33 years, apparently, out of his life. All right. And so and out of that 3 years, they're just snippets. They're just short, whatever, sayings and everything. And we are led to believe that this person was sinless all his life. Usually, for most Christians, will make that claim. So I don't know how you can make that claim when we only have really small parts of his life mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's just like when you say no one was there for the virgin birth except for who was there. So like, it's hard to be that confident in that thing that I'm just not witness to or privy to, at this point, from what is revealed to me. What I can say, I think confidently, is that however it went down, he did it according to the law to his best of ability, and that's the only way that the law could have been fulfilled. But I do like that account that Cerberus put forth about the flesh had to be baptized because I can, like if Jesus was born today in our day and age with all this stuff that happenings and the screens and I don't think that he would have made it. Like, I don't think he would have been perfectly sinless. I just don't know if that was possible, speculation, but nonetheless, like, it's a different world. Like, the sun went down, it was dark. Now we're doom scrolling 24 hours a day or something. So it's like, I don't know if he could like just resist doom scrolling or ministering. I don't know, but anyway,
if Jesus had sin, if he was able to sin and stuff, I don't really see the purpose of a virgin birth. I don't see it, and it just leads to me more.
There's an easy explanation for that.
And it leads me more to believe the embellishment story, or it should you too as well, because to make Jesus God, they add this virgin part, because to be virgin, you can be half God, half man, not not have this sin. So yeah.
Let me help the Christian out a little bit here. An easy explanation for that would be if God truly wanted to experience what it is to be man, then there would need to be a point of sin, right? Until some absolvement could be done. So that could be a part of the experience. Like, you're a God, so you can do what the fuck you want, really, right? So sinning would be a part of the experience. So sinning in the flesh could be a thing that, he wanted to experience as a version of himself as his son. It's all very, but again, like, it's an explanation within a story that's already kind of.
And now I'm going to ask you, well, did Jesus have sex?
Well, I imagine, he was a man.
That's what I would do after Joe was done. Mary Magdalene over there probably has like an hourglass figure. Right? You're gonna tell me God didn't like embody a body of a man and wasn't like, oh, I got to do that.
Yeah, I got to check this out. Come on, man! I created this. I have to,
It's like, what is this sensation? Find out.
Yeah, I would say it's not obviously in the Bible, but if you go with the story, and for some reason, he has to be a human, right, to be sacrificed for it to work. I'm gonna say if you don't sin at all, that's probably because you're not a human. So you probably needed to do something.
Yeah, you would have to at some point, like something. Yeah, even if it's minor.
I think they taught us in school that wet dreams are like natural biological things that happen. So at minimum, at least once or twice, I don't know. It's just one of those gray areas that it's just speculation. But the fact that God accepted him and for what he did for us, that he had to have been able to fulfill the law in order for that to be the case.
I remember one time someone talked to me about how they believed Jesus was gay.
Oh, there's a whole thing. Jesus is trans and all of this stuff.
Well, I don't know about the trans, but I mean, they said they thought he was gay because he was a man, never had sex with any women, was surrounded by men all the freaking time, and he went around talking about sins of the heart constantly.
Well, that's a meme you're describing.
Yeah. But it's like, the pieces are there.
Yeah, the pieces are there.
But there's serious dialogue.
They said that he didn't think he acted on it, but the thing was who he hung out with, how much he hung out with him, and why he thought sinning of the heart was a sin, because he was probably thinking about doing the apostles constantly.
He's getting jelly, bro. It's like
obviously we're just kidding about, but like, Judas did kiss him on the cheek, right?
Yeah. And that would have been like the only kiss he ever was written to have.
Judas,
right?
Trade me, Judas.
Yeah, it's crazy, but the thing is, we, I see atheists blaming God for a lot of the current world condition and everything, and like, how bad things are, and all the different, evil that we do upon each other as mankind, and that's fine. I mean, but you can't, with sound mind, pin everything on him and then outright just reject the remedy that he has for it, which is Jesus Christ. So
are you accusing us of being atheists?
I was not accusing, I was assuming.
I shouldn't assume.
My bad.
As I get older, I'm approaching anti-theism. I'm not even
Ouch.
kidding. I'm being so serious.
Yeah.
I find
I'm
that
the
it's
opposite.
growing in me more and more.
I'm the opposite. The older I get, the more I think a lot of people need some type of
I believe that too.
some type of story just to feel
Dumb.
connected with other people.
I believe that too. I just think it's dumb. I think we need to move past it as a species, or otherwise we're staying on this rock.
You could look at it as like religion is the science study of death, because we don't know what's going on after we pass on from here, and that's kind of where religion would fit in with your society continuing forward, in my opinion.
Religion offers no value to any real conversation about what happens after you die. It's just imagination. Imagination and good vibes, which I think is what Sir was talking about. But there are plenty of ways that people do that are not making stuff up, right? That's why I don't believe religion's necessary for what Sir was saying.
Well, I mean, we know scientifically, thermodynamics law number 2, energy destroyed, not created, blah 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 blah.
What are the other two laws of thermodynamics?
I think it has to do with the dissipation of heat, and I forget exactly how it's worded, and also that. Hold on, let me think for a second. I think it's a dissipation of
often
heat.
just bring up the one, and I find that they don't really know about thermodynamics. They just use that one for their arguments. So I'll always ask, what are the other laws of thermodynamics? Kind of get this fumbling around.
I think there's 7 of them, and I forget, but that's the one that that's the first one we're taught in 6th grade, I think, if I remember right. But you can bring some. You can bring certain science into the discussion so that religion still has a place in the culture of mankind. It's not just a dismissive fairy tale that should be discarded because someone doesn't like it or doesn't agree with it, right? You still have the question of what happens after death. Is all of our work unproductive, and for what, and for nothing? A lot of people don't want to
Wait a minute.
believe that.
Wait a minute. Are you saying if there's no afterlife, there's no meaning to life?
What I'm saying is a lot of people don't want to believe that is the case.
Yeah, that's why they make stuff up like the afterlife, because they're afraid of death. Humans are afraid of death. Our consciousness, our awareness, our cognition works against us in that regard. Right, we make false positive beliefs. We're pattern-seeking animals, but we often see false patterns in things. So we are. It makes sense that we've evolved this way, and now people coping with death, trying to figure it out. The movie Ricky Gervais did, The Invention of Lying, is actually a perfect movie for it's kind of, obviously he's an atheist, right? But it's kind of showing what I'm talking about. It's that people will come up with a comfortable lie in order to deal with a harsh reality, right? And it's a coping mechanism, and we doing it on a cultural level just creates in its best forms,
and we all do it at some level.
Yeah, like everyone does. No one's immune to this, right? And in its best forms, it's really good communal, sometimes religious values and groups of people. And in its worst forms, it's things like cults and guerrilla warfare and shit like that. So it's like the thing that, at least for myself, I'm seeking is what's true. I don't care about how it makes people feel, to your point before, DeFreak. It's not about because I don't like it. It's about people want to build society off of these beliefs. So I think it behooves all of us to determine which one is true, if any, at all, especially if folks are gonna kind of demand certain outcomes from things based on these principles, right? So it's just important to discuss them. And do these things have their place in the world? Maybe, but I think they're losing their place in the world.
Yeah, that's a very thoughtful worldview there. What I find too lately is a lot of things that get pinned on religion are actually political, and politics has a way of hijacking anything for its purpose. And I think that's a lot of what's been happening with Christianity or religion as a whole is politics is able to get its greasy hands on it and turn it into a weapon or a scapegoat or a justification of the political outcome that it desires. Unfortunately, I think that people should be aware of that a little bit more.
You don't think politics are downstream from religion? Like religion is up and then politics comes next, and then...
No, I would say religion is more individual ideology and politics is more of a grouping of ideology.
You think religion's an individual ideology? No, it absolutely is not. It's a group thing.
But I mean, it's practiced by an individual, whereas politics is practiced more in a group setting.
Well, no, because politics are because political beliefs, you do it as an individual, right? But you vote as a collective,
right?
But religion is a cultural practice. It's not like some guy. He's like, I'm a Christian, but I'm like my version of a Christian, and I go to my individual church in my backyard. It's people congregate and they gather, and it's a group thing.
Yeah, it's something I tell my students to help them differentiate between economics and politics. I tell them politics is when three people talk.
And economics is?
Did you say
you don't need
people
anyone
like the number three, or free like you're free from jail?
Three people.
Three, okay.
Three people.
Yeah, economics is just a study of how people distribute goods.
Oh, I meant like how you were teaching them the lesson is what I was asking. Like you say.
Yeah, but basically, I'm pointing out that you can do economics on your own. Economics is telling you how those three people might pass stuff around.
Yeah.
But it's not going to tell you about why or how or what they want or why they act.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's true. Like you can, but politics you can't. Religion you can't. Well, I mean, like, can you have your own beliefs?
Most religions are politics because
three
or more people are talking.
It is. It's politics. It is, and that's why I said like politics is downstream from religion, right? Like you can't have.
But I don't think you see religion actively hijacking a political ideology. It's usually always the other way around.
Excuse me?
What?
Right. Like a political movement will hijack a religion to justify that movement, but you don't see religion hijacking a political party or a political
the Christian
group.
coalition we just spoke of in the 90s.
What are we talking about here?
No, the freak, they're not really different. Where these are all just versions of culture.
Yes.
And it's just one kind of culture messing with another type of culture, and they mix between each other and everything. It's not.
Yeah,
but it's definitely.
But I would still say
hijack politics, not the other way around.
I would still say that religion or worshiping of God or believing in God is a individual thing, more of an individual thing, where politics is seeking validation from more than just an individual.
An individual thing, but you base your belief on doctrine and dogma decided by groups of people. That's what I mean. That's religion.
Which, like Sir was saying, is very similar to politics. It's not far off in terms of its organizational structure. Like you guys all get together, decide on what's true, and then you practice it as a group, right? You go home and you pray individually, and you have your families and whatever, but It's like you're
Even
required to be
still,
a part of something.
yeah, I think you're right.
Yeah. Now I will give you, if you had your memories erased and you were dropped on an island and there's no one else there, and then you just started believing in a god or the juju man in the sky or whatever, that would be pure religion without politics.
Yeah, it would be.
But even if you're not part of a church and you don't hang out with other Christians, you're still using the book, which is a product of politics.
Yeah.
See, I like the
or just praying with other people. Like, yeah, I see what you're saying. So I just see that political movements seem to be more aggressively hijacking any ideology or any anything necessary for it to progress itself forward. Whether it be sexuality, whether it be communism or other political ideology or religion. Politics tends to do that more than religion latching onto something else to justify itself. But I do agree that they're basically it's the same kind of thing.
Yeah, I will give you, I think, that non-religiously motivated groups will use religion when it suits them. Right, but most of your politicians throughout history are going to be religious. And they're going to try to impose their morals and morality from the religion onto the politics. So I'm not really sure which one I would say affects the other more. I think
religion and politics, man. There's no benefit for a politician to hijack a religious movement, right? There's no benefit for the politician to do that, unless you want to turn it into a cult or something.
Oh no,
right?
no, there is. It's simple for like that was the whole entire. Was it Nixon? No, Kennedy. John F. Kennedy's political strategy was the Christian tent. Right, he was the guy that made all the Christians in America call themselves Christians instead of Catholic. Protestant. Yeah, he was Catholic. Yeah, that's why he did it, because he didn't want Protestants to.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
I think that's more pandering, though. I don't think that's hijacking something.
Oh yeah, well, okay.
Like hijacking in my mind is like what the Muslim Brotherhood has done to the government of Iran. A religious movement.
Yeah, that's more hijacking.
You know what I mean? Like that's what
I would consider this hijacking only in the sense that it essentially tricked the churches and the congregations into voting for him. Not so much that he controlled their decisions, like overall.
Right, like you're sold a bill of goods. You bought what you bought. You have to be responsible for what you bought, right? Like pandering is if you get pandered to and you buy into it, that's on you, right? But when I say hijack, I mean I've never seen a politician hijack or like a political party try to hijack some religious movement, but I've seen plenty of religions attempt to and successfully hijack politics, right? And just completely use the political engine of the nation or region or whatever to do what they want, right?
I got one. The King of England, that King James, right, hijacked the Christian religion in the UK, creating Anglicanism so he could get a divorce.
so he could get a divorce.
Hey.
That's political.
Oh, that's the ultimate red pill information right there.
Wow.
Exception to every rule, Joe.
Myron Gaines would love to know that little piece of information.
Look, you're married to someone that you hate. You gotta do something.
That's fucking hilarious. That's quite the motivator. Like, I got to do something about this, man. What can I do?
I'm going to break away from the Catholic Church and create a whole new denomination that I'm the head of.
So
and then give myself the divorce.
He didn't want John the Baptist number 2 to show up and start, stalking him around the castle.
Yeah.
Like it's funny too, because we're talking about the formation of the storytelling and how all this stuff happened. Like we got to watch, not there physically, but within our, I guess, century or lifetime, whatever, however you want to phrase it, right? We got to watch a guy go and start a religion from scratch, built off of the premise of Christianity, but riddled with the most ridiculous pieces of information. And this was all given to him through a hat that he used with like magic seer stones, right? Like we got to see how the progression of these things happen in almost real time. So when I'm thinking about Bronze Age people that don't have the same, I guess, access to information that even Joseph Smith and the people of his time had, right? It's more reasonable to think that, yeah, some of these folks were just maybe kind of telling stories a little bit, and because they really liked this Jesus guy, he was a good guy, and and what happened to him was shitty, and whatever they believed, right? So I'm more incredulous to the idea that it's all of this, moving around of pieces in this conspiracy to kind of cover up the truth of Jesus Christ than I am to the idea that it's probably just some folks maybe telling some stories, because humans do that. That's what we do. We're storytellers.
So the hat and these stones, is that Scientology or is that Mormonism?
Mormonism.
Scientology is even
Oh, it's even worse.
Better. It's an even better story.
Well, better in that sense, yeah. But it's like it's worse in the sense of like you get to see how people latch on to an idea when they believe it's true.
A known fiction writer,
right?
A famous fiction writer,
a failed one at that though. All the stories suck.
After an interview talking about how the best way to make money writing is creating a religion, steps out and makes a fucking religion, and everyone just buys it.
They just buy into it. It's amazing. Like humans are not. We're not as smart as we think. We're not. We're clever and we're very crafty. And we're innovative, but we're not too bright. Like we're still a fucking dumb animal. Like this guy told you the blueprint, and to this day you have Tom Cruise at the helm of like, it's just so it's just, that's why I have a hard time when I'm having these conversations. This is almost why I abandoned it too for a while, because I was like, what are we even talking about here? Like we're talking about stories. Like really, at the end of the day, we're just talking about stories that a lot of people held on to and really believe.
Scientology was created in the 50s. Here we are 70 years later.
Yeah. It's like a cult. It's nuts, man. And this is probably what it looked like, probably with more wars and stuff though. But in the early days of like forming, Christianity and all these other religions, and it was probably looked like that. Like it was probably very cultish, and you couldn't speak against it. And if you did, fuck you. And then
in fact, it was super cultish. So much so that the cults called themselves cults.
Oh, did they really? I didn't know that.
Yeah, so you would have the Greek religion, right? The general Greek religion was all the different deities, and the deities would have cults, and they would call themselves the cults of Aphrodite, the cult of Aphrodite.
I'm familiar with that. Yeah, like the cult of Dionysus and all that. Yeah.
And there would be multiple different cults of that god.
Yeah,
because they were just devotees to one god. Yeah, that's what we mean when we talk about cults.
Yeah,
we're talking about a small group that's kind of an offshoot of a bigger thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I imagine at some point down the road in history, Scientology is going to temper out. It's going to chill, and it's going to have its reformation like Christianity has. Islam is on its way to that. They're going to have their reformation. They're going to chill. Everyone's just going to relax, and but it's early day shit is ugly, and we're in the early days still of some of them. But Christianity's chilled out now. Everyone's welcome type shit. And like they're gay churches and stuff.
Yeah, in 1,000 years there'll be another book about how L. Ron Hubbard died so he could ascend to fight Lord
right,
save mankind, right? It's just
and it's true too. Like, and I want to be around for that shit, just to be like, you see, like it's fucking. This is just human stuff, man. And it will, because they already do kind of exaggerate about him.
Yeah,
Tom Cruise definitely does.
You mean one day there's going to be gay marriage in a mosque?
100%. Yeah,
I
absolutely.
bet there's probably already a mosque somewhere where
There's
that's
probably mosques that already do it. Yeah,
Alright.
100% there will be. Because it's
But
it's the natural course of things. Like you cannot.
Which is the more
extreme
religious
forever.
one, the Shiite or the Sunnis? Which is again?
Oh, they're both pretty religious. They're only real disagreement on who should have been the successor.
Well,
That's
no,
what. Yeah,
it's
that's
political.
what it is. It's
who's the one that throws the gays off the roof?
all of them.
Both of those. Yeah, both of them
They
do.
both do. I do. Wait. But wait a minute.
They all do.
I've been told the Kurds are less radical in that way, but I don't think they like the gays either.
If you want to be a gay Muslim, live in Indonesia. That's your safest bet. And even there, they're still pretty bullyish about it. But like, if you want to be safe from severe violence, you have to live in Indonesia.
But what you're saying is just like Christianity. There are Christian churches accepting gay marriage, right?
Yeah.
So,
like,
Islam's not there yet, though.
Like there's maybe a loophole. What country is it that it's illegal to be gay unless you get a sex change? Which country?
Oh shit!
No clue. I didn't even know that was a thing. That's crazy.
I want to say it's Saudi Arabia, but that doesn't sound right.
That just sounds like it's a way for dudes to fuck trannies.
Well, that's what I was saying. Like in a roundabout way, the way they think about it is if you're a guy but you get a sex change, now you're a woman, so it's not gay.
Right.
Yeah,
so
they just want to fuck
Right, so,
trannies.
yeah, so now you can marry a guy.
I don't know why guys just don't openly do that. Like, if you want to fuck a tranny, go ahead, man. Nobody cares, honestly. Like, there are dudes that are married. Jim Norton, the comedian, his wife is trans. So it's like there are people doing it, man. Just go, have fun.
Yeah, it was a real thing for a long time. I don't know about the tranny thing.
Matt
Tranny
Dillon.
thing's kind of rare, right? The tranny thing's kind of rare. You also got to ask what exactly that would look like in Greek times. Really, I mean, you would probably just be a dude that wore makeup and.
Oh yeah, it was just there was no
like,
trans. No, it was just a very like a femboy.
Yeah, but it was so normal that they don't even have a word for gay.
No, they didn't have a word for gay or anything. It was just they'd fuck.
Well,
kids
is that like a
each other.
Thailand too? It's like whatever.
No, they consider it gay over there. It's less taboo.
Like we were roasted.
The Asians haven't had. I should say the 4 East Asians haven't had much of an issue with gay people historically, compared to the West or the Middle East.
Because of religion.
Yeah, some of it's that, but there was like a lot of the Eastern cultures, like
it's different up there, man.
They didn't like that. Like your parents wouldn't like you if you were gay, but there was the general understanding of, okay, you can fuck guys, but you're still having children.
Yeah, because
so you're still going to get married to a woman. You're still going to have kids, and you can go fuck a guy on the side somewhere. Like that.
Right, you're gonna because you want the family name to live on and stuff like that. That right?
Yeah, that's what it was centered around.
Pretty much this, yeah.
You can be as gay as you want as long as you still have kids.
Yeah, you gotta
be gay but make babies.
Yeah,
that's fucking No, it's funny because we were roasting this guy on X the other day. He was getting mad at this because there's this guy, he goes around and he'll give people like a flower and a nice note, like an uplifting note kind of thing. And he did it to these 2 soldiers. And one of them kind of broke down. I guess he's going through some shit and the note was nice for him, And one guy comments, he's like, see, this is why our fucking soldiers in our country's fucking weak. They need to be more like the Spartans. Blah, 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 blah. And everybody in the comments, I jumped in there too. I was like, bro, the Spartans were gay as fuck. What are you talking about? Yeah. They fucked each other and all this shit. Like, and everybody was just like, bro, what are you saying? No, you don't want them to be like the Spartans.
Yeah, not only that, they were sassy bitches too.
They were not.
Yeah, they were known for being sassy.
It's so funny. They were not like in 300. And I love the romanticization of these stories. It's like these dudes, yeah, they were warriors, man, but they were fucking like, I forget what the group was called, but it was a 300 of them. And they believed that like, it was from the belief that a soldier would leave his partner in battle. So they believed that by having sex with them, you would create like a bond that would keep you from doing that. So they would fuck each other. And this was the 300 that everybody references all the time. And it's like, okay, there's your 300.
Yeah, man, I can't leave Mike behind. He's got that.
I'm hoping you asked that guy.
Badass.
I'm hoping you asked that guy if it would be worse to be gay like that or dumb like that.
I don't know, man. But those ancient Greeks and all that, they were different, man. They were different. They were different.
Well, I think they would give up their children to the state. Like you weren't. I don't think you were raising your own children. Like as soon as you had them or they were a certain age, you were giving them up to the state, right?
Yeah,
like
depending on where
it's called, but
you give them your boys. You give your boys to be trained.
Yeah,
and to the state, the way the politics was organized was a little different. You wasn't specifically giving your kid up to the state. You were giving your kid up to the other men in society.
Mm-hmm.
Right, they were training them essentially.
Because there were the two groups. There were the Athenians, and I always forget the other.
The Athenians and the Spartans were the people that really hated each other.
Yeah, that's what it was. It was the Athenians and the Spartans. They did not like one another, but it was because the Athenians were like the philosophers, right? They were the thinkers and the artists, and then the Spartans were the warriors and the political guys. And yeah. It was an interesting divide between the same group of people, but they were all gay. Everybody was gay. That's the commonality.
I'm sure there are people somewhere that didn't have sex with men that didn't have sex with men, but
no, of course
it was the norm. It was the norm. Yeah. I don't think everyone was literally gay.
But I wonder what was the norm though. Like if you were just straight, like if you were looked at like, oh, there's fucking he doesn't like to
like I don't think we have good statistics on that, but we have like clues.
Yeah.
Well, actually, we have more clues for the Athenians than we do the Spartans.
Yeah,
like because we have a bunch of special words for the young men that get tricked in the bathing house, right, to have sex with other men.
That shit is so
like so it was super. They're so common. They have like 30 different words for tricking young men into having sex with them.
Yeah, they were so. And when you tell people this shit, they're like, "No way." I'm like, dude. How do you fucking say that you fucking read about this shit, but you don't know that? How did you skip that part? Like they fuck kids, man. What are you talking about?
Like these
like he wasn't watching 300 and thinking about what's his name?
It's true, actually. It's true. They watch the Hollywood versions of ancient Greece and stuff. Yeah.
That was a good movie, by the way.
It was all right. It wasn't too bad.
Actually, yeah, that is actually one of the lines that was drawn between how the Spartans behaved and how the Athenians behaved. The Spartan men would not have sex with boys.
Mm.
They used to call the Athenians lovers all the time. I think that's actually in the movie somewhere, isn't it?
Oh, dude, if it was, I fucking zoned that the fuck out.
I don't remember.
A different movie. I think I heard it in a movie and I went and looked it up.
I had heard it in like it was on the radio like years ago when I used to like listen to radio and shit. And some dude was talking about it. And I was like, no fucking way that's true. And because like, you know, being from where we're from, we just get like the romanticized version, the glammed up version of everything. And I fucking started reading about this shit. I was like, dude, what? They did what?
Yeah. I like Alexander the Great, right? Which is a little bit later.
Yeah.
But he would actually pair soldiers off like Big Spoon, Little Spoon. Yeah, for them to have sex together for the same reason.
He was nasty. He was Diddy. Yeah. That's some Diddy shit. That's some Diddy shit right there, bro. Oh my god. These motherfuckers were vile. Holy shit, man. These motherfuckers were vile.
Yeah, now imagine having to march 400 miles carrying armor. Just getting fucked every night.
I mean, you're getting fucked in the ass. I know. You got to pick
That's
one.
it.
Which one are you today, top or bottom?
Yeah, like I think can we take a break? Can we take a break while we march halfway across the planet?
Yo, bro, these people are
Weaponized
nuts.
biology.
It's terrible. The original LGBTQ.
All right, guys, I'm gonna jump down. I need to get some food and get to sleep. So, but had fun. You know, I've always been treated well over here, so appreciate that, bro, Joe. And I just want to, say thanks. And I hate long goodbyes. So, see ya.
See ya.
Peace out, man.
Oh, bro's not even here right now.
Yeah, he's at the BRB sign. It's funny. There's this dude. He made a TikTok, and I can't. And somebody, it's so funny because the amount of people that are just having trouble with grasping with it. So he was having a debate with somebody, and he was just a white guy, and he was like, "Yo, bro," because he was saying something about he was gay. Like the white guy called the dude gay, like the black guy gay. And he was like, "Bro, gay is white people culture." And he starts going back into this whole thing that we're talking about right now. And he's like, and the dude was stunned because he didn't know any of that either. Like the white guy that he was talking to, he didn't know any of that shit. And he was just stunned. And then the dude just kept going through periods of history. And he's like, and then he goes to America and he's like, who's all fighting for that shit in America? All the time. It's white people. He's like, white people fight for the right to be gay. He's like, gay is your culture. He was obviously trolling, but it was just such a funny troll because it's kind of like it's in the background there. It's like, yeah, like there's a lot of these kind of white cultures that indulge in egregious homosexuality for some reason, and I find it funny.
I didn't get a chance to. The Freak left. If you're still listening, The Freak, thank you so much. It was very. It was a pleasurable conversation. I had a good time.
He said thanks for being treated well in my briefing.
Yeah, you did give
Awesome.
some kudos. Yeah.
Awesome.
It was nice. That was a nice convo with it's rare to get a Christian like that just actually answers questions and is willing to engage.
And he's willing to change his mind in a couple of instances.
Yeah, and just concede some points. Because I'm not here to like change a Christian's mind, it's more of just like your beliefs are interesting to me. Why do you believe them? And he seems to be fairly innocent in his like he's willing to say like things like, I don't know, I don't have an answer for that, kind of thing. So it's it's a good change of pace. You get someone like Irenic that comes in here and fucking
Yeah, I don't get why he's so fervent, right? Because he wasn't an open theist back in G+. He's changed a couple big times.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, I would have thought he would have been a little more casual after all that. So no,
I didn't know that. He seemed like to be like a hardcore all the time, but he seems to be hardcore in whatever he's doing, I guess.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's like his personality.
Yeah, because I picked up on that with Matt Dillahunty after watching him for many years. I was like, bro, you're still wanting to be an evangelist or a preacher or whatever the fuck. You're just doing it this way instead. Because he's still just as, I guess what you would need to go and be a pastor or whatever. He wants his congregation. He wants his shit. Like the personality.
That's not what he was going to do before he became an atheist.
Yeah, that's what he was trying to do. Yeah.
Yeah, I could totally see that.
And I watch him now, and he's just like this self-righteous douche. I'm just like, man, you are like all of these. They got wrapped up in the atheism plus stuff, and now it's just for some reason atheism is linked to wokeism, and I'm not a fan of that at all, like whatsoever.
Shared enemies is mostly what it is.
It seems, but there's also an element of a lot of public atheists kind of attaching themselves to this as well. That's kind of the issue. And there aren't enough other, like, I think the only really anti-woke atheists that I can think of is someone like Douglas Murray or Konstantin Kisin, maybe. I don't even know if he is an atheist.
Yeah,
but
I think he is. I think he is
yeah,
now.
you know, and there
I
aren't
think he
very
was.
many.
I think he was in the Orthodox Church before he came over to
Okay.
the UK.
Okay. Yeah, so there aren't very many that have public voices, and when they are, they're labeled as like right wing crazy people, right?
Yeah, what's his name on the Lotus Eaters now? Sargon of Akkad.
Sargon of Akkad. Is he an atheist?
Yeah, he's always an atheist.
Oh shit!
That's how he started.
Okay.
His content was
Oh,
atheism.
that's right. That's true. Yeah. Because I did watch him back in the day when he was just that statue head, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I remember. A lot of those guys started that way, and now they're like on camera and shit. It's cool. Yeah. So it's there aren't. Yeah, Sargon is another one, but again, like he's labeled as like a far right. So it's almost negligible at that point. But
Yeah,
that's
there's not a lot of big ones. I'm sure if I sit here for a few minutes, I could probably think of a couple more, but that's what it would take.
Mm-hmm. Because you can name in the other way easy, you know, and they do a lot of public debates too. That's the other thing, especially on modern day debate. I see a lot of them go there.
Yeah, it doesn't really help with the degeneracy accusations, does it?
Nope, it doesn't. That's the problem too, man. It's like I get like free love and you know, but we need standards. Like, at what point did we just throw standards out the door and just say no? Just let people do what they want, like the ultimate libertarian view, kind of thing. And it's like you can let people do what they want, but there are consequences to that. So tempering things is a good idea.
Yeah, I didn't think for some reason they never heard something along the lines of the extremes of anything is self-destructive.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But that's the thing, when it's all hedonism and enjoyment and pleasure, you're not seeing that. Like swimming in the ocean, you're not seeing that, right? So it's and I think and that's what makes it so strange, that it's just all about this hyper individualistic pursuit, but that's somehow supposed to bring people together as a collective to have a common goal. Like, how do you do that? How do those two things exist in the same world? Which is why I think we're having a lot of the problems we're having, because there's people, that faction of people are trying to consolidate those things that can't exist together.
Yeah, well, I think that's why it became political, because you could consolidate them with politics.
You can try.
Yeah, but you couldn't do it like atheists on their own are like cats, right?
Right.
Yeah. So you got to go with something else.
Mm-hmm. But I don't like.
You find it's a balance that you're trying to get, right, from the individual and their rights, and against the responsibility to the collective society.
That's the issue, right? It's what is your responsibility to society if your pursuit is just pure self-interest? Then you start to fall away from any semblance of an idea that you have to have a responsibility to society, because we hear that in people's rhetoric, especially people on the left.
Too. It goes far the other way too.
It can go too far the other way. I agree. But if you want to live in a civilized collective, there needs to be some idea that, yes, there is some basic responsibility that each individual has in society, right? Like, I think that's a fair starting point. And the more that erodes, the more, like, we're seeing the effects of it, the residual effects, right? The birth rates are dropping, the economy's tanking, right? This whole idea that you have to kind of import people into your nation in order to keep it functioning is increasingly becoming more obviously the case, right? So there's consequences to doing that. And when you tell people, yeah, no, just do what you want, man, don't worry about it, you don't have to have a family or anything like that, just go live your life. Okay, that's cool. But do that 1,000,000 times and then do that 10 million times. Right? And I'm talking in people. That's people numbers. You're gonna have nothing.
Well, I agree, Joe. Women shouldn't go to college.
Okay, that's taking it a little far. That's something that someone
and
would
not
say to
own
me.
property. And not own
That's
property.
something that someone would. So you're saying that women shouldn't go to school then? You're saying that they should just stay home?
Right. Right.
It's like, absolutely, yeah. That's all of what that meant. Yeah, there is. So there's that does exist, and I think it's gone away. That's why communities have eroded, right? Because the idea of community was you have a responsibility to look out for your neighbors. And if you don't give a fuck about your neighbors and what they're doing, then you don't give a fuck about your community.
Yeah, it's kind of a weird way to look at it, but if you don't have neighbors that you can tell, like, hey, if my kid is around you and he's misbehaving, slap him. Right? If you can't do that, something's went wrong.
Yeah. Or discipline in any way, right? Like tell them to, hey, get over here, sit down. You're not doing that, or whatever, right? Like that's how we grew up. Our neighbors could do that shit, and they'd tell us, and it would be fine. Like it didn't even feel weird. But you say that to people now, like say that to someone that's Gen Z, they will lose it. That's just unfathomable. What are you talking about? How dare someone say anything like that to my child? It's nuts, dude. The attitudes have totally shifted on stuff like that. It's just
at that point, the parent has to be disciplined.
and it is, like, but it like the phrase "it takes a village" is a true phrase because it does. Yes, can two parents and a kid, without any help, right? No grandparents, no extended family, can they do it? Absolutely, but it will suck the entire way. It will absolutely suck because you'll have to move your life around for many things, right? Stuff like childcare, kid gets sick, all these little things that you can use in-laws or cousins, aunts, uncles, all these people to rely on to help you with that stuff, right? That's gone. So if you don't have that, having a kid, the incentive for that goes down for a lot of people because you're not going to get the extended family.
This is really on the women now. I think it's on the women to think.
No, it's not just on the women. It's not just on the women.
No, like what if the women, or a good part of them, just said, you know what? No, I don't want to go have a career. I want to start a family. We'd be in a situation where, things are going to have to adjust where you can again survive on one salary.
Yeah,
So
it would. I think it would work the way you're thinking, but it's not something that you could just do. Right? Because people wouldn't have enough money. The economy would break down. You would need a few women at a time, right? Spread out across a few decades, making this decision.
Yeah.
Right, and it's not the only way you could do it, but it would work. You just couldn't do it all at once.
And you couldn't even guarantee that.
Yeah.
And on top of that,
happens that reverses it.
Right. And your roadblock is not other women. The reason why I'm saying this is not on women, right, is because your roadblock would be men that would stop this and that would try to stop this. Because from the beginning, who was it that pulled the trigger on this? It was men, right? So it's not on the women. You can't say it's on the women, especially for those men in the world that go, men are the leaders. Men are the ones in charge. Okay. So this is what you've led us to, sirs. This is what you've been in charge of. And now it's on the women somehow. Get the fuck out of here. Like, I don't think so.
I blame World War II. World War II and feminism got together and one-shot women.
And the CIA.
Someone somewhere started the fucking meme that working for a boss that doesn't care about you is freedom. I don't know how that happened.
It's a funny one. It's a good one.
Happened right before Virginia Slims, where they got some feminists that convinced smoking Virginia Slims was the feminist way to be. It's just one thing after the other.
Yeah, it did kind of just
feel empowered.
Domino. But there's enough evidence in the world that to show that this was injected. It was not grassroots.
Yeah.
It was not any of that. Like it was some guy's idea in order to tax more people and shit. The Rockefellers. Oh, Rockefellers. Oh, Rockefellers.
Thomas, he's still with us. He fall asleep.
I saw him in the outside chat talking to people.
Is he?
Maybe that was earlier. A lot of time has passed. Actually.
Yeah, it's been a bit. He might have fell asleep.
Yeah.
Passed out.
I'm surprised.
Yeah, his last comment was over an hour ago.
Yeah. I'm really surprised I'm up at this time, but I did have that coffee. And the combo's been good.
I slept all evening, and then I'm not working tonight.
Yeah. I mean, the only girl that's kind of around right now is Halsey, if she's still out there. I wonder. I don't know if Halsey's married. Is Halsey married?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know much about Halsey other than she's into music.
Yeah, I don't know if she works or if she's married. I don't know. I know like she's into music and that two things.
I don't know much about Halsey. She's a mystery.
I try not to pry into people's personal lives unless they just volunteer.
You are who you are when I'm dealing with you. That's cool. Unless you're an asshole, I don't give a fuck.
I was gonna ask her if she would quit work and have kids if there was a guy that would just take care of her the entire time.
My wife has said repeatedly that if we lived in
I don't think Halsey wanted to have kids.
Like if we lived in a proper economy and I could go and get like a career where the pay actually pays off, she said she would stay home because she fucking is like, I want to be home with my kids.
Well, that's because she's smart.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, no one really wants to go work for the man.
No, what the fuck?
Right, over being at home with their spouse and children.
Greatest psyop ever. How did you how did these women get tricked into this? So crazy. Like you see all these dudes miserable from like some of them that do like 16-hour days, and you're like, that's what I want to do. That right there.
I blame the government. They saw an opportunity to collect more taxes.
Yeah.
Well, it's beyond the government. It's special interests that go beyond, right? But yeah, it's financial people, bankers, all those cats. And it's also a way to like get the kids not being fully raised by parents. Like we're almost fully actualized to that at this point, where you have two parents working, kids are at school during the day, and then TV, tablet raised at home.
And now the teachers are called to be the babysitters. They
Yep.
teach the kids. These kids are falling behind.
Can't read. So yeah, plan actualized.
I mean, yeah, I was kind of lucky. My parents both worked, but they were both teachers, right? So their schedule was more or less the same as my schedule. Like when I ended up going to like middle school and high school, and but I had all my grandparents. I had a big family around me, so I had the village, and I don't think that exists anymore.
No, yeah, we have it a little bit.
I didn't have grandparents around. See, my mother's mother died when she was young. Didn't get along with my father. My father's mother, I never knew. They died, relatively when I was young. I was born at home. Mostly middle class. My dad worked. My mother didn't really work till after we were a little bit old, and she was part-time.
I see. I can't imagine that. I was glued to my grandfather, like the entire time he was alive.
I never knew my grandparents.
I don't know for sure, but I had to have driven him crazy at least a few times. Because he would get up and like go do something. I'd be like, "Where are you going? Can I go? And I would follow him everywhere he went.
That's good though.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm hungry.
Well, the idea of some couples being married 50, 60 years. I mean, come on. Is that going to ever happen again? How, you know?
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm working on it.
It definitely could.
I know you'll do it. And I mean,
That's still
a lot of weddings I do. I mean, I see these couples, and I'm like, wow, it's getting big. You know, it's like an endangered species. You know.
Yeah,
Man,
it's just
I
less
see.
people are getting married. That's the
less
thing.
people are getting married, but like I go to like, you know, I'm pretty much all my friends that are going to get married got married, but you know, extended family or like friends of weddings that I get invited to, and you can tell at the wedding that this is not going to work, and I see that a lot.
Oh, all the time.
Yeah, like I just look at them like I don't know what you guys are thinking. This is a waste of money.
You know ones are gonna last. Oh man, I know. I see it on that first day. You know the ones are gonna last, and you know the ones are not gonna last.
The ones with the big bridal parties, I'm always suspect of, like where there's fucking like 8 on each side.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer that the wife's friends is the biggest danger to the marriage.
Yes, brother.
Yeah.
When there's that many chicks, bro, and then there's that whole like, oh, we all hang out all the time. Like that's why they're all up there because everybody like dog. I look at those, I'm like, you guys are not gonna make it.
All it takes is one of them to have one bad relationship, and
That's
she
it,
will
bro.
spend the next 2 years whispering in your wife's ear about how men are terrible.
Yo, I'm telling you, bro. It's so crazy. Or like those, like just the ones that are single that try to take like these women out that are married and try to make them act like they're single with them.
Yeah.
And all that shit. That stuff is just like, bruh, you gotta temper that shit. You do have to watch your friends though. As men too, you have to watch your friends. Because dudes will try to get you in trouble too.
I didn't need people to get myself in trouble.
Man, I'm such a good boy. I don't think I ever even thought about getting in trouble.
No, there's no
At least
point.
not in that way.
There's no point. I, as a man, don't understand cheating. One woman is enough of a headache. I do not want to deal with fucking another one and another one and another one. Can't do it. Can't do it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the only way you can manage it is how the Mormons do it. That's like the best possible chance of doing it. You make them live in other houses, is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, you just remove them from the house.
That's what I was going to ask. They live in their own house?
Yeah, for the most part, they live in other houses.
But that's too much. That's what I mean. Like that's too much. One house is too much.
Oh, they also there's also a hierarchy, right? There's the main wife.
But aren't they like
She's in charge of all the other
polyamorous or whatever?
wives.
Aren't they poly people?
Were married couples.
Yeah, in America on the down low, they're poly people.
Yeah, because it's not legal yet. Yeah. It's crazy. They should just make it legal. Why is it illegal?
So, I mean, historically speaking, it's illegal because the more unmarried men you have, the shorter your society lasts.
Mm.
Right. Eventually, you get enough unmarried men that get very dissatisfied with the, oh, hey, I'm going to be old with no kids and die alone. And they'll just start burning shit down.
Women outnumber men. We could do it now.
Sure, that's happening in America here.
I know, but it's happening everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna change. It won't be too much longer. Like shit's You can kind of already see it happening. Like people are just
Pauly
not putting up with it.
would save the birth rates if one man
Yeah.
could marry many women and impregnate many women at once or at many times at once, right? There's your
but-
problem solved. Just
but
make
my-
poly legal.
the
Everybody that
question-
wants a poly relationship have babies.
Well, how are you going to support them?
What do you mean? People have jobs.
Well, but aside from that, though, that the question is at that point, why are you increasing a birth rate for a society where all the men that aren't enfranchised just burn it to the ground?
Wait, say that again.
So there's a trend in history, very obvious trend, when you have men that are not enfranchised, and by enfranchised I mean, they're married, they have societal responsibilities, they have kids that they have to work for, right? That gets them involved in society. When that doesn't happen, what you get is a bunch of men that just don't care about society because they don't need to, and they just tear it down.
Okay, I got you. I think this would enfranchise men. If you told men tomorrow that it's illegal to have up to 3 wives at once, right? If you told men that,
Legal.
that would be a boost for the self-esteem of men across the United
What's
States.
the incentive for the
No,
men?
it would be a
What's
boost
the
for a
incentive?
small group
So
of
there
men.
needs to be a trade-off, is what you're saying.
There's always needs to be. There's always needs to be.
Okay.
incentive.
It would be a boost for a small amount of men.
I mean, for the men that want multiple wives, that's the incentive.
Yeah, but the thing is, it would make it harder for the men that just wanted a wife.
I mean, it was always going to be hard for them anyways.
Yeah, but I'm saying that the harder you make it, the more of them you have, and the more of them you have, the more they burn it down. Right?
I mean, but men, nobody's owed a relationship though.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they are. What I'm
That's
saying
the
is,
problem. Like,
if
then
it's a problem, even if you're even if it's just happening naturally. Right? Maybe you shouldn't force people to do it, but it's probably a really bad idea to make it worse on purpose.
But okay, fair point. But the bitching won't change.
Yeah, the bitching won't change. Yeah, people have to kind of have to solve the problem on their own, one way or another. Otherwise, you get pretty dystopian pretty quickly.
Because all of this stuff that these guys are saying, it's like when we were growing up, for us, it was like, duh, you better have a personality, you better be funny, you better dress nice, you better smell good, you better take care of yourself. Yeah. What the fuck are you talking about? Like, you can't just be some douchey guy and think you're gonna get chicks, bro. And that seems to be the prescription today. It's like, no, because I deserve. Like, no, you don't. You're a weirdo. Like, I've seen a lot of these dudes in, social situations online, like through their streams, and they're really awkward and cringy. And they're not. And I'm like, yeah, I see why you're single, actually. I see why you can't pull a chick, bro. Like, you're weird. And not in the good weird.
But at the same point, Joe, we got these women on OnlyFans being kind of promiscuous. We got a divorce rate that's 50%, taking a half of men's shit and custody of the children. So they don't see any incentive really to get married. There's a lot of,
Choose a good woman.
Yeah.
Just like we tell women to choose better, right? When they get beat up and stuff. It's the same thing. Find a good woman that you can actually marry. Stop rushing into marriage because you found a baddie. Because that's what most guys do. Like, that's what a lot of dudes do. They find the chick of their dreams and they slap a ring on it. And they don't know that she's a chick for the streets. They don't know that she's texting all these dudes. They don't know none of that because they're not vetting the chick. They just get their, weird science experiment. And then and that's a wrap for them. They're thinking short-sighted.
Guys are asking, where do I find these good women?
They're everywhere. What the fuck are you talking about? Good women are all over the
telling
place.
you what they would say. If I'm in my 20s,
Well,
man, it's gotta be so hard to find a
Well, I think good men and women are everywhere, but I think the supply is dropping.
Yeah.
I don't think it is. I think that's a perception. I really think that's just and it also depends on where you live. If you're in Miami, for instance, yeah, you're probably going to have a lower supply of good men or women, right, to find and date. But if you're in like some regular town or city or something like that,
I don't think around me is bad. I think it's pretty
right,
good.
and around where I live is not either. Right, I live like in the Ottawa Gatineau area, right? If you live in Toronto, probably a little different, right? And it's and the common denominator there is like big city culture. And big city culture is what? It's hookup culture, it's fashion, it's balling out on people. It's very
very more liberal. Yeah, that's
it's
pretty
very egotistical, right? Very hedonistic. So
City.
look elsewhere. Look outside of the city for a good person. Make sacrifices to travel for somebody. Right? Build a
Don't do
relationship.
that. Those are our good people. City people can't have them.
But you know, build a relationship, and that's what people are not willing to do anymore. They're lazy. People are just lazy.
Yeah, it's a big part of it.
You know, they're emotionally lazy. They're all sorts of things. But it's relationships. Real relationships take work, and people have either forgotten that or don't give a shit.
I will say that
and blaming men and women.
I will say that being able to see like the down the road goal, right? The return on your investment is a lot harder now than it was then.
Well, the uncertainty,
even for the good couples and the good places, it's definitely harder.
But but you see, I did not look at this like that, like a return on my investment. You know,
well, I don't think most people do, but you get what I'm saying. Like you get with the girl, and you're like, well, we're gonna have kids, we're gonna get a house, you're gonna do the whole I'm gonna live life thing.
Yeah,
and that's a little harder to envision nowadays.
No, of course, but that's a multitude of factors as to why, right? I don't think it's just mate selection. I think economics is a part of it too. Job security is a big part. Home security is another part. You know, cost of living, all that shit. So there are more stressors.
I think population dropping is a big part, right? Families get shrunk.
Yeah. So the stressors have increased, definitely.
Job security, that's major. I mean, think about, you back in the day, you worked for a company 10, 20, 30 years, right? You stuck with a company. It was loyalty. There was a whole pension plan, all that kind of structure has changed as well.
Yeah,
there's more of a gig economy. There's no working 40 hours a week for people. There's no, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, yesterday I had a mini crash out in my head because I had heard the phrase entry-level jobs isn't supposed to provide for a family. This is like, there was the last straw. I was just sitting there thinking, for like a century or more, that's exactly what they fucking did. Like this time period that conservatives love to think about. That's exactly what happened. You walked out of high school without even a diploma. You just quit and walked into a job that could provide for a family.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you want that, then yes, entry-level jobs need to be that. You can't tell people that you can't expect to make a living working at McDonald's when all of the jobs are working at McDonald's.
Yeah, basically. Yeah. Dude, it's crazy. And it's more so that the dollar is worth less than people need to be paid more. Too much inflation and money printing and craziness, debt. So the dollar is...
Oh, we're going to go full circle, huh?
What do you mean full circle? Were you guys talking about this earlier?
We talked about it, yeah. I think it was on the first time.
Okay.
And we had a whole back and forth about what money was.
Oh, interesting. So what was the...
Oh no.
Come on, guys. Don't be shy.
Well, Brojo's a libertarian, so Brojo wants gold to be money.
Okay.
And I was speaking from the very lofty ivory tower of academia, telling him, no, money's the stamp on the thing.
Okay.
It's not actually gold. Gold isn't money. And then it spun out from there. That's like the short version of it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a good word.
So you want physical gold again, Brojo, like gold coins and gold bars, and that's your wealth. That's how you get paid, in gold.
Ooh, get paid in gold versus dollars?
Is that what you're suggesting, or am I
That
misunderstanding?
might not be a bad idea.
Everyone gets the gold coin touches again. Fucking walking around jingling like a motherfucker. I mean, is gold money? I don't know.
It's not. It's not.
Gold is not like money.
Money was
It's
put
worth
on gold
something.
because you couldn't counterfeit gold.
This is such an odd one.
It's not money. Is it?
Because we're so entrenched in how money works. It's like,
Well, like I said earlier, you couldn't use gold to like a dollar. You have to have some kind of debt credit system. If you're going to expand, and I get all that, but my thing is that there has to be a currency at least partially backed by gold to have confidence and trust in the currency. Because what we're having now, that it's just eroding. So how do we rebuild trust in a country's money system?
Oh, for ourselves or other countries?
Or for anyone, how any country wants to build trust in their currency. I mean, at least a partial backing of gold.
Just stable.
Better.
No, just stability is just it, and it's stability in relation to other countries too. It's not. You don't have to show that you don't have inflation. It's just the less inflation you have compared to other countries, when taken into account of what can be bought from your country, is essentially what gives you the trustworthiness of a currency. Like our currency is the world reserve currency because our economy compared to all the other countries is really isolated.
And we have a military, and
the military helps
and
a lot.
And it's attached to the oil. The oil is really the backing of the dollar.
Well, it's a circular thing. The oil became priced in dollars because our economy was so stable and insulated. Right, and then it fed into it.
And why is our economy stable and insulated?
Because even today, almost all of our GDP is domestic. Like we're not really reliant on other countries for most of our wealth.
And how do we have what is most of our wealth comprised of?
Well, nowadays it's mostly like the biggest stuff is technology.
Technology.
Yeah. We've become a net energy exporter, so that's like not nothing. It's mainly technology and design, research and development. We are the top of those things and those on the top of the food chain.
How about financial services?
Yeah, but I mean,
that seems to be the crux. Yeah,
but it's not. Put it almost anywhere could provide really good financial services. The way the world's connected, so it's not that special. Like the UK, like London rivals us for financial services, and they're significantly smaller. Right? There's only so many services you can provide, and the only thing you need to keep the financial services stable is not a crazy government and not being invaded. That's kind of it.
Do you think we have more tech wealth than China?
Oh, by a long shot, yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
A long shot?
Yeah, by a large margin.
When China is creating AI cheaper?
No, they're creating worse AI cheaper.
Well, no.
Yeah, the way they change, the reason why their AI is cheaper is because they try to make an AI, and what they do is they train it off of our AI. Like like you probably didn't hear about it because a lot of news doesn't come out of China, but the Chinese government freaked out over DeepSeek because all these AI companies put poison pills in their responses when they figured out that China was using their AI to train it. That's why they had to go back and throw in a bunch of extra safety rails. That's right. Do you hear about DeepSeek anymore? Even the newer versions?
Anything newest now?
Yeah, exactly.
I only heard recently about them, you know.
When you make it possible to copy, the Chinese seem to not be able to do anything. The Chinese basically don't invent anything.
What about their the auto market that they seem to be really growing, like BYD?
You mean the economy where they made so many vehicles and no one bought them, so they had to burn them?
Well, aren't they exporting to a lot of places? I mean, even Canada now is getting BYDs, aren't they? And Mexico as well.
Yeah, they'll figure out in about 10 years that those cars explode.
Wait, which cars?
Good Chinese cars. Not just electrics, just in general.
Like which models? Like which cars? Was that
BYD,
literally all of them. You could literally pick any of them.
BYD is their biggest manufacturer
right
now of EV vehicles. And I think they made deal with Canada, Mexico, and they're going to get these cars like $20,000-$30,000.
And they're all EVs.
Well, yeah, a lot of the newer ones are.
Yeah.
Oh no, thank you. I don't want an EV.
Well, having an EV in Canada is kind of, I know that's probably pretty fucking stupid.
That what I was thinking of. I'm like, yeah, fucking weather. Unless they have some, battery tech is always changing.
Right, I did like the math on having an electric vehicle where I live at, and considering the weather for half the year. Well, actually, considering the weather I didn't even do like for air conditioning in the summer, but it's actually more expensive than just owning a regular car.
Mm.
On top of that, I can't take it to my the regular shops around here if it breaks down. Yeah. I have to fix it myself or ship it off to whatever company made it.
That's what I don't like.
Yeah. And the electricity really isn't cheaper because where I live, renewables aren't that great. It's great for California. I'm gonna say that they're good for California. Maybe Florida. Right.
All the south.
Anywhere that gets a lot of sun or wind and
equator cars.
Yeah. It turns out heating and cooling is really energy inefficient. And it turns out when you go places that need a lot of cooling, your solar panels don't work very well. Yeah. EVs are dying. They're just dying. People realize that they're too expensive. They don't work well for most of the places. So I think they're going to be a niche market for quite a long time.
Yeah, I don't desire an EV at all anyway. Though I hear about those, those fucking motors, those little quick pickups and,
Yeah, I was thinking about that earlier today. My father had an S10, like 95. It got basically the same gas mileage as a modern Dakota. What happened?
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean,
like we got more efficient vehicles or more efficient engines, and then we just decided to make them triple the size for some reason. Imagine a Dakota that's just the same size as an old S10 was. You probably get like 50 miles a gallon.
That would hurt the oil industry, sir. We had all these cars so fuel efficient.
Well, you know what else it would hurt? The EV industry. It would hurt.
Yeah.
One of the other things I did the math on. If you just took that fuel efficiency and didn't bury it into making your car 3 times as heavy.
Fuck's sake, I think we could fucking have cars running on water or some fucking really endless energy. But I bet you the tech is there.
Oh,
But,
the water thing doesn't work. Just so you know,
all right.
it costs more energy to split the water up to burn it than it does to actually get you what you get from the burning. Now, if you want to throw a little extra battery power into your car and run the oxygen and hydrogen right into your engine, it will make that thing go. If you're trying to make a fast car.
I'm looking at some of these Chinese cars. They're actually pretty nice.
Yeah, they look nice. What you should do is look at last year, like the last couple of years models now. They're falling apart.
I'm looking at I like what the companies like Slate is doing, and these other car companies are just making cars back to simpler, less tech heavy. You know, you could repair them yourself, customize them pretty easily.
Oh, man.
You know, stuff like that we need.
I'm forgetting the name of it. I mentioned it last time someone brought up Slate. There's
Yeah,
other
you did.
company
Yeah.
making it cheaper.
Yeah, you did.
It was started by a YouTuber. The YouTuber bought an old car factory in Detroit, and he's made a bunch of different little things. But they're getting a bunch of people together to design an open source truck. And I think it was by the end of next year they're going to ship kits. They're shipping kits so they can get around a bunch of the regulation and to make it cheaper. And then they're thinking about manufacturing them a little bit after that. But the idea is they want to get enough people together to design the vehicles to where a normal person could assemble them in their home or at their house. And it's a design that people can just improve upon. No one owns it. I want that to happen.
That'd be great.
The only downside is the first model they're working on is going to be an EV. Yeah. They said that their plans right now is to make it compatible with the Tesla battery packs.
It's because less moving parts, easier to assemble.
Yeah, it's because it's easier to design and assemble.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I guess if that's what I'll live with it, I guess. It has 4 motors, right? So it doesn't even have the the transmission in it. It has a big motor in each wheel.
I think we're going to see a change even in the whole dealership model selling cars. Car companies are going to want to sell more direct to customers.
I think dealerships are done.
Yeah.
I don't think dealerships can't deal with the price dropping or the price needing to drop with demand because they have all that debt from getting the cars on the lot the year before.
Yeah.
Right. So they can't eat the loss over and over again.
Exactly. And the cars are sitting there more and more now. People can't.
Yeah. The proper sized city nearest me had 6 car lots 5 years ago. Now they have 1. And I'll say I haven't seen very many cars move out of that one either.
We just got a car, and yeah, there weren't very many people coming in and out of there.
Yeah.
Did you get new or used?
We got brand new, dog.
Oh God! You didn't.
2026 Kia Sportage.
I pulled into one of the car lots last year because I was thinking about getting the woman a Subaru, like the mini SUV. I forget what the Subaru one's called. They had one that was a 2002. They were the original buyer. It's been on the lot since 2002.
Damn.
They still wanted full price for it. And I want to make a special note that this was a dealership that used to have like 20 car salesmen. They had one.
Oh shit.
And I made the guy a lower offer. He's like, I can't do that. I'm like, look, dude.
You gotta be kidding me.
Yeah,
You know, I was like, I pointed out how all the other car lots closed. I'm like, man, you got like 3 months left. Show me the fucking car. He wouldn't do it.
Oh,
but yeah, he's closed now. The car went somewhere.
That is crazy. Yeah, it needs to be direct to customer, man. We buy it like on fucking GTA 6 or GTA 5. Just go on your phone, order a car.
But the thing is, you don't even want to test drive it. You're gonna still need ability to test drive it.
Well, no,
I mean,
that's
true.
I mean, if a brand new car, you're not going to find any engineering issues.
No, but you gotta be. You want to sit in it. How am I? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I mean,
Yes.
they'll probably work out a policy to where you can test drive one or something.
Yeah.
They deliver it to your house or come with a rep or something, and you drive around with the car. But you would need to be committing to a purchase if they're going to do something like that.
But wait, what if I don't like driving it? I'm gonna commit to it.
No, I bet they would have a test drive car.
Yeah, it's gotta have it's gotta be like your.
Yeah, there'll be some more localized distribution points, and there'll just be a guy that drives the test drive car to you, and then you can decide like what color or whatever you want and all that other stuff.
Yeah.
That's the thing. You're not going to see all the cars with all the different options on the lot. Maybe you're going to drive one special car, one base model, see if you like, and then all right, you want to add this and that. Something's going to change though.
I guess that's what the dealership is for, though, for all of those things, like to look at the car, to sit in it, to see the features, blah, 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 blah. Maybe the format will change, but the system will stay the same. Like you'll go to a place where there'll be cars, there'll be people, but it's more streamlined instead of like this whole sales pitch process. You know, it's like you're coming here to get a car as opposed to sell me a car kind of thing.
Because that's the easiest way to cut like $5,000 off the sticker price.
Mm-hmm.
Is just to not distribute it to a car lot.
Yeah.
Those prices have to come down.
Yeah, I mean the only car lots we'll probably end up having in a few years are used car lots.
Yeah, because if they kept them in, I guess like a warehouse or something. Instead of
For the thing, yeah. I mean, they'd probably make a few just to have them out there, and then they just build them as they needed to replace them.
Yeah, that's actually genius. That would be smart. You have one of each model of car that you are making or whatever, and then like you just have them sitting out, and then
you mean like what every other company does for their product?
Right.
They build a small inventory to start, and then they just replace it as it goes.
Once you want your car, you fucking you get it built or it's sitting somewhere already, kind of thing, and then boom.
COVID really fucked up. I mean, I think majorly fucked up the auto and the housing market. You know,
Oh yeah, the pricing skyrocketed for cars and then that wasn't going to stick around. I don't think people could even afford what the pricing was before COVID.
Cars are expensive. It is ridiculous.
I think you have to get back to 2018, at least 2018, 2019 pricing. Around there. Before COVID pricing to get things moving again.
Yeah, it's even for used cars, it's brutal. Like they're similar prices to new cars. It's like, brother, what am I paying for here? Why why is this premium priced? Oh, man. And that's what actually made us get a new car, was like looking at all of the financing and how much everything would cost and all of that. It's like getting a used car, you're paying the same, pay an extra 10 grand, get a brand new car, same amount of percentage on the financing, all of that shit. The only thing is your insurance goes up a bit, but it's like, yeah, we'll get a new car. We can keep it for like 10, 15 years, whatever.
No, that car will not last you 10, 15.
Oh, it sure will.
Oh no, it takes care of it. It should.
Yeah,
it sure will.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Kias don't have a terrible reputation. They should be fine.
No, they're good if you take care of them.
No, the older Kia Sportages were very good.
Yeah.
Now, if you wanted a car that was going to last you 30 years, that's a Toyota.
Yeah, if you want, like, yeah, you got to go.
Yeah.
You got to go with the hoopties is what we call them, but they last a while.
Yeah. There was a documentary I watched once, and it was on. They were interviewing the guys that was like designing the original Corolla. I think it was the Corolla, or it might have been the Camry, whichever one came first. It was the earliest one, and their one design direction was, we need this car to last as long as possible without an oil change, because they didn't trust people to maintain their car. So like their whole design direction was just to make it indestructible.
Oh, that's hilarious.
They are the top selling car company, Toyota.
Yep.
Yeah.
As far as sales go. Yes, Toyota without a doubt. They can't keep up with their something. All the other car companies fall apart.
Yeah, like I don't know what the American car companies are doing. The Japanese got it right. They went, hey, we're going to make a design, and we're going to essentially keep that design if it works, and we're just going to slowly do things to make it better, and we're not going to really change anything. And the American car companies throw away their design like every 2 or 3 years. Start from scratch for some reason.
Going very spacey. Very, very, very spaceship-like.
Like Toyota started putting turbos on their engines. And
Yeah,
it didn't hurt their engine because their engine was so good that it didn't matter. And American car companies, when they first put the turbos on their engines, they just blew apart.
That's awesome. That's fucking hilarious.
Oh, we missed the 420. We missed a couple 420s.
Yeah, we haven't had the 420 drops in a long time, Roger. What are you doing?
Well, because we changed the GenX Cafe. I'm trying to. But I might see it come back. We might see it come back. You know. Well, like like earlier. What was it? I see now everything just starts melding in together. And there was one where It was 420 at the perfect time because things were so fucking heated up. We needed a 420 break. I think Joe was there. I was like, "Yep, a drop would be nice right now." Little 420 break. Everybody needs a break. Take a breath. Chill out. Works. Fucking jack wasn't plugged in all the way, and I was getting static. Tom did fall asleep.
100%. Man, I'm about to fall asleep. I didn't accomplish anything today.
Yeah, it's a good day.
You had some great conversation.
I suppose. I don't know if I would count that as a compliment, like an achievement, though.
Achievement unlocked. Great conversation.
Like, I talk good. I talk good long time.
You hopefully enjoyed the company.
Yeah. I mean,
There you go.
yeah, I enjoyed the popsicle I had earlier. I enjoyed a bunch of things. I just didn't achieve anything.
You achieved enjoyment.
Yeah, I guess.
Achieved enjoyment. Wow. Well, you did work out earlier.
I suppose. That's more habit at this point, though.
Hey, man. It's still better than the motherfucker that sits on the couch.
Yeah, but that's what I did all day.
So you did a little bit of both.
Do you you feel guilt? You're an overachiever, obviously, because you feel guilty that you can't. That you're doing nothing. Is that it?
Yeah, kind of a little bit.
Yeah.
See, this is what we're competing with in the world. Those of us that just kind of want a slow-paced vibe, like, hey, man, everybody chill out. We're dealing with these fucking go-getters that are like, nah, man, go hard all the time, 24/7, go, go, go. Like, nah, man. That's what we're up against.
Yeah, I would have made a great Viking.
Motherfuckers
Throw me
feeling
on the
guilty.
boat. I will row for 5 days and then murder some people. And I'll row 5 days back. I will have achieved something. We got people out here feeling guilty for relaxing. Terrible. Just relax, dog.
Don't worry, you won't be a stoner.
Yeah, don't worry about all that business.
No, I think I'm pretty safe from that.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take a regimen of drugs to not have a headache.
You'll be fine. Don't worry about it. You won't become a stoner like Brojo said. It's funny though. I find like, because I see people, we have like these conversations about these things, but I see people optimizing. Everyone's trying to optimize, right? But like whether it's your health or your fitness or your brain, whatever. And I'm always thinking, I'm like, what the fuck though? For what? Like, is this just really a personal goal, or is there some long-term outcome that is to be had from this optimization? Because I've seen some people train like the end of the world is about to happen, and they need to fucking they need to be ready.
I don't know. I think secretly working out just kind of gets me off a little bit.
Oh damn! Oh
yeah,
shit.
That's a big part of it. I feel great after I work
Well, I
out.
like working out too. It's fun.
Good exercise to feel really good. So it's
Like it
I've
gets
been,
my
I've been
testosterone
slacking this
going.
week though. Not gonna lie, I slacked this whole week. Well, actually, it's last week because what are we today? We Tuesday. So I still have time this week, but all last week, nothing. I was like, no, I'm good this week. But you see, you would do that and you would feel guilty, right?
Oh, for a whole week. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Just I
Look
think
at
I drive
you,
myself
he
crazy.
couldn't even hold himself for that.
2 days. Not even 2 days.
He's like a whole week. Fuck. He's probably hyperventilating right now, man.
Yeah, man. I'm almost 40. Well, I got like 20 years left. I gotta fill that up.
Oh, fuck.
20 years. That's all you count
like
on?
30. I got a statistical average of 33 years, I think, left.
See these fitness people, man.
Is that 33 number?
Yeah. Like, I'm in
Are
good
you
shape,
looks
but you never
maxing?
know. I could have some sort of weird freaking nature or something inside my body I don't know about. This just kills me at 60.
Are you looks maxing?
No.
Or just fitness maxing?
Oh, that guy fucking.
If I get more pretty, I think I'll just be trans.
You heard about that guy who looks some guy looks maxing fucking.
Yeah, that's Clav, man.
Yeah, the whole internet's heard of that after
Come on,
this
dog.
trip to Paris.
Oh, the guy that died, right?
Oh, the guy
Oh
that
no,
died.
that's the
not
other
guy
one.
that died.
Yeah. He died.
Some guy died. On drugs.
Unrelated to looks maxing.
He was on drugs. He thought he saw. They said he was saying he saw dragons in the fucking water.
Yeah, they do a lot of drugs, these guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a lot of these streamers.
Yeah, I didn't even know that. The guy that went to Paris and like just struck out 100 times. The guy.
Yeah, Clav. Yeah.
Yeah.
Clav
I didn't know.
King.
Like, yeah, he does drugs fucking all day long, every day.
Oh my God, all the time. He overdosed, stopped for like 3 weeks, and then went right back to it.
But you know, doing the cocaine is energy maxing. No, that's literally his reasoning. He
Yeah.
does drugs to stay awake and have more energy, so he can
And to
do more
socialize. He says
maxing.
he can't be normal unless he's high. That's what he says. Yeah.
You know,
it's because he's been high too long.
I've been forced to learn who this person is, by the way. Like it's completely against my will. That's the best part about all of these people. It's just the creators I watch end up just talking about these people, and I'm like, okay, well, that's that world. That's a crazy world.
Yeah, I didn't know that he even existed in any way, or that he was
No.
originator of anything.
No.
Until everyone started laughing at him when he struck out in Paris.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So you just heard of him, yeah.
Yeah. This guy that does all this to look prettier and prettier went to Paris, hit on video 200 women, and not a single one of them wanted anything to do with it.
Holy shit.
It's pretty bad.
That sucks.
Because it's they don't care. They're not American. They don't
Yeah,
give
like,
a fuck about
I've
your
been told my whole life that French women actually like men to be a little more, ugly and manly.
like they don't want your
It wouldn't
fucking
work.
your fucking
You should have
look
went
like-
to the UK. That's where
yeah,
you went to.
like if he was, yeah. Was this Clav actually? Maybe it wasn't. Let me check.
I don't remember his name. I just remember the video.
Probably
Really.
wasn't. Because I know a similar thing happened to Clavicular. He was out in Paris trying to hit on chicks, and they were just not giving him any play at all. I think I saw Auburn Preach do a video.
Oh yeah, that's where I heard. That's why. Yeah, same guy. That's
Mhm.
I saw him from Abba and Preach first,
Yeah, here it is. Let me see who this is.
and then of course after I watched Abba and Preach talk about him, then he showed up 5 more times in my feed.
That's the thing. Like that's you find like you have a creator that you watch, and then the creator talks about the person, and then all of a sudden it's just everything. You go down this rabbit hole of fucking who these people are. Oh, this looks like it's gonna be.
Oh, you just go watch one video. You just want to see one video of one topic, and then all of a sudden,
top comment I'm looking at right now, and it goes exactly to what I was saying before. It's like, homeboy forgot to pack a personality. It's like, yes, that's these guys' biggest problem is they think they just can get money and work out and chicks will like you. It's like, no, dude, you have to be likable. You have to actually be enjoyable to be around. Like a good example of this is Brian from the Whatever podcast. If you watch like, extended time, he's actually like very short-tempered, very bitchy. Like he's not a pleasant person, you can tell, to like kind of be around. And he's almost 40 and he's fucking still trying to hunt for a girlfriend doing this podcast.
That's
crazy.
the bearded guy, the host.
Yeah, the
If
host.
you're going to be famous, you can't be an asshole if you want to get
Exactly.
them.
And he's so whiny, like he'll whine. Oh no, it was clavicular. Okay, it was, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I really don't see him in that position when he does. I just have a problem watching that show.
It's a terrible show.
Yeah,
Like for a show, it's bad. Like in terms of programming and stuff, it's a terrible, awful show. Like he has them like adjust mics mid-conversation, stop the conversation, adjust your mic. Like, but not just, hey, can you fix your mic? Like very OCD, very like, and if they say like something a certain way or so, he just gets mad. And I'm like, dude, I cannot imagine what you're like when you're at home and you're just like, no one can just kick it around you. You're so fucking uptight about everything. Like it's crazy. People who know how to keep the peace will have the best relationships. That's what I've learned in my life. And that was the common denominator I noticed in every long-term, healthy, good relationship I've encountered. Was it's about keeping the peace between each other and not being chaotic. And the more you bring to that, the more problems you have. Because you're always going to have problems in life. That's going to happen. But it's how you handle them that will kind of define the outcomes of your relationships.
When you say keep the peace, does that mean like happy wife, happy life kind of thing, or
No, it means not being chaotic. So if you're, for instance, people wake up on the wrong side of the bed, right? Sometimes, or people have bad days at work, right? Instead of, there are many ways to deal with those things, but a lot of people don't like to be vulnerable. So they won't say, well, I've woken up this morning and I'm just kind of feeling off today. So if I seem a little whatever, just it's nothing personal. I'm just, oh, okay, sure, no problem. But people don't do that, right? They walk around the house, they storm, they stomp feet, they grunt or make noise or snap at their partner and stuff like that. And then when it gets to a point of like confrontation, it's like, well, I just woke up this morning and I was just in a bad mood. That's the general, that's not keeping peace. That's being chaotic. So that's what I mean. And that can happen with either partner, right? That's not exclusive to a man or a woman. So it's about having the ability to be vulnerable, being open with your communication, and maintaining your understanding that you're talking to your significant other, partner, however you want to say it, right? You're not talking to some stranger. So the understanding and the charity should be immediately given, right? That's what I mean by keep the peace.
So I have a habit of doing this thing of telling her that I'm upset, make me happy. Does that count?
Well, yeah, because I'm sure you guys have developed that relationship and she knows what you mean by that, right? Which is a fun way to communicate your needs. And a lot of, like, I have that in my marriage, right? But you can only have that through communication and building a relationship, right? You couldn't just do that day one, meeting her on the first date, or something like that. But that's built up later. But yeah, it's funny.
Oh yeah,
But
day
those are
one
the
she just yelled at me.
Jesus Christ.
I was doing the exact thing you're talking about, being chaotic. I was in a very bad mood because I had just been injured and put into the hospital.
Mm.
And I had no patience for like any fucking nurse. And she came in and yelled at me for yelling at nurses.
Yeah. No, I feel that, bro. No, I do. And sometimes it's hard to maintain our stoicism, but some people also suck at their jobs and they need to be told where to go.
Yeah, it wasn't all me. Like some of them were not doing their job the best way.
Mm-hmm.
I could have been way more diplomatic about it. I just wasn't in the mental space to be more diplomatic.
Yeah, Brojo, your BRB sign. That's what I mean by keep the peace, not this silly cliche that these people espouse. Happy wife, happy life. I don't even know. I don't know where it came from. Maybe some woman said it one day.
But I mean, it's true. It's just that if you're constantly having to make your wife happy because she's not happy, it's not going to work.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that again goes to partner selection, right? Those are personality traits that people should pick up on. But there is a proponent of like parents need to do better and educate their kids on dating and stuff like that, and how to form relationships and things to look out for in people. But stuff like that you can pick up fairly quickly. Like if somebody is a overly needy person, they constantly need like validation, or they constantly need something that it's too much for a person to be able to give them. If they choose to stay through that, I think that person knows that they're doing that at that point, because you know what you can tolerate. But some folks have self-esteem problems and think they can't find anybody else, so this is what they'll live with. And there's a lot that goes into these things. That's why the red pill space is, and even the other space, I don't know what the opposite is, but they're both very oversimplistic in relationship dynamics. And it's like there's a lot that goes on in these decisions that people make.
Yeah, that's the danger of them, because they identify real problems.
Mm-hmm.
It's just all their solutions are, well, they're idiotic. Basically,
Yeah.
they're not real solutions.
Mm-mm. And but also, like, my least favorite part about, and I get that it's the manosphere and it's the men's, what I hate that term, but that's what they call it. But I just don't like the lack of accountability for men in all of this as well. Like it's just always the women, 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 the women. And I'm like, I mean, okay, but you're also like, if you meet a woman, because here's one, right? Everyone, they always complain about the OnlyFans. Okay, that's fine. You don't like chicks that do OnlyFans. So if you meet a woman that does OnlyFans, instead of trying to beat your head against the wall and convincing her not to do it, how about you just don't date women that do OnlyFans? How about that? Right? How about you date within your preferences? Because I find a lot of the rhetoric tends to center around wanting to control, and not in the cliche like, ooh, controlling, but wanting to be like, no, I want this thing out of this person that I've met. And if they don't give me that, that means there's a problem with the dating market. That's my issue, as opposed to I can just go and select somebody else, right? Or they've been duped by a woman and they feel stupid, and it's happened to them their entire lives, and now they're just ranting on a podcast about how women suck. So
Well, I have a theory that the reason why they're saying, if I can't get this behavior from this person, rather than everything, like society needs to change, because they're the type of person that probably can't get the woman that doesn't do that in the first place.
But it's
I'm sure there's some others that are just along for the ride that just agree, but I don't see a whole lot of red pill guys being top tier guys.
No,
like for the standard marriage, children sort of thing. Some of them have money.
These dudes, like I tell dudes all the time, right? Because I had a friend too. He was like this, not red pill. Because this was like how old was I? Fuck, it was like 24, 25. So this was well over 10 years ago, like 15 years ago coming up. But he was this dude that, like, not the most best looking guy. He was short, fucking like kind of weird looking. He had alopecia in his hair, so he had like patches in his head and shit. So he'd always wear hats or keep his head shaved. And he'd always complain about this shit. Oh, I can't get a girlfriend, this and that, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, bro, first of all, maybe take a shower and keep your apartment clean. That would be one thing to do, And I kind of just walked him through these things. And I was like, you'll find a woman, bro, but you have to do the right things for you first. You have to and I hate to say this because it's so like it's so like live, laugh, love. But you really have to be taking care of you before you think you're gonna go out and find some woman that's gonna want to be around you. Right? Like you have to start to do that for you first. And you always be like, oh no, it's not gonna happen. Blah, 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 blah. I peeped the man's Facebook page maybe like last summer or whatever throughout the year and shit. The man's engaged to a very lovely black woman. She looks pretty, all of these things. And I hit him up and I messaged him. And all I said was one thing. I was like, I told you, bro. And he just liked the message and sent me a laugh emoji. Right? Because it's like you just have to, there are things that you can always improve. And I think people forget that. And then when you keep picking shit and you never change yourself, then you're going to think it's the same thing. It's the whole thing that they say about the women. You're all dating the same 10% of men and saying all men are trash. Men have the same fucking problem, right? Like they really do. And it's just not acknowledged as much when we're talking about this, especially with guys that are like desperate and think they can't get a chick. So they just pick a chick. They pick a chick and the chick happens to be like for the streets or something, you know what I mean? And then they're like, oh damn, my heart's broken, fuck women or whatever. And they never try again. And when they do try again, they go into the same habit because they didn't learn nothing. They were just mad about it. And then that's their experience. And then they try to say this is the dating market. And it's just so inaccurate. It's just silly. But hey man, I always tell guys, don't be dating chicks that wear short skirts showing their ass and thinking that she's just gonna be for you. That's silly.
Yeah.
Silly.
Yeah, I know. This is right. Everyone always, from time to time, people will ask me, well, where should I go find a woman? And my first answer is always church. There's no getting around it. Those are the women that can be shamed. Right? They'll behave. They'll behave to some degree because they're a part of a church.
Yeah, maybe.
They're not. They're not the type of person to just start doing shit.
I just tell people not the club and not the bar and not the the party and not the what I mean, like the festival and
yeah. I mean, when you throw out the bar and you throw out the club and you throw out the party, all that's left is Tinder and church.
I know there is a complaint. There is a complaint of Gen Z.
Gaming chats.
Yeah. No, that is something being highlighted, that there's designated spaces for people to go and stuff like that. Yeah. And I agree. But that's like work. Work is another one where you can meet people. It's just folks have to start going back outside, man. That's what it is. It's just nobody touches grass. Everyone's just terminally online.
I think it's generally a bad idea to date somebody you're working with.
Yeah, that's where I met my wife, bro.
If things go south,
we don't still work together though.
But I'm saying, yeah, that's
like you don't work together forever. Like that's not something that happens between. It's not like you meet the person at work and you guys are like, all right, let's put on the apron, honey. We're going to Walmart today and working. I'm down in toys and you're down in auto. It's not like that no more. Like you meet people at work, people are job hopping so much these days. It's people switch jobs up. It's just work is now just another third space for people to meet other people, right? Especially if you work in social services. Good God.
Oh yeah, I mean, most people aren't going to have careers in one
Yeah.
space.
Yeah. So it's different. The job landscape is different. If you're talking about like a serious corporate, yeah, I could understand that's a little, but even then, there are people that are married in those fields that work together and shit. So it's not really a big problem. I don't see how it would be a problem. Like things go south, okay, we're no longer like, what the fuck, you're gonna quit? You broke up with a chick.
I do have much better advice for women, though.
Oh, let's hear it. Let's go.
Yeah, the cheat code for women is you just randomly start bringing baked goods to your local fire department. And believe me, one of them will eventually ask you out.
Okay. And what if the fire people are ugly?
What if she's ugly?
What if she's ugly? Yeah.
Well, look, it's not. It doesn't solve everyone's problem. But even if all the firemen are ugly, they're all in good shape. Right?
Yeah, but
you gotta take what you can get.
Do they want it?
I mean, most firemen I don't think are ugly. I'm just thinking all the firemen I know. There's a few ugly ones out there.
No, I mean the real question is if she's ugly, not if the fireman's ugly. Because if you say she's gonna bring the cookies, eventually someone's gonna pick her up. What if she's fat and ugly?
Well, look, fat isn't always a problem.
Yeah,
Ugly,
that's not off the
is
table
problem.
anymore, brother. That is no longer off the table anymore.
I mean, some guys like fat.
Well, yeah,
I
know you black men love the fat white women. Come on.
But I don't know. At the fire department, I've told multiple times where women would bring stuff for the firefighters, right? And they're talking about the women that are coming. One guy's like, I want to ask her out, and another guy's like, man, she's so fat. We're like, he always responds like, yeah, but she makes the best lasagna. Like,
there's a difference between what makes good arm candy and what makes a good wife. You know what I mean? And I think the problem with a lot of these dudes is they're trying to make arm candy a wife. And we learned when I was younger is that you can't turn a hoe into a housewife. Right? You can't make those chicks like that. They're not going to be like that. So leave them alone. Let the rich guys with the fast cars and stuff date them and run through them and shit. But don't be fucking with those chicks. They're venomous. And there's things to spot that you can tell. Like immediately. Like there are certain things that you can, and I think we have to educate young men. That's the problem. Like Serb said, they're identifying real issues, but the prescriptions are really retarded. And they're not giving like men actual advice on like how to search for a good partner. Because I've listened to a lot of the content from these guys. I'm not hearing anything other than you need to work out and make money and, be an alpha and all of this like vague shit. I'm like, okay. And then, oh yeah, and don't never forget, take my course. That's always in there. Like what the fuck?
Monthly member, yeah.
Yeah, like working out and making money only covers up being an asshole if you have an awful lot of money.
A lot of money. You need a lot of money.
And then you're not really getting a wife.
No.
Yeah, you're getting someone that's going to try to get you to marry her so she can walk away with your money.
Yeah, or something. Or just go live her own life when you're off doing your bullshit, Like that's what it is. And like but some of those guys are okay with that because they're off fucking cheating on their wife and doing all this bullshit. So it's just those arrangements. But that's why I tell people leave those arrangements for those people. Because that's what all they want to do. That's all those people ever want to do. And if they can't do that with you, they'll just suck you dry and then leave. And that's what happens to a lot of these guys because they don't know how to fucking or they don't care, or they're just thinking with the wrong head, and they just really want to fuck that chick. Because I've seen that shit too, man. Straight up. In the face of warnings and all, motherfuckers just ignore it. No, she's bad, bro. She's bad, bro. She's bad. And it's like, okay, she's bad. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see, motherfucker. Oh my god.
Yeah, well, Joe, when I get her, she's going to straighten up.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's the savior mentality inside.
Mhm. There is that too. Like there are dudes that really think they're gonna make a chick different, but there are chicks that think they make a dude different. That's the thing. It's all out there, and they collide. The worlds collide, and that's the dating market. It's not all this shit these dudes are saying. Like, are chicks hypergamous? Maybe. There's probably a little bit of that, But from what I've seen in life, most chicks and dudes, they just do whatever.
I think the only time you could maybe change a woman is in a country where it's legal to use the teaching hand.
The teaching hand?
Yeah.
It's like a...
Yeah. And it's not like that's what you want, really, but I don't think that's the only place you can do it.
I think it was Sean Connery that said, yeah, you never do it with a closed fist, always with an open hand.
Yeah, because you care.
Oh man, when she asked him that's the greatest thing in the world.
I know. Someone needs to take that interview and overlay it with the statistics of how many more successful marriages existed during his generation.
I mean, but divorce was really taboo.
Yeah.
And just because someone stayed together.
Well, yeah, you can't let them get away from the teaching hand. Otherwise, the teaching hand doesn't work.
You're not gonna get accurate numbers from that.
Yeah,
I don't think, or accurately represented.
Plus, if a couple's together, even just for a long time, doesn't necessarily mean they're happy. Or it's a successful marriage.
I'm coming to the conclusion, with a few exceptions, long marriages stay long because they stop being. At some point, they stop being like fuck buddies, and they just turn into friends. That's probably a bad way of explaining it. Yeah, sex drops off, and then they become people they hang out with.
Yeah.
Now, that did not happen with my grandparents.
No, yeah, some people they keep going until old age. But it's marriage is an interesting thing between people. Boy.
I'm starting to get old, though. I can tell.
Where are you feeling it?
Joints and stuff.
Yep.
Yeah. I used to be able to go in the weight room and just bang out like a giant workout. And now if I do that, I'm sore.
Like mid-30s?
Yeah, I'll be 39 in August.
Okay. Yeah. Well, you're younger than I am. Shit.
I've already worked it out with my doctor. When I turn 40, I'm getting stem cell treatment.
This dude, what the fuck are you on, bro?
Yeah. I want to see my great grandkids.
One of those guys.
Yeah.
Are you like the don't die guy? What's that guy's name?
No, I'm fine. Like, I'm gonna put it. I honestly believe I'm not afraid of dying. I'm afraid of some ways of dying. I'm afraid of having particular people die before me. right? Because I don't want to be around for when they're not around, right?
Like, it's sad to
But-
think about. Like, if you sit and really ponder it, you know, it is like, oh, I'm gonna like go one day. But outside of that, like, I think most people kind of more or less, yeah.
No, I'm getting the stem cell stuff because I just want to stay functioning until I die, basically.
Okay.
I want to extend the younger body for a few extra years.
Is that expensive?
Not really. My insurance doesn't cover it because it's still kind of so new.
Okay.
But it's like $500 a treatment, and it's twice a year.
Jesus Christ.
So I mean, it's a little bit, but it's not like getting open heart surgery or something. It's not.
How long does that last?
Tens of thousands of dollars. For like measurable positive benefits. It's hard. There is definitely measurable positive benefits, but it's not like something that weans off.
Okay.
Right. So you get stem cell. You can get like targeted stem cell treatment,
Mhm.
to where they'll put stem cells into joints, and they can measure like your ligaments growing, or all the tissues that break down as you get older growing.
Mhm.
And at a certain point it'll stop growing, right? But then what grew is still there.
Mm-hmm.
So you're literally just repairing your body, essentially.
Right. That's fucking crazy, dog.
And I'll get those when that shit becomes a real problem. But I'm getting just the intravenous one, so they kind of go a little bit everywhere.
Is your joints hurting because of all the? I mean, it's a lot. I need to do a lot of weightlifting. It's the job, the being a fireman.
There's a little bit from the firefighting. I got a little unk in one of my hips from falling through a roof.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Damn.
I think I could laugh.
Holy fuck.
Yeah. I have the tip of the upper back tip of my right ear has a burn on it because when I was on the RIT team, I almost cooked to death. In fact, Broderick, do you remember that? I had someone take a picture of my suit. You remember me showing that years and years ago?
No.
Man, no, I'm not gonna remember.
Yeah, the RIT team is like the rapid intervention team. So if a firefighter goes down, you go in after the firefighter. They wear like the vulcanized suit, all the shiny suit and everything. And I was in there, so my internal thermometer reading was it was like 141 degrees, and I collapsed out of an upper story window. But the top of my suit was on fire. I was so close. I was very close to dying.
Wow.
But yeah, I had a picture of like the mask and upper, like the helmet area. It was all melted. It was a vulcanized suit that was melted. To give you an idea how close I was to fire.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah.
Well, God bless the brave men and women that do the shit that you do, sir.
I don't do that anymore.
Okay.
I'm retired from that.
That's nuts. Yeah, that
it's
would be a fucked up
mostly
for
hard
me.
farm work and working out.
Hard farm working. Yeah.
Every year I pick a field. I dig up the whole field, cut down a bunch of trees, and bury the trees in the field and cover it back up.
Is that how you make money?
I make money off the farming. Yeah,
Off
that's
the
not my
farming.
main source of. I rent the fields. I just maintain the fields.
Mm.
Yeah, I cut down and bury somewhere around the neighborhood of like 30 acres worth of tree every year. It's a lot of work.
Yeah.
See, I would buy like a huge plot of land, right? And if it had like trees and shit, I would just turn it into a fucking like paintball ground or airsoft fucking shit and charge people to come and play.
Okay.
That'd be dope.
See, when I cut down the trees, I replace them with food-bearing trees.
Mm.
That's my generational project.
So you're being a conservationist.
Yeah, I will have a forest that will feed my children if the shit goes down.
And the neighborhood.
Yeah, probably everyone fucking else. I think since I started doing this, I've planted almost 300 acres of like fruit and nut trees.
Wow.
That's crazy.
It's taken me
That's it, sir? Really? That's all you did?
it's taken me 18 years.
That's nuts, dude.
Yeah. Like I feel at my elbows most of all, but I'm out here curling 100-pound dumbbells. So that's probably a big part of it. I could probably slow down on that.
Yeah. Yeah, probably. Like, do you really need to be able to throw 100 pounds?
Look, the day I can't pick up the woman off the floor with one arm, it's a sad day. Okay. I can run up behind her and sweep her up with one palm and lift her into the air.
She loves it.
Sometimes. She loves it sometimes.
Other times scaring the shit out of her.
Well, other times it's just really inconvenient. No, I just saw a video on my feed. Height maxing.
What?
I guess there is some way supposedly to grow 1 or 2 inches even after puberty is what the claim is here. I don't watch and see. Watch and see eventually. See. Key points. First point. Mechanical tension. They're probably strapping themselves to a stretching board.
I'm gonna look into this right now.
You want me to send you the video I got here?
Yeah, sure.
Put it in the private chat. I haven't watched it yet. I'm just bookmarking it. There it is. Google was listening to us talking about maxing. And then
Oh, this is being pitched to adolescents.
All right, hello, I'm back. There we go. Should be back now.
okay, that's kind of uncool.
Yeah, that's pretty fucked up.
Leave kids alone.
How to grow taller at any age. This one is a project ascending.
I have a feeling it's an AI video, maybe.
It gives you a range, usually much higher than you think.
The voice is fun.
Yeah.
Much higher than you think.
I was stuck at 5'8" for years, thinking it was over. Then suddenly, within 1 year, I hit 6 feet. And it all came down to one method nobody talks about. No, I'm not gonna tell you to just drink more water and eat more food. What you're about to hear can literally change your life.
Oh, it could change your life. And what does he tell you to do?
Well, he has a list in the description.
Oh, I
like a
see.
bullet point
Okay.
list. Mechanical.
Right.
Let's go back and look at
Tension.
Tension, which is
Growth
probably
protection.
just stretching yourself.
Yeah, I see that right here.
I mean, yeah, spinal decompression will make you a tiny bit taller, but that's not like you grew.
Growth protection. Master sleeping. Growth foods. Spinal decompression. That's the bonus method, I guess.
Yeah. Like if you didn't know, you're actually a tiny bit taller after you sleep.
Yeah.
And it goes away over the day.
Yeah. You shrink when you get older.
I don't know. According to my doctor, over the last 2 decades, I have grown 1/4 of an inch.
In height?
Yeah. I'm not sure what would have caused that. I have a suspicion that the measurements initially were probably just a little off.
Yeah, more likely 1/4 inch, probably.
Man, what's it going to be like when I shrink down to 6 foot? Will the world look smaller?
Oh,
Like
poor
at a
you.
distance?
Poor you, going to shrink to 6 foot.
Like my horizon will literally be closer to me. But cups will feel bigger. Gosh, that reminds me. Have you guys seen the advertisements and videos for the like the 30-kilogram cups, like metal cups?
Nah.
I so
No.
want one of those.
I don't get ads. Usually, I mean, I'm popping up on video.
I just want a cup that I can have at family gatherings that no one else can pick up but me.
Like Thor's hammer?
Right.
Yeah. Because like the one I saw was 30 kilograms. It's about 60 pounds. My only concern is that it's metal and it's 60 pounds, and I'm afraid I'll chip my teeth. I need to like rubberize it or something.
Any bombings overnight? Any more bombings? Let's see. Kuwait, I think, got hit here. I'm seeing.
There was something I was going to watch before I came back in here. I totally forgot about it. I think it was news about Iran.
Tehran threatens to halt all Middle East energy exports after U.S. reimposes. What's the headline saying? It's blockade on Iran. Okay, all right. Back to that. President blockade on Iran. Intensified airstrike campaign on Wednesday. Okay, military hit Iranian army barracks and killing at least 7 troops while wounding 260 people across the country, Iranian officials say, and that's being reported by AP.
I will say I didn't see the tactic coming of Iran, where Iran goes, well, we can't hit you with missiles, so we're just going to launch missiles at everybody else. That was not on my bingo card.
Mm.
Like, I think this is a couple days old, but I think Kuwait and Saudi Arabia joined the war against Iran. On the side against Iran. I don't know exactly what that constituted, but it's what was announced.
Again, how hard is it for Iran to hit Dubai?
Not really.
I
wouldn't
know.
think so. I mean, didn't they already hit Dubai once?
Oh, I know a port near there somewhere they hit. I don't know if they hit.
Okay.
But I don't imagine many tourists are going to go to Saudi Arabia, to Dubai.
I mean, it's never been cheaper, probably.
Yeah.
If you really want to go see Dubai, like, you just have to. I bet the planes are empty. If you're fat, they might not even charge you for a second seat.
Fat people, go to Dubai. Oh, God. Good Lord. That's funny.
Oh, man. I wish I could remember what channel it was on. There's this video I saw forever ago where they were interviewing this guy, and this guy was known for going to these places right after terrible things happen. And his reasoning was it's super cheap.
Yeah.
He was talking about how he's been to all these places because it cost him almost nothing. And he made a point, in a lot of these places, it was actually safer because security was, like, increased after the terrible thing happened. He named a few of them.
So, like, after a hurricane hit, just go over there, go to the town.
I don't think he mentioned a hurricane. He mentioned.
You got video of it? He did video of this? Or he just.
Yeah, but it's something I watched forever ago. I don't remember where it is. I can't even remember the things he did name New York after 9/11 was one of them. He said, like, 3 days after 9/11 he took a trip to New York just to see what it was like. It costed him almost nothing.
Oh, wait a minute. They suspended. Well, he didn't fly then? Did he?
I don't know. I don't remember if he said he flew, if he took a train or something.
They did suspend flights for a while, in a couple of days. That time.
Yeah, but he might not have. If he's flown, he might not have flown right into New York, right?
Yeah.
He might have flown next door and then drove into New York or something.
Yeah.
That guy probably is in Dubai right now. That's what I was thinking. That's why it jogged my memory.
Or Tehran.
or Tehran. It's probably the cheapest it's ever possibly been to go to Tehran.
No, he's in Gaza. He's buying her.
One of the other ones is he went to Ukraine after that initial Russian invasion into Crimea. It's one of the ones he named.
Oh, that's like 2014. Was that?
Yeah, 2014.
Must have retired.
Yeah, he looked retired. He was an older guy.
Wow, 4:20 in the morning. 4:20. Hit it, baby.
Oh, Jesus. The other woman didn't come get me. I wonder what they're doing.
Sleeping.
I can still hear the TV in the other room going. Well, they might be sleeping. They might have fell asleep.
Come on, it's got to be like, what is it? 3 something, right? 3:20 by you. An hour difference?
Yeah, it's 3:20.
Yeah.
Actually, I want to get off here and go try to find her, see what's going on.
Yeah, I was just going to say it's probably a good time to shut her down here. It's been great. I had a great time. Thank you. And, enjoy the rest of your day. Joe, thank you. All right.
You're welcome.
All righty. Hope you had a good time. Talk to you soon. May the force be with you.
Verily, the force within thee is strong. Heed it and conquer all.
And it's gone. Poof.